Hey, wonderful viewers. Welcome back to Proxima What If. Buckle up for today's story. What if the soul fragment in Harry's head became his most loyal mentor and taught him dark magic? Your likes and subscriptions help us continue creating content you love. Don't be shy, hit those buttons. Now, let's escape into the story. Chapter 1, The Voice Beneath the Scar. The rain came down hard enough to rattle the cupboard door. Harry lay on his back in the dark, knees drawn up because the space was too short for him now. He'd grown 3 inches since spring, and his feet pressed against the wall if he stretched out fully. A spider crawled along the underside of the staircase above him, following a crack in the wood that let in a thin blade of light from the hallway. He was hungry. Aunt Petunia had sent him to the cupboard without supper again, this time because a glass had cracked on the counter while he was washing dishes. He hadn't touched it. He'd been reaching for the soap and the glass had just split, a clean fracture right down the middle, and Petunia had screamed like he'd thrown acid in her face. The cupboard smelled like dust and old shoes and the cleaning products Petunia stored on the shelf above his head. He'd learned to breathe shallowly so the chemical smell didn't make him dizzy. Thunder rolled overhead. The house shuddered. You could have caught the glass before it fell. Harry's eyes opened. He stayed perfectly still. The thought had arrived in his head the way a stone drops into water, from somewhere else, breaking the surface, sending ripples outward. It hadn't felt like his own thinking. It hadn't felt like thinking at all. He waited. His heart was going fast. The rain hammered the house and the wind pushed against the walls and the spider continued its slow crawl above him. Nothing. He closed his eyes again, and tried to tell himself it was exhaustion, or hunger, or the weird half-dreams he sometimes had when the cupboard got too hot. You've been telling yourself that for months. We both know you're lying. Harry sat up so fast he cracked his head on the underside of the stairs. Pain flared across his skull and he pressed both hands over his mouth to keep from crying out, because making noise after being sent to the cupboard earned consequences he'd learned to avoid. His scar was tingling. Not the vague itch he sometimes felt, a real, warm pulse, like pressing a finger to a heartbeat. Who's there? He whispered. Lower your voice. The large one is still awake. I can hear him through your ears, he's watching television in the sitting room. Harry's blood went cold. He pressed his back against the wall of the cupboard and pulled his thin blanket up like it could protect him from a voice inside his own head. I'm going mad, he breathed. You're not. Though that would certainly be more convenient for you, madness would at least be an excuse. No, Harry. You are irritatingly, inconveniently sane. And I have been waiting a very long time to have this conversation. The voice was clear now. Not loud, it didn't boom or echo. It spoke the way someone would if they were sitting across from you in a quiet room, choosing their words with precision. It was a young man's voice, smooth and controlled, with an accent that sounded old-fashioned. Like someone from a black-and-white film. What are you? Harry asked. His hands were shaking. A more useful question would be, what can I do for you? I'm asking what you are first. A pause. Something that might have been amusement rippled through Harry's mind like a breeze across still water. Stubborn. Good. You'll need that. Another pause, longer this time, as if the voice was deciding how much truth to offer. I am a fragment. A piece of someone who once existed fully and now does not. I have lived inside you since you were an infant, since the night your parents died. I was placed here by accident, through an act of violence so extreme it fractured the soul of the one who committed it. A piece broke off and latched onto the nearest living thing. You. Harry's scar pulsed again. He pressed his fingers to it. You're a piece of the person who killed my parents. Yes. Then get out of my head. I can't. I've tried, in the early years, when you were too young to communicate with. There is no mechanism for self-removal. Your mother's magic, the protection she died to give you, has sealed me here as thoroughly as it sealed you from external harm. I am bound to you, Harry. Irrevocably. Harry's jaw tightened. He could feel tears burning behind his eyes, not from fear, but from the specific, practiced rage that came from having one more thing taken from him. His parents were dead, and now even his own mind wasn't his. "I don't believe you," he said. "You do. You've been hearing me for months, fragments, impressions, half-thoughts that weren't yours. 3 weeks ago, when your cousin cornered you behind the school and you felt that surge of something cold and focused that made him trip and fall before he reached you, that was me. Clumsily, without proper communication, but me nonetheless." Harry remembered that. Dudley had been running at him, fist cocked, and something inside Harry had pushed, not physically, but like flexing a muscle he didn't know he had. Dudley had gone sprawling on the pavement and scraped both palms bloody, and Harry had felt a vicious satisfaction that scared him. "Why now?" he whispered. "Why are you talking to me now?" "Because you are almost 11. Because in less than a year, you will enter a world you know nothing about, surrounded by people who will want to use you, control you, or destroy you. Because you are, forgive the bluntness, weak, untrained, and surrounded by people who despise you." The voice paused, and when it continued, something in its tone shifted. Still precise, still controlled, but underneath it, running like a current beneath ice, Harry heard something that sounded almost like urgency. "I can fix all three. If you let me." The storm peaked outside. Lightning bleached the crack under the cupboard door white, and for an instant, Harry's shadow stretched across the opposite wall, small and hunched and alone. "What do I call you?" he asked. The voice considered this. "My full name carries weight I'd rather not place on you yet. Call me Marvolo." "That's a strange name." "It's a strange situation. Do we have an agreement?" Harry sat in the dark for a long time. The rain eased from a roar to a steady drumming. The spider finished its journey across the staircase above him and disappeared into a crack. "Teach me," he said. They started that same night. "Close your eyes." "No, keep them closed. Don't try to see anything. I need you to feel the inside of your own mind." "That doesn't make sense." "Imagine your mind as a room. Not this cupboard, something larger. A room with walls, a floor, a ceiling. Can you see it?" Harry tried. At first there was just darkness behind his eyelids, the afterimage of the hallway light through the crack. Then, slowly, like a photograph developing, he began to feel the edges of something. Not a room exactly, but a space. A sense of enclosure, of defined boundaries. Good. Now, those walls. What are they made of? "I don't know." "Nothing. It's just, empty." "Exactly the problem. Your mind is undefended. Any wizard with rudimentary skill in the mental arts could walk through your thoughts like strolling through an open field. Your memories, your emotions, your secrets, all of it, completely exposed. The first thing I'm going to teach you is how to build walls." "You said wizard. So magic is real?" "All those things that keep happening around me, magic is real." "You are a wizard. Your parents were a witch and a wizard. The school you'll attend is called Hogwarts. The world you belong to has been hidden from you deliberately by the people who placed you in this house. Now stop asking questions you already know the answers to and focus." Harry focused. It took 3 nights before he could hold the image of a wall, just one wall, just the idea of a barrier, for longer than 30 seconds. Marvolo was not a patient teacher. He was exacting, critical, and utterly devoid of the gentle encouragement Harry had seen other adults offer other children, never him, but he'd watched from a distance, cataloging what normal looked like. "Sloppy. You're building the wall out of emotion, it'll crumble the moment someone presses it. Use something harder. Memory doesn't work, memory is mutable. Use structure. Mathematics. Music. Something with an inherent pattern that holds itself together. I'm 10. You're a wizard who is 10. That is a very different thing. Again. Harry rebuilt the wall. This time, he thought about the periodic table. He'd memorized it from Dudley's abandoned science textbook, the one that sat untouched on the shelf because Dudley thought chemistry was boring. Element by element, he laid atomic numbers like bricks: hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium. Each one a unit. Each one in its precise place. Better. Much better. I wouldn't have thought of using Muggle science. Continue. By the end of the second week, Harry had 4 walls. By the end of the month, he had a ceiling and a floor. Marvolo tested them by pushing, not violently, but with the mental equivalent of leaning against a door to see if it held. The first few times, Harry's defenses buckled. By the 6th week, Marvolo pushed and the walls didn't give. Not impenetrable. But functional. You'll refine them over time, add layers, false fronts, misdirection paths. For now, this will keep casual intruders out. And it means we can move on to something considerably more interesting. More interesting than building imaginary walls in my head while lying in a cupboard. I'm going to teach you to use your magic on purpose. Harry's heart kicked. I don't have a wand. You don't need one. The wand is a tool, an amplifier, a focus point. But magic exists in you, not in the stick. Wands make complex spellwork easier, and they're essential for advanced casting, but the foundation, the ability to reach inside yourself and pull, that requires nothing but will and understanding. Feel the space behind your sternum. Not your heartbeat, deeper. The warmth that sits beneath it. Harry felt for it. He'd always known it was there, in the way you know your own pulse without thinking about it, a low, constant hum just below conscious awareness. When the glass cracked, when Dudley tripped, when his hair grew back overnight after Petunia shaved it, that warmth had flared. There. Now hold it. Don't push it, don't pull it, just hold it in your awareness. Get used to its weight. He held it. It felt like cupping water in his hands, liquid and alive, always threatening to slip through his fingers. Good. Now I want you to make the blanket move. Not throw it, not fling it, just shift it. 1 inch. Controlled. Harry directed the warmth toward his hands. The blanket twitched. 1/2 inch. Close enough. Again. It took 4 hours, but by the end, Harry could slide the blanket 2 inches in any direction with nothing but focused intention. It wasn't magic like the stories, no sparks, no light, no dramatic gestures. It was more like discovering that the air around him was thicker than he thought, and that if he pressed on it just right, things moved. Is this how it's supposed to feel? There is no supposed to. Every wizard's relationship with their core is unique. But yes, what you're feeling is correct. You're interfacing with your own magic directly, without a wand's mediation. Most adult wizards cannot do this reliably. You will. Why? Because you have no choice. And because you're better at this than you have any right to be. Your mother was gifted. Your father was powerful. You have inherited the best of both, and I intend to see that none of it goes to waste. Harry lay in the dark, feeling the hum of his magic settle back into its resting state, and for the first time in his life, he felt like something other than a burden. The months blurred together. Harry developed a routine that no one in the Dursley household noticed, because no one in the Dursley household noticed Harry at all unless he was doing something wrong. He woke early, before even Petunia's alarm, and spent an hour on mental exercises, strengthening his occlumency walls, organizing his memories into structures Marvolo designed, learning to partition his thoughts so he could hold a conversation while running complex mental processes in the background. Then he made breakfast, went to school, came home, did chores, and retreated to the cupboard as early as possible. The evenings belonged to Marvolo. You're channeling too broadly. You're flooding the entire object with magic when you only need to affect a single point. Think of it as, if your magic were water, you're using a bucket when you need a syringe. Maybe if you used examples that didn't require medical equipment, fine. You're using a garden hose when you need an eyedropper. Is that sufficiently pedestrian for you? Much better, thank you. Harry narrowed his focus. He was trying to unlock the cupboard door, not because he wanted to escape, he'd learned that escaping led to worse consequences, but because Marvolo insisted that precision was the foundation of all advanced magic. The lock was a simple bolt, the kind that slides into a slot. He needed to push it exactly 1 centimeter to the left. The bolt slid. The door swung open an inch. Harry eased it closed again before anyone saw. Adequate. Adequate? I just unlocked a door with my mind. An unenchanted muggle door with a mechanism a chimpanzee could defeat. When you can unlock a door that's been sealed with magic, we'll celebrate. Now do it again, faster. Their relationship was not warm. Harry understood this early and accepted it with the pragmatism of a child who'd never experienced warmth from an authority figure and therefore didn't know to expect it. Marvolo was not kind. He did not offer praise freely. He did not ask about Harry's feelings or comfort him after bad days or tell him everything would be all right. But he was there. Every morning when Harry opened his eyes and every night when he closed them. He answered questions. He explained things. He treated Harry's intelligence with respect, never dumbing down a concept or dismissing a query. When Harry struggled, Marvolo adjusted his teaching method without judgment. When Harry succeeded, there was a flicker of something through their connection that Harry learned to recognize as satisfaction, not quite pride, but its colder, more precise cousin. And slowly, in the spaces between lessons, they began to talk. Tell me about Hogwarts. What specifically? Everything. What it looks like. What it's like to be there. A pause. When Marvolo spoke again, his voice had shifted, not softer, but less guarded. More like remembering than teaching. The castle is very old. Older than the Ministry of Magic, older than most wizarding institutions. It sits in the Scottish Highlands, hidden from muggles by enchantments layered over centuries. The first time you see it, usually from across the Black Lake, at night, with the windows lit, it looks like something from a fever dream. Too large, too complex, and entirely impossible. You'll want to map it immediately. Don't bother. Hogwarts rearranges itself. Staircases move. Corridors appear and disappear. There are rooms that only exist on certain days of the week. The castle is, to some degree, alive. Harry listened with his eyes closed, building the image in his mind. There are 4 houses. Gryffindor values courage and daring. Ravenclaw values intelligence and learning. Hufflepuff values loyalty and hard work. Slytherin values ambition and cunning. You will be sorted into one of them on your first night, and it will shape every social interaction you have for the next 7 years. Which house were you in? The silence that followed was long enough that Harry thought Marvolo wouldn't answer. Slytherin. Will I be in Slytherin? That depends on what you value. And what you're willing to show. It was the first time Marvolo had deflected a question rather than answering it, and Harry filed that away. He was learning that the gaps in what Marvolo said were often more informative than the words themselves. By March, Harry could move objects up to the weight of a dinner plate, unlock every mundane lock in the house, suppress his accidental magic completely, and maintain his occlumency walls even while sleeping. Marvolo began introducing theory, not spells, which required a wand for proper execution, but the underlying architecture of magic itself. Magic is not a force you command. It is a language you speak. Every spell is a sentence, the incantation is grammar, the wand movement is syntax, the intent is meaning. You can have perfect grammar and perfect syntax, but if the meaning is hollow, the spell will fail. Conversely, if the meaning is powerful enough, you can bend the grammar and still be understood. That's why accidental magic works. The meaning is strong even though there's no grammar at all. Yes. Precisely. You understand this better than most adult wizards, who become so dependent on the grammar, the incantation, the wand, the prescribed movements, that they forget the magic is in them, not in the ritual. Is that why you're teaching me wandless control first? Before I even have a wand? Partially. I'm also teaching it to you because there may come a time when your wand is taken from you, and I refuse to let you be helpless when that happens. Something in his tone made Harry's stomach tighten. You think someone will take my wand? I think you will enter a world where powerful people will want to control you, and the easiest way to control a wizard is to remove his tools. I will not allow that. Not to you. The possessiveness in those last 3 words was startling. Not protective, exactly, Marvolo didn't frame it as caring. It was territorial. Harry belonged to him, or with him, or was in some fundamental way his responsibility, and the idea of someone else exercising power over Harry offended Marvolo on a level that seemed to go beyond strategy. Harry didn't ask about it. But he noticed. The shift in the Dursley household happened gradually, then all at once. Harry stopped flinching. It was that simple and that enormous. When Vernon raised his voice, Harry didn't shrink, he looked at Vernon with calm, level focus and waited for the shouting to end. When Petunia assigned him impossible lists of chores, he completed them with silent efficiency and didn't complain. When Dudley cornered him, that was the day things changed. It was April, and Dudley had brought Piers Polkiss over after school. They found Harry in the back garden, weeding the flower bed. Dudley was feeling bold because Piers was watching, and bold Dudley was dangerous Dudley. Oi, freak. Mum says you missed a spot in the kitchen. Harry continued weeding. He'd learned that Dudley required engagement to escalate. Without a reaction, he usually got bored and left. But Piers was there, and Piers brought out the worst in Dudley the way gasoline brings out the worst in fire. I'm talking to you. Dudley kicked dirt onto the section Harry had just cleared. What are you, deaf as well as stupid? Harry stood up. He brushed the dirt off his knees. He looked at Dudley. That was all. He just looked at him. But something had changed in the quality of Harry's attention over the past months. Something behind his eyes had solidified, a stillness, a weight, that didn't belong in the face of a 10-year-old. Dudley's smirk faltered. What are you staring at? Dudley said, but his voice had risen half a register. Harry didn't speak. Didn't move. He just held Dudley's gaze with the patient, absolute focus of someone who could see all the way through you and found nothing interesting on the other side. Dudley took a step back. His hand, which had been curling into a fist, relaxed. Piers glanced between them, confused. Come on, Dudley muttered to Piers. He's being weird again. They left. Dudley didn't look back, but his shoulders were hunched, and he walked faster than necessary. Adequate intimidation for no expenditure of energy or magic. Well done. I didn't do anything. Exactly. You let him feel the space where his power used to be and discover it was empty. That's more effective than any spell I could teach you. That evening, Dudley refused to sit next to Harry at dinner. He couldn't explain why when Petunia asked, which only made him more agitated. Vernon watched Harry with the narrow, uncertain eyes of a man who sensed a shift in the hierarchy of his own house and didn't know how to address it. Harry ate his small portion in silence, cleared his plate, and went to the cupboard. He didn't need to be told. He just went, and somehow that voluntary withdrawal was more unsettling to the Dursleys than any tantrum would have been. A boy who chose the cupboard was a boy who had found something in it worth choosing. The letter arrived on Harry's birthday. He'd known it was coming, Marvolo had told him exactly when and in what form, but he played the surprised orphan when Vernon snatched it away. He played the confused child during the days of escalating letter deliveries, the boarding up of the mail slot, the flight to the hut on the rock in the sea. This is absurd. Harry stifled a laugh. He was lying on the floor of the freezing hut while the storm raged outside, watching Dudley sleep on the sagging couch and listening to Vernon's snores from the bedroom. It's a bit funny, though. A grown man dismantled his own mail slot to avoid a letter. This is not a household, it's a comedy of neuroses. You're not wrong. I want you to listen carefully. In approximately 3 hours, a man will come to deliver your letter in person. His name is Hagrid. He is the Hogwarts groundskeeper, half-giant, enormously strong, fiercely loyal to Dumbledore, and incapable of keeping a secret to save his life. He is not a threat. But he is a test. A test? Of your ability to perform. You know things no Muggle-raised child should know. You need to appear ignorant, overwhelmed, and grateful. You need to seem like a normal boy receiving extraordinary news for the first time. Can you do that? I've been pretending to be normal my whole life. Then pretend you're pretending for the first time. It needs to be convincing. Dumbledore will debrief Hagrid, and every detail of your reaction will be reported. You keep mentioning Dumbledore like he's someone I should worry about. A long pause. Rain hammered the roof of the hut. Albus Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts and the most powerful wizard in Britain. He placed you with the Dursleys. He has monitored you, loosely, through proxies, for your entire life. He has a plan for you, Harry, and it is not a plan you were consulted about. He is not evil. He may even believe he is acting in your best interest. But he treats people as pieces on a board, and pieces do not get to choose their own moves. You will choose your own moves. Harry lay in the dark and thought about that. Outside, the sea threw itself against the rocks like it was trying to tear them down. What was his plan? Harry asked quietly. That, Marvolo said, I am not yet certain of. But I know enough to be concerned. For now, play the part. Be the boy who lived. Be humble, awed, grateful. Let them think you are clay waiting to be shaped. We both know you are not clay. At midnight, the door shuddered on its hinges. 3 booming knocks. Harry wiped the expression from his face, pulled on a look of frightened wonder, and waited for the door to come down. Hagrid was exactly as Marvolo described, enormous, kind, incapable of subtlety, and so earnest it was almost painful. Harry played his part well. He gasped at the right moments. He asked the right questions. When Hagrid told him he was a wizard, Harry let his eyes go wide and his mouth fall open, and Marvolo murmured, slightly less theatric, and Harry dialed it back. But Diagon Alley was harder to fake, because Diagon Alley was genuinely overwhelming. The wall behind the leaky cauldron opened and Harry forgot his performance for a full 5 seconds. The cobblestone street stretched ahead of him, narrow and crooked and impossibly alive, shops stacked 3 and 4 stories high, painted in colors that shouldn't exist side by side but somehow did, windows displaying cauldrons and books and brooms and things that moved and shimmered and occasionally shrieked. The air smelled like cinnamon and ozone and something herbal he couldn't identify. Owls swooped between the rooftops. A woman walked past levitating a stack of boxes taller than she was, and a goblin in a pinstripe suit stepped around her without looking up from his ledger. Close your mouth. Harry closed his mouth. Good. Now, pay attention. Everything you see here contains information. The shops tell you what wizards value. The people tell you where the power structures are. Watch who defers to whom. Watch which shops are prosperous and which are struggling. This is not a shopping trip, it is reconnaissance. Harry watched. Hagrid led him through the crowd, oblivious to the fact that Harry was cataloging every detail with the focused intensity of a boy who'd been trained for months by a voice that never let him be lazy. Gringotts was overwhelming in a different way, the goblin's cold competence, the wild cart ride into the depths, the vault filled with gold Harry hadn't known existed. Marvolo was quiet through most of it, but when Hagrid retrieved the small, grubby package from Vault 713, Harry felt a spike of sharp interest through their connection. Interesting. That item has significant magical resonance. Remember the vault number. What is it? I'm not certain. But Dumbledore doesn't send a groundskeeper on a high-security retrieval unless he wants it done quietly. Whatever that package contains, it's important enough to hide and dangerous enough to move. They bought robes, Madame Malkin's, where Harry had a brief, unimpressive encounter with a pale, pointed boy who talked about racing brooms and house politics, books, Flourish and Blots, where Marvolo provided a running commentary on which texts were useful and which were propaganda, and ingredients, the apothecary, which smelled like death and vinegar and fascinated Harry completely. Then they approached Ollivanders, and Marvolo went quiet. Not his usual thoughtful silence, or his tactical pauses between instructions. A true, deep quiet, the mental equivalent of someone holding their breath. Harry felt the absence of Marvolo's background presence like stepping into a room where the music has suddenly stopped. Marvolo. Nothing. Marvolo, get your wand. I will speak to you after. The shop was narrow and dusty and crammed with long, thin boxes stacked to the ceiling. The old man behind the counter, silver-eyed, unblinking, with hands that moved like a pianist's, studied Harry with an intensity that bordered on uncomfortable. Ah, yes. Harry Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you. Ollivander's gaze drifted to Harry's forehead. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Your mother's was willow. 10¼ inches. Swishy. Lovely wand for charm work. Your father preferred mahogany. 11 inches. Pliable. Excellent for transfiguration. He paused. His silver eyes didn't blink. I'm sorry to say I also remember the wand that gave you that scar. 13½ inches. You. Very powerful. Very powerful indeed. A tape measure was flying around Harry, measuring the distance between his nostrils and things of that nature, and Ollivander was pulling boxes off the shelves with the practiced speed of someone who could find any item in his shop blindfolded. Try this. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Harry waved it. Nothing. Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. A stack of boxes fell over. No. Here, ebony and unicorn hair. The window cracked. On it went. 6 wands, 10, 15. With each failure, Ollivander seemed less frustrated and more excited, which Harry found slightly alarming. Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, I wonder, now, yes, why not, an unusual combination. He disappeared into the back of the shop and returned with a box he held differently from the others. Not more carefully, exactly, but with a kind of reluctant significance, the way you might carry a letter you'd been hoping never to deliver. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry's fingers closed around the wand and the world changed. Warmth flooded up his arm like stepping into sunlight after years in the dark. Golden sparks cascaded from the wand's tip, dancing through the dusty air like fireflies. Every box on the shelves rattled. The light in the shop brightened. Harry felt his magic, the hum he'd been learning to touch and direct for months, surge to the surface and sing through the holly wood, amplified and focused and more alive than he'd ever felt it. And deep inside his mind, Marvolo flinched. It was unmistakable. A recoil, sharp and involuntary, like touching a hot surface. Harry felt it through their connection, a flash of something raw that Marvolo immediately clamped down on, burying it beneath layers of control. Curious, Ollivander breathed. Very curious. Sorry, Harry said, because it seemed like the thing to say, but what's curious? Ollivander fixed him with those silver eyes. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother gave you that scar. The shop was very quiet. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. I think we must expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes. But great. Harry paid 7 galleons and left the shop with the wand in his pocket and Marvellow's silence pressing against his thoughts like a held breath. They walked through the alley. Hagrid was off buying Harry a birthday present, an owl, it would turn out, a beautiful snowy owl Harry would name Hedwig. Harry ducked into a quiet side street, leaned against a stone wall between 2 shops, and said very softly, "Talk to me." Marvellow's voice, when it came, was stripped of its usual precision. Not broken, but exposed, like a building after a storm has torn away part of its facade. "The wand that gave you your scar. The wand that killed your parents. Its core is the brother to yours. The same phoenix gave both feathers." "I know. He just told me." "You don't understand. Twin cores, brother wands, they cannot be forced to act against each other. If your wand meets its brother in combat, they will connect, and what happens next is unpredictable. This is not coincidence, Harry. This is fate, or something very like it, and I do not trust fate." "You're afraid." A silence so absolute it felt like a vacuum. "I am concerned. The man whose wand is your wand's brother, the main piece of the soul I was torn from, he is not dead. He is diminished, bodiless, but he exists. And he will return. When he does, you will face him, and you will be holding a wand that is cosmically bound to his. I do not know if that makes you more dangerous to him, or him more dangerous to you." Harry stood in the shadowed side street of Diagon Alley, holding his new wand in his pocket, feeling its warmth pulse against his thigh like a second heartbeat. "Both," he said. "It makes us both more dangerous." Marvellow didn't answer, but the flicker of emotion that passed through their connection was unmistakable, the sharp, startled recognition of being surprised by someone you thought you'd already measured. They were walking back toward the leaky cauldron, Hagrid's massive form clearing a path through the crowd ahead, when Harry felt it, a pull. Not physical, something subtler. A tug at the edge of his awareness, like hearing a melody from a distant room and wanting to find its source. He turned his head and saw a narrow gap between 2 shops, barely wide enough for a person to pass through, leading to a darker, quieter street that branched off the main alley at an odd angle. He knew, without Marvellow telling him, what it was. The cobblestones were darker. The light was thinner. A sign at the entrance read Nocturne Alley in letters that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "Don't go in." "I wasn't, you were. Your feet had already turned. I don't blame you, the pull is partly your magic, which recognizes the resonance of the items sold there, and partly me. My presence in you creates an affinity for certain types of magic that you'll need to learn to manage." "What types of magic?" "Dark magic. The term is loaded, it carries more fear than it deserves and less respect than it warrants. Dark magic is not evil magic. It is magic that draws on primal forces, blood, death, pain, shadow, transformation through destruction. It is powerful, dangerous, and largely forbidden in Wizarding Britain. It is also what I was, what the person I came from was, an expert in." Harry looked at the entrance to Nocturne Alley. Somewhere in its depths, something caught the light and flashed, a mirror, or a piece of glass, or eyes. "Will you teach me?" "Yes. But not yet, and not from shops. The knowledge I carry is sufficient. When you are ready, when your foundations are solid enough that the weight won't crack them, we will begin." "How will I know when I'm ready?" "You won't. I will." Harry turned away from Nocturne Alley and followed Hagrid into the leaky cauldron. But he remembered the pull, and the flash in the darkness, and the way his magic had leaned toward it like a plant toward light. That night, back in the cupboard, soon to be upgraded to Dudley's second bedroom, Vernon's fear outweighed his spite now. Harry lay with his wand in his hand and his owl sleeping in her cage on the floor beside him. "Tell me about the threshold," he said. The pause was different from the one in Ollivander's shop. That had been fear, or as close to fear as Marvolo seemed capable of reaching. This was reluctance. The careful hesitation of someone standing at the edge of a topic they would rather not visit. Where did you hear that word? You've said it twice. Once in your sleep, or whatever you do when I'm asleep and you're not teaching me. And once 3 weeks ago, when you were explaining why certain types of magic leave traces that don't fade. You have an inconvenient memory. You trained it to be that way. Talk. Another pause. Then, slowly, like drawing a splinter, the threshold is the boundary between life and death. Not a metaphor, an actual, measurable barrier that exists at the edge of consciousness. Every living thing approaches it at the moment of death and crosses it. Ghosts are those who refuse to cross. Inferi are corpses pulled back from its edge. Dementors. Dementors exist on the threshold itself, feeding on both sides. The man I was, the person whose fragment I am, was obsessed with death. Not with dying, with conquering it. He traveled the world searching for methods to make himself immortal. One of those methods was the creation of Horcruxes, objects containing pieces of his soul, which anchor him to life even if his body is destroyed. I am one such fragment, accidentally created, accidentally housed in you. But the Horcruxes were not his only experiment. During his travels through Eastern Europe, he found a place where the threshold was thin, a valley in Albania where the boundary between life and death could be approached. Not crossed, approached. And he performed a ritual there. A probing. An attempt to understand the architecture of mortality itself. He succeeded. And in the process, he discovered that the other side of the threshold is not empty. Harry's skin prickled. What's there? Something. I don't have a clear memory of it, my fragment was torn away before the full understanding crystallized. But I carry the echo. There is an intelligence on the other side. Not human, not a spirit, not any category of entity recognized by magical taxonomy. Something vast and patient and fundamentally other. And the man I was, by splitting his soul, by tearing holes in the fabric that separates life from death, drew its attention. Every Horcrux is a wound in the threshold. Every soul fragment that refuses to move on is a crack in the barrier. The more fragments he created, the wider the cracks became. How many did he make? I don't know. Several. Perhaps many. Each one is a violation of the natural order, and each one weakens the wall that keeps that intelligence, that thing, on its side of the divide. Harry stared at the ceiling. The shadows from the streetlight outside played across the underside of the stairs, and for a moment, they seemed to move with a purpose that had nothing to do with the light. You're afraid of it, Harry said. Not accusingly, just observing. I am a fragment of a human soul lodged in a living child's scar. I am incapable of fear in the way you experience it. But I am aware that the thing beyond the threshold represents a category of danger that no amount of training or power can fully address. It is not a dark wizard. It is not a monster. It is a force of nature that has become aware of a species of ants that keep scratching at its door. The man I became did many foolish things in the pursuit of conquering death. Some of them may yet have consequences. They sat with that for a long time. Harry scratched Hedwig's head through the bars of her cage, and she hooted softly, and the sound was so normal and so warm that it felt like a shield against the things Marvolo was describing. Can we stop it? Harry asked. If it comes through. I don't know. I don't know enough yet. But I know that the more we learn, about magic, about the threshold, about the nature of the barrier, the better our chances. This is why your training matters, Harry. Not just because of dark wizards and political games and a prophecy you don't yet know about. Because there are forces in motion that make human conflicts look trivial, and you, by accident, by fate, by the scar on your forehead, are standing at the intersection of all of them. Harry closed his eyes. No pressure, then. For the first time since Marvolo had begun speaking to him, Harry heard something that might have been a laugh. Not a full laugh, more like the ghost of one, a vibration of dark amusement that flickered through their connection like heat lightning. No pressure at all. The remaining weeks before September 1st passed in a blur of preparation. Marvolo had Harry reading his textbooks cover to cover, not for the spells, those would come when he had proper instruction, but for the theory. Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 was acceptable but superficial. A History of Magic was biased toward the Ministry's preferred narrative but useful for understanding how wizards think about themselves. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling was the only genuinely useful text in your required list, and even it doesn't go far enough. Harry absorbed it all with the hunger of someone who'd spent 10 years being told he was stupid by people too afraid of him to look him in the eye. He practiced his occlumency until the walls were second nature, not something he had to consciously maintain, but a permanent architecture of his mental landscape. Marvolo helped him build additional layers, a false surface that projected the thoughts and emotions of a normal, anxious 11-year-old, excitement about magic, homesickness, worry about making friends, so that any casual mental probe would find exactly what it expected. Beneath that, the real fortress. There will be at least 2 accomplished legilimens at Hogwarts. Dumbledore is the most dangerous, he reads people the way you and I read books, effortlessly and habitually. The other is the potions master, Severus Snape. He is cruder but more aggressive. He uses eye contact as his vector. Do not hold his gaze for more than 3 seconds until you are confident your shields can handle a direct assault. You know a lot about the Hogwarts staff. I know a lot about everything. It's my most useful quality and my most annoying one. Ready your trunk, we leave for King's Cross in 12 hours. Harry packed his trunk with the methodical precision Marvolo had drilled into him. Wand in his pocket, always. Books organized by subject. Robes folded. Ingredients stored. And tucked into the false bottom of the trunk, a modification Harry had made using careful wandless magic, Marvolo guiding his hands, a notebook filled with every lesson, every theory, every piece of knowledge Marvolo had shared over the past 11 months. Written in a cipher they developed together, part English, part Parseltongue phonetics, completely unreadable to anyone else. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Vernon drove Harry to King's Cross Station with the air of a man disposing of hazardous waste. He dropped Harry at the entrance with his trunk and owl, grunted something about picking him up at summer, and drove away without looking back. Harry watched the car disappear into traffic. He felt nothing. That surprised him, he'd expected at least a twinge of something, some residual attachment to the only home he'd known, however terrible. But there was just emptiness where the Dursleys had been, and ahead of him, a barrier between platforms 9 and 10 that led to everything else. Walk through the barrier. Don't hesitate, hesitation causes collisions. Straight through, confident pace, and you'll emerge on platform 9 3/4. Harry pushed his trolley forward and walked through the solid brick wall without slowing down. The Hogwarts Express was scarlet and enormous, breathing steam that curled around the platform like fog. Families crowded the space, parents hugging children, owls screeching, trunks banging against shins. The noise was overwhelming after the quiet of Privet Drive, and Harry stood still for a moment, letting it wash over him. Find a compartment near the middle of the train. It offers the best tactical position, equidistant from both ends, with escape routes in either direction. You want me to choose my seat based on escape routes? I want you to develop the habit of assessing every environment for tactical advantage. Eventually it will become instinctive. Now move, you're attracting attention standing there with your mouth open. Harry moved. He found a compartment halfway down the train, stowed his trunk, settled Hedwig's cage on the seat beside him, and watched the platform through the window. A large family of redheads caught his eye, a harried-looking mother shepherding what seemed like an army of sons toward the train, each one taller and more freckled than the last. A girl, the youngest, was crying because she couldn't go yet. The train lurched and began to move. Harry watched London scroll past the window, then suburbs, then fields, then rolling countryside that got progressively wilder as they moved north. The compartment door slid open. "Anyone sitting here?" The youngest-looking red-headed boy stood in the doorway, ears pink, carrying a battered trunk. "Everywhere else is full." It wasn't. Harry had passed at least 3 empty compartments on his way in. But the boy looked nervous and hopeful, and Harry recognized the expression of someone trying to make a connection without quite knowing how. "Go ahead," Harry said. The boy sat down. His eyes flicked to Harry's forehead, to the scar, and Harry saw the exact moment of recognition hit. Do you, blimey, are you Harry Potter? And so it begins. The name. The fame. The expectations. Watch how he treats you after he knows, it will tell you everything about whether he's worth keeping. Harry pushed Marvellow's cynicism aside. "Yeah," he said. "I am." The boy's ears went even redder. "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Nice to meet you, Ron." They talked. Ron was easy to talk to, unguarded, funny, casually informative about the wizarding world in a way that filled in gaps even Marvellow hadn't covered. He explained Quidditch, Harry filed away the tactical elements and ignored the rest, complained about his brothers, Harry listened for information about the Weasley family dynamics, and shared his sandwiches. When the trolley lady came through, Harry bought enough sweets for both of them, and the look on Ron's face, surprised, pleased, not quite sure how to handle generosity, told Harry more about the Weasley family's financial situation than any words could have. Ron was kind. Ron was genuine. Ron was exactly the type of person Harry needed to be seen with, friendly, approachable, and so thoroughly not dark magic that his proximity was camouflage. That's a cold way to think about a potential friend. The thought was Harry's own, directed inward, and Marvellow's response was immediate. Cold and accurate are not mutually exclusive. He can be both useful and genuinely liked. The two are not in conflict. "What house do you think you'll be in?" Ron asked through a mouthful of cauldron cake. "Not sure. My parents were in Gryffindor, so maybe there." "Same. My whole family's been Gryffindor. I think I'd just leave if I got sorted into Slytherin, you know. Every person in this school is either a tool, a threat, or irrelevant. Learn which is which before they learn what you are." Harry looked at Ron, earnest, freckled, with chocolate on his chin, and thought, or I could just make friends. Marvellow's reply was dry as dust, how novel. The compartment door slid open again. A girl with bushy brown hair and an air of barely contained energy leaned in. She was already wearing her Hogwarts robes, and her expression suggested she'd memorized the entire student handbook before boarding. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." "No," Ron said. The girl's gaze swept the compartment with the efficiency of someone cataloging everything in it. She registered Harry, registered the scar, and to her credit, didn't gawk. Instead, she sat down uninvited and said, "You're Harry Potter. I've read about you in modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century." Ron stared at her. Harry felt Marvellow's assessment snap into focus like a lens adjusting. Intelligent. Overcompensating, she's nervous and using knowledge as a social tool. Muggle-born, judging by her eagerness to prove she belongs. Watch her. She's either going to be invaluable or exhausting. Possibly both. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said. "And you are?" "Ron Weasley," Ron managed. "Pleasure." She turned back to Harry. "I've tried a few simple spells for practice, and they've all worked for me. I hope they start teaching us properly soon. I've learned all the course books by heart, of course, but, which one's your favorite?" Harry interrupted. Hermione blinked. It was clearly not the response she'd expected. What? Which textbook? If you've read them all, you must have a favorite." She stared at him for a moment, and something shifted in her expression. The manic energy dimmed slightly, replaced by something warmer. "Magical theory, by Adalbert Waffling," she said. "It's the only one that actually explains why spells work, not just how to cast them." "I take it back. She's invaluable." Harry smiled. "That's mine too." The rest of the train ride passed in conversation, sometimes three-way, sometimes just Harry and Hermione diving into theory while Ron ate sweets and interjected with practical observations that were surprisingly insightful. When the compartment door opened a third time, it wasn't a friend who entered. "Is it true? They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment." "The boy from Madame Malkin's." Pale, pointed, with two thick-bodied boys flanking him like bookends. He looked at Harry the way a collector looks at a rare item he hasn't yet decided how to acquire. "I'm Draco Malfoy." Ron coughed, which might have been a laugh. Draco's eyes flicked to him with the precision of a scalpel. "Think my name's funny, do you? Red hair, hand-me-down robes, you must be a Weasley." Ron's ears went crimson. But before he could retort, Harry spoke. "Malfoy. I've heard the name." He hadn't, or rather, he had, from Marvolo, who'd provided a detailed briefing on every major wizarding family. But he let the words land with just enough ambiguity that Draco couldn't tell if he meant it positively or negatively. Draco's expression shifted, uncertain. He'd come in expecting either acceptance or rejection, the binary that his social world operated on. Harry was giving him neither. "I can help you figure out the right sort of people, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort." He extended his hand. Harry looked at the hand. Then at Draco. He didn't take it, but he didn't slap it away either. "I appreciate the offer," Harry said evenly. "But I think I'll figure out the right sort on my own. Nothing personal, I just prefer to make my own assessments." Draco's hand hung in the air for a long, painful second. His pale face flushed. He'd been dismissed, not rudely, not aggressively, but dismissed nonetheless, and the courtesy of it somehow made it worse. "You'll regret that, Potter," he said quietly, and left with his two flankers in tow. Ron exhaled. How did you do that?" "He looked like you'd slapped him." "Better than slapping him. You've left the door open, he doesn't know if you're an enemy or a potential ally who set a higher price than he expected. He'll come back. They always do." "Do what?" Harry asked Ron innocently. "Just, shut him up like that. Without even being rude." Harry shrugged. "I was rude. I just did it politely." Hermione looked at Harry with an expression he was beginning to recognize, the look of someone recalculating their assumptions. "That was very deliberate," she said carefully. "I just didn't want to shake his hand." She didn't look convinced, but she let it drop. The train rounded a bend, and there, rising from the darkness on the far side of a vast black lake, was Hogwarts. Even Marvolo went quiet. It was everything he described and nothing like what Harry had imagined. The castle was immense, not just large but layered, towers and turrets and battlements built on top of one another across what seemed like centuries, windows glowing amber and gold, the whole structure reflected in the still black water below so it looked like the castle extended infinitely in both directions, up into the stars and down into the depths. Harry's magic stirred. Not the controlled, directed pulse he'd been training, something deeper and more instinctive, a resonance, as if the magic in the castle was calling to the magic in him and his magic was answering. "Home," Marvolo said, and Harry couldn't tell if the voice was speaking to him or to itself. They crossed the lake in boats, Hagrid leading, the first years packed 4 to a vessel, the castle growing larger with every stroke until it filled the sky above them. Harry shared a boat with Ron, Hermione, and a round-faced boy named Neville who had recovered his toad and held it in a white-knuckled grip like he expected it to make another break for freedom at any moment. Then they were inside, corridors of stone, torchlight, the distant hum of hundreds of voices behind a set of massive doors. Professor McGonagall met them in the entrance hall, tall and severe, with an expression that suggested she had been dealing with 11-year-olds for longer than any human should be expected to endure. She explained the sorting. For houses. Your house is your family. Points for triumphs, points deducted for rule breaking. She says that last part like it's a deterrent. In practice, points are meaningless, social currency with no real value. Focus on relationships, not numbers. The doors opened. The great hall spread before them like a cathedral designed by someone who'd never heard the word restraint. For long tables, hundreds of students, thousands of candles floating in midair, and above it all, a ceiling that wasn't a ceiling, it was the sky, stars and clouds and the lingering edge of sunset, as if someone had simply removed the roof and dared the weather to object. At the head table, Harry saw Dumbledore. The old wizard looked exactly like his chocolate frog card, half-moon spectacles, silver beard, robes of deep purple. His blue eyes swept the line of first-years with gentle interest. Harry felt those eyes linger on him for a fraction of a second longer than anyone else. In that fraction, something pressed against his acclimacy shields, light, almost playful, like someone testing a locked door with their fingertips. The pressure withdrew. Dumbledore smiled. He just tried to read you. Casually, the way he does with all new students. He felt your shields. He knows something is different about you. Harry kept his face blank and looked away. Don't panic. He felt resistance, that's all. Many magical children develop rudimentary mental defenses instinctively. He'll file it away and probe more carefully later. By then, your false surface will be polished enough to fool him. I hope. That last part was said so quietly Harry almost missed it. Marvolo wasn't certain. That was new, and not comforting. McGonagall placed a battered, patched hat on a stool at the front of the hall. The hat's brim opened like a mouth and it began to sing. Harry barely listened. He was watching the head table, cataloguing faces. A tiny professor who must be Flitwick. A large woman with dirt under her fingernails, Professor Sprout, probably. A man with a turban wrapped around his head, speaking to, his scar seared. Not the warm pulse he'd grown used to. A blade of white-hot pain that drove from his forehead to the base of his skull and back. Harry's vision whited out for a half-second, and when it cleared, his hands were shaking and his eyes were watering and Marvolo was terrified. The fear hit Harry through their connection like a wave of ice water. It was total, absolute, the response of a being confronted with its own annihilation. And it was directed at the man in the turban. No. At the man the turban professor was speaking to, or rather, at something attached to the turban professor, something Harry couldn't see but could feel, a presence that tasted like Marvolo but wrong, like a mirror reflection that had learned to move on its own. Don't look at him. Don't look. Don't, Harry. You all right? Ron was peering at him with concern. Fine, Harry managed. Just, headache. He pressed his palm to his scar and turned his face away from the head table. Marvolo was pulling himself together with visible effort, his mental voice shaking in a way Harry had never heard before. The man in the turban. His name is Quirrell. He is the defense against the dark arts professor. And he is carrying the main piece of the soul I was torn from. Harry's blood went cold. The Dark Lord is in this castle, Harry. Wearing a man like a suit. And if he discovers what I am, if he senses this fragment inside you, he will try to reclaim it. The extraction will kill us both. The Sorting Hat finished its song. The hall erupted in applause. McGonagall unrolled a scroll of names. Harry stood in line with the other first years, hands steady, face composed, scar burning, and the voice inside his head saying, "We are in more danger than I calculated. We need to be very, very careful." Abbott, Hannah. Every person in this hall, Marvolo whispered, and his voice was steel now, the fear compressed into something harder and more useful. Every person is either a tool, a threat, or irrelevant. But the man in the turban is none of those things. He is death walking, and he is sitting 20 feet from where you will eat your meals for the next 7 years. Hufflepuff, the hat shouted. We need a plan. Bones, Susan. Harry straightened his spine. His hands stopped shaking. Then let's make one, he said. Hufflepuff. The line moved forward. Name by name, the first years peeled away to their houses. Harry watched each sorting with the focused attention Marvolo had trained into him, noting which students went where, who looked confident, who looked afraid, who looked like they already knew the outcome. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically ran to the stool. The hat sat on her head for nearly a minute before shouting, Gryffindor, and Harry saw her exhale with relief so profound it was almost comical. She hurried to the Gryffindor table and caught Harry's eye, smiling nervously. He nodded. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's head before screaming, Slytherin. Draco swaggered to the Slytherin table like he'd won something, and perhaps in his mind, he had. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall went quiet. Not gradually, instantly, as if someone had turned a dial. Every head turned. Every eye locked onto the thin, dark-haired boy walking to the stool with a calm, measured stride that didn't quite match an 11-year-old's gait. Harry sat. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head, and the brim fell over his eyes, and the world disappeared. Well, well, well. The hat's voice was different from Marvolo's, older, drier, with the weary patience of something that had been doing the same job for 1,000 years and had lost all capacity for surprise. Until now. What is this? Don't, Marvolo started. I know what you are, the hat said, and its tone had shifted from curious to sharp. I've touched 1,000 minds, fragment. I know the texture of a torn soul. You shouldn't be here. This is wrong. Many things in this world are wrong, Marvolo replied, and Harry could feel him erecting additional mental barriers, trying to shield their connection from the hat's probing. That doesn't change the situation. The boy needs to be sorted. The boy needs to be examined by someone far more qualified than a singing hat. Does Dumbledore know? No, Harry said, inserting himself into the conversation with a firmness that surprised both the hat and Marvolo. And he's not going to. Not from you. You keep student secrets, that's part of your enchantment. I know because I read about it. The hat was silent for a long moment. You're right. I am bound to confidentiality. But I am also bound to sort you, and what lives in your head complicates that considerably. Slytherin, Marvolo said immediately. Strategic advantage, access to, I wasn't asking you, the hat snapped. I was asking the boy. Mr. Potter, where do you want to be? Harry thought about it. He thought about his parents in Gryffindor, about the social capital of being the boy who lived in the House of the Brave, about the fact that no one suspects a Gryffindor of dark magic. Practical reasoning, the hat observed. Very Slytherin of you. Gryffindor, Harry said. My parents were there. And I'd rather be underestimated than expected. The hat considered this. You have courage, genuine, not performed. You have ambition, hidden, but burning. You have a mind that any Ravenclaw would envy. And you have a passenger that would make Salazar himself uncomfortable. I'm going to put you in Gryffindor. Not because it's where you belong, you'd thrive in any house. But because it's where you'll be tested the most, and testing is what you need. The courage to walk the path you're on, the one with darkness in your head and light in your choices, that requires a lion's heart, Mr. Potter. But hear me, whatever lives in you is dangerous. Not because it is evil, I've touched it, and the truth is more complicated than that. But because it is powerful, and power without wisdom destroys everything it touches. Be wise, Mr. Potter. Gryffindor. The hat came off. The Gryffindor table exploded. Harry walked toward the cheering, red and gold mass of students, sat down between Ron, who'd saved him a seat, and Hermione, and folded his hands on the table. "Gryffindor," Marvolo said, with the tone of someone who had just lost an argument and was deciding whether to be gracious about it. "Fine. We'll make it work." Harry almost smiled. Almost. Then he glanced at the head table, and Professor Quirrell was looking directly at him, and beneath the turban, something else was looking too. The smile died. "Remember," Marvolo said quietly. "Whatever happens, whatever comes through those doors, we face it together. You are not alone, Harry. You have never been alone. Not since the night I woke up inside a crying infant and decided that if he was going to survive, he would survive as something extraordinary." Harry looked away from Quirrell. Looked at Ron, who was piling potatoes onto his plate with cheerful abandon. At Hermione, who was already asking a prefect about the class schedule. At the enchanted ceiling above, where the stars burned in a sky that wasn't really there. "We're going to have to be extraordinary, aren't we?" Harry asked. Marvolo's response carried the ghost of that almost laugh, dark and sharp and strangely warm. "My dear boy, we already are." Chapter 2, Serpent Among Lions. Harry woke at 5 in the morning on his first day of classes because Marvolo wouldn't let him sleep. "Get up. You have 3 hours before breakfast. That's enough time to explore 2 floors of the castle without being seen. Normal students don't explore the castle before dawn. Normal students don't have a parasitic soul fragment coaching them through a covert survival situation. Up. Now." Harry dressed in the grey half-light of the dormitory, moving quietly past the curtained beds of his sleeping housemates. Ron's snoring was remarkable, a steady, industrial sound that seemed physically impossible from a boy that thin. Neville mumbled something about his toad. Seamus Finnegan had managed to set his pillow smoldering at some point in the night, and a thin trail of smoke curled toward the ceiling. The common room was empty. The fire had burned low, casting copper light across the armchairs and the portrait of the fat lady, who was dozing in her frame. Harry slipped through the portrait hole and out into the castle. Hogwarts at 5 in the morning was a different creature than Hogwarts at night. The corridors were silent but not still. The castle breathed. Portraits shifted in their sleep, their painted chests rising and falling. Suits of armor creaked as they settled. Somewhere far below, Harry could hear the distant murmur of water, the plumbing, or the lake, or something else entirely. Left at the next junction. There's a staircase that leads to a shortcut between the 3rd and 7th floors. It passes behind a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy on the 7th floor. Remember this route. Harry memorized it. He memorized the corridors, the shortcuts, the dead ends, the trick steps that swallowed your leg if you forgot to skip them. Marvolo's knowledge of the castle was decades old and occasionally outdated. A corridor he remembered as open was now walled off, a staircase that had been reliable now swung to different landings on a schedule neither of them could predict, but the foundational architecture hadn't changed, and within an hour, Harry had a mental map that covered more of Hogwarts than most 7th years ever learned. "Stop. Do you feel that?" Harry stopped. He was on the 3rd floor corridor, the one Dumbledore had specifically warned students away from at the feast. The air here was different, heavier, charged, like the static before a thunderstorm. His magic responded to it, prickling along his arms. Enchantments. Serious ones. Multiple layers. I can feel at least 4 distinct signatures. Whatever is behind that door is protected by several members of staff, each contributing a different defensive measure. The thing Hagrid picked up from Gringotts? Almost certainly. Dumbledore moved it here for a reason, and the protections suggest he expects someone to try to take it. Harry stared at the door. It was just a door, wooden, unremarkable, with a simple lock. But behind it, he could feel the magic humming like a transformer. We don't touch this yet. We observe, we gather information, and when the time comes, we act from a position of knowledge, not curiosity. Understood? Understood. Good. Now get to breakfast before anyone notices you've been roaming. You're a first-year Gryffindor, Act like one. Harry headed for the Great Hall, filing the third-floor corridor away in the mental archive Marvolo had helped him construct. By the time he sat down at the Gryffindor table and reached for the toast, Ron was stumbling in with his robes inside out and his tie knotted somewhere around his left ear. "Morning," Ron yawned. "How long have you been up?" "Not long. You look like you've been awake for hours." "Just excited for classes," Harry said, which was technically true. Charms was first. Professor Flitwick was so small he stood on a stack of books to see over his desk, which would have been comical if his magical knowledge hadn't been immediately, obviously vast. He began with the theory of levitation charms, the relationship between intent, incantation, and wand movement, and Harry listened with the quiet attention of someone hearing a simplified version of something they already understood at a much deeper level. His technique is sound. Clean fundamentals. He was a dueling champion in his youth, watch his wand hand when he demonstrates. The economy of movement is martial, not academic. Harry watched. Flitwick's demonstrations were fluid, no wasted motion, no excessive flourish. When he levitated a feather, it wasn't the gentle floating most students would attempt later. It rose crisply, hung perfectly still, then descended at precisely the speed Flitwick intended. Control. When they practiced, Harry let the feather rise on his third attempt. Not his first, too conspicuous. Not his fifth, too slow for someone who was supposed to be talented. Third felt right. Unremarkable excellence. "Oh, very good, Mr. Potter." 5 points to Gryffindor. Hermione got it on her first try, which drew everyone's attention away from Harry, which was exactly where he wanted it. Let the girl be the obvious prodigy. It provides cover. Harry didn't like thinking of Hermione as cover, but he couldn't deny the logic. Transfiguration was different. Professor McGonagall ran her classroom like a military operation. She opened with a demonstration, transforming her desk into a pig and back again, that was so casually impressive it silenced the entire room. Then she assigned them the task of turning a match into a needle, and it became clear that Transfiguration was not going to be a class where anyone coasted. Transfiguration requires the clearest intent of any magical discipline. You must simultaneously hold in your mind the object as it is, the object as it will be, and the pathway between the two states. It's essentially restructuring reality through force of will. The incantation and wand movement are scaffolding, without the mental architecture, they're empty gestures. Harry picked up his match. He felt its weight, its texture, the dry wood and the chemical head. Then he imagined it as a needle, steel, smooth, pointed, with an eye at one end. He held both images in his mind and reached for the pathway between them. His wand moved. The incantation, barely a whisper. The match shivered. The wood grain tightened, silvered, hardened. The chemical head sharpened to a point. In his palm sat a needle, not perfect, still slightly brown at one end, but unmistakably a needle. McGonagall appeared at his desk. She picked up the needle, turned it over in her fingers, and looked at Harry with an expression that was simultaneously pleased and analytical. "Well done, Mr. Potter. The tip is excellent, the base needs work, but the fundamental transformation is solid." She paused. "Your wand work is unconventional." "Is that bad, Professor?" "Not necessarily. It's efficient. You use less movement than the standard technique prescribes. Most students have the opposite problem." She placed the needle back on his desk. "Do it again. Get the base right this time." Harry did it again. The base came out silver. McGonagall awarded Gryffindor 10 points and moved on, but Harry caught her glancing back at him twice during the remainder of the class, her brow furrowed in the way of someone who'd noticed something she couldn't quite categorize. "She's sharp. She'll remember that your wand work doesn't match the prescribed movements in the textbook. She'll file it away and watch for patterns. Don't deviate from standard technique in her class again until you have a plausible explanation for why your spellcasting is different." What explanation would that be? I'll think of one. For now, be more ordinary. Being ordinary was harder than it sounded. History of Magic was a wasted hour in which a ghost named Professor Binns droned about goblin rebellions while the entire class either fell asleep or passed notes. Harry used the time for occlumency practice, reinforcing his false mental surface while organizing the real information he was gathering about the castle, the staff, and his fellow students. Herbology was pleasant and undemanding. Professor Sprout was warm, enthusiastic, and primarily concerned with whether you could handle a plant without killing it or yourself. Harry found it relaxing after the tension of performing in charms and transfiguration. Then came potions. The dungeon classroom was cold, dim, and deliberately unwelcoming. Glass jars lined the walls, containing things that floated in murky liquids and occasionally bumped against the glass as if testing for weaknesses. The students filed in and sat in silence, because even on the first day, everyone had heard enough about Professor Snape to know that silence was wise. Snape entered the room the way a storm enters a valley, sudden, dark, and commanding. His black robes billowed behind him with a theatricality that was either practiced or supernatural. He was tall, sallow-skinned, with a hooked nose and lank black hair, and his eyes were the coldest Harry had ever seen in a human face. Careful. This is the Legilimens I warned you about. He will use eye contact. Keep your shields tight and your false surface ready. Snape took the roll call. When he reached Harry's name, he paused. Ah, yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. A few Slytherins sniggered. Draco Malfoy's smirk was visible from 3 rows back. Snape looked up from the roll. His black eyes locked onto Harry's, and Harry felt it, a push. Not gentle, not subtle. A cold, probing pressure against his mental shields, like someone pressing a thumb into clay to test its give. Harry's false surface held. The pressure met a mind full of nervous excitement, worry about making friends, vague homesickness, wonder at the magical world, everything a normal first year should be feeling. Beneath it, behind the false front, the real Harry sat behind walls of element brick and mathematical precision, watching the intrusion with calm interest. Snape pushed harder. The pressure increased. Harry's pulse quickened, not from fear, but from the effort of maintaining the false surface while the real shields absorbed the assault. It was like holding a mask in place during a windstorm. Then Snape hit the wall. It was invisible from the outside, no dramatic clash, no flash of light. But Harry saw Snape's expression change. A fractional tightening around the eyes. A micropause in his breathing. He had pushed through the false surface and found, instead of the open, undefended mind of a child, smooth, impenetrable stone. Snape physically stepped back. It was subtle, half a step, easily explained as a shift in posture, but Harry saw it, and Marvolo saw it through Harry's eyes, and they both understood what it meant. Snape was afraid. He knows. Not what I am, but he knows your mind is shielded far beyond anything an 11-year-old should possess. This is a problem. The potion's master recovered quickly. His expression smoothed, and when he spoke, his voice was silk over razors. Potter. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The question was advanced, well beyond first-year curriculum. It was a trap designed to embarrass him. Harry answered. The draught of living death, sir. A sleeping potion so powerful it's virtually indistinguishable from actual death. Snape's jaw tightened. And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. It's a stone that acts as an antidote to most poisons. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite. The dungeon was silent. Hermione's hand, which had been raised since the first question, slowly lowered. Snape stared at Harry for a long moment. His eyes didn't attempt another mental probe, he'd learned that lesson, but the intensity of his gaze was its own kind of pressure. Correct, he said quietly. On all three counts. It seems fame isn't everything. He turned away. Well. Why aren't you all copying that down? The class scrambled for quills. Under the cover of the movement, Harry exhaled slowly. He'll come after you. Not now, he's too rattled. But soon. He recognized the flavor of your shields, Harry. The type of occlumency I taught you, it's structured in a way that's characteristic of a particular school of mental magic. My school. He will wonder how an 11-year-old boy who lived came to learn occlumency techniques developed by the Dark Lord. Can he prove anything? No. But Severus Snape is not a man who requires proof to act on suspicion. Be wary of him. The rest of potions passed in tense silence. Snape swept between the tables, criticizing everyone's efforts with surgical precision, but he didn't look at Harry again. Not once. And that absence of attention was more alarming than any confrontation would have been. The first week established a pattern that Harry maintained through September: excel quietly, attract no more attention than the boy who lived title already guaranteed, and use every spare moment for observation. He watched the staff. McGonagall was fair and formidable. Flitwick was brilliant and underestimated. Sprout was kind. Binns was useless. Snape was dangerous. And Quirrell was a performance. The stuttering, the nervousness, the flinching at his own shadow, all of it was an act. Harry knew this because Marvolo went cold and rigid every time Quirrell entered a room, and because Harry's scar maintained a low, persistent ache during every defense against the dark arts lesson that faded the moment the class ended. He's containing himself. The intelligence behind Quirrell's eyes, the real one, the one hiding under the turban, it's monitoring the school, assessing threats, searching for something. The stone. He wants the stone. How do we stop him? We don't. Not yet. We're not strong enough, and a direct confrontation would expose us both. For now, we watch him the way he watches the school. And we prepare for the moment when watching is no longer sufficient. Harry watched. He attended Quirrell's stammering, disorganized lectures and took notes that looked normal but contained Marvolo's real-time analysis of what Quirrell was doing wrong and what the actual defense curriculum should have covered. He noticed that Quirrell avoided physical contact with everyone. He noticed that Quirrell's stutter disappeared for split seconds when he was caught off guard. He noticed that the garlic smell everyone assumed was Quirrell's vampire paranoia was actually masking something else, something sharper, like decay. He noticed, and he said nothing, and he filed it all away. It was the second week of October when Harry first spoke to Daphne Greengrass. He was in the library, his preferred sanctuary, because the castle's vast collection was the one resource Marvolo couldn't replicate from memory. Marvolo's knowledge was deep but frozen in time. The library was current, updated, and contained works published after the Soul Fragment's creation. Harry was researching ward theory. Not because it was assigned, it was a sixth-year subject at minimum, but because Marvolo had identified it as a critical gap in their knowledge. Wards are the foundation of defensive magic. Every protected space in the wizarding world, homes, businesses, government buildings, Hogwarts itself, relies on ward schemes. Understanding wards means understanding how spaces are protected, which means understanding how protections can be circumvented. It's also essential for our own security. Eventually, you will need spaces that are truly private. Harry had found a dense, technical volume called Principles of Spatial Enchantment and was struggling with a chapter on anchor points when someone sat down across from him. He looked up. The girl was his age, first year, Slytherin, based on the green trim on her robes. She had blonde hair pulled back in a practical knot, sharp features, and blue eyes that assessed Harry with the cool efficiency of someone who'd been raised to evaluate people on sight and file them into categories. She opened a book of her own, Advanced Ward Construction, which was 3 levels above what Harry was reading, and began taking notes without acknowledging his existence. Harry went back to his own reading. 30 seconds passed. You won't find what you're looking for in Waffling's Principles, the girl said without looking up. He doesn't cover dynamic anchor theory until Volume 3, and the library doesn't carry it. Harry looked at her book, then at his. You're reading about wards too. I'm reading about wards because my family's estate relies on a ward scheme designed by my great-great-grandmother, and if I don't understand the architecture, I can't maintain it when I inherit. You're reading about wards because. She looked up. Her eyes flicked to his scar and away again, dismissing it. Because you're curious about something specific. The way you're flipping back and forth between chapters 3 and 7 suggests you're trying to understand how wards interact with living magical signatures. Which is well beyond first-year curiosity. She's observant. And she's not afraid of you. Interesting. Harry closed his book. You're right. I'm trying to understand how wards detect intent, how a protection can tell the difference between someone who means harm and someone who doesn't. Because of the third-floor corridor. Harry said nothing. The girl almost smiled. It was a near thing, a twitch at the corner of her mouth, quickly suppressed. Everyone knows something's hidden up there. Dumbledore practically dared us to investigate by warning us away so dramatically. Most students are either too scared or too smart to try. You're trying to understand the protections first, which makes you either the smartest person in our year or the most dangerous. Can't I be both? This time the smile broke through, brief and sharp. Daphne Greengrass. Harry Potter. I know. Everyone knows. Yes, but most people care. I don't. The Boy Who Lived is a story. You're a person sitting in a library reading ward theory 2 years above your level. The person is more interesting than the story. Harry felt something shift, a door opening, or a wall lowering, or some combination of the two. He'd met plenty of people since arriving at Hogwarts. Ron was loyal and warm. Hermione was brilliant and eager. Neville was kind. But Daphne was the first person who'd looked at him and seemed to see past every layer, the scar, the fame, the carefully constructed ordinary boy, to something real underneath. It made him both cautious and curious. Marvolo was silent, watching through Harry's eyes, assessing. What house is your family aligned with? Harry asked. Politically. The question was blunt enough to be rude, and he knew it. But Daphne had opened the door to directness, and he wanted to see how she handled it. She didn't blink. Neutral. The Greengrass family has maintained political independence for 11 generations. We don't align with the ministry establishment or the old pureblood faction. It makes us useful to both sides and trusted by neither. That sounds lonely. It sounds strategic. Loneliness is a Gryffindor concern. I'm a Gryffindor. I noticed. It doesn't suit you. The words landed like a dart hitting the edge of the board, close enough to the center to sting. Harry held her gaze, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. She's testing you the same way you're testing her. She wants to know if the boy who lived is real, or if there's something else underneath. Tread carefully, but don't retreat. She'll respect strength. What makes you say that? Harry asked. You sit in the library reading advanced theory instead of playing exploding Snap in your common room. You answered Snape's questions without flinching. I heard about it from Tracy Davis. You handled Malfoy on the train without raising your voice. None of that is Gryffindor behavior. That's Slytherin behavior wearing a red tie. Maybe Gryffindors are more complicated than you think. Maybe. Or maybe you're more complicated than you let people think. Another silence. The library hummed around them, the rustle of pages, the scratch of quills, Madame Pance's disapproving glare sweeping the tables like a searchlight. Harry made a decision. Not based on strategy, or not entirely. Something in Daphne's directness appealed to a part of him that was tired of masks. If I wanted to learn about dynamic anchor theory without Volume 3 of Waffling, he said, where would I look? Daphne studied him for 3 more seconds. Then she pulled a piece of parchment from her bag, wrote down 3 titles and 2 author names, and slid it across the table. Villeneuve is the best. She's French, the translations are rough, but the theory is 20 years ahead of anything published in Britain. She paused. And if you want to understand how wards detect intent, look into sympathetic resonance. The ward doesn't read your mind, it reads the magical signature your intent creates. Different intentions produce different frequencies. Like a tuning fork. Exactly like a tuning fork. You vibrate at the frequency of your purpose, and the ward either resonates with it or rejects it. She started packing up her books. I'm in the library most evenings after dinner. If you have questions. Is that an invitation? It's a statement of my schedule. Draw whatever conclusions you like. She left. Harry looked down at the parchment with the 3 titles and 2 author names, written in precise, angular handwriting. I like her, Marvolo said, and the fact that it sounded genuine rather than strategic was, Harry thought, probably the highest compliment the soul fragment had ever paid a living person. Their meetings became routine. Not scheduled, neither of them acknowledged that the meetings were deliberate. Harry simply appeared in the library after dinner, and Daphne was simply there, and they simply ended up at the same table, and conversation simply happened. It started with ward theory and expanded outward. Daphne's knowledge of wizarding politics was encyclopedic, inherited from a family that survived by understanding every faction, every alliance, every grudge. She explained the Wisengamot's power structure, ossified, dominated by old families, resistant to change. She mapped the ministry's hierarchy. Fudge was weak, Amelia Bones was capable, Lucius Malfoy pulled strings through donations and social pressure. She dissected the pure-blood philosophy with the clinical detachment of someone who'd grown up inside it. Blood purity isn't about blood. It never was. It's about power consolidation dressed in genetic mythology. The old families don't actually believe Muggleborns are magically inferior, too much evidence to the contrary. What they believe is that Muggleborns represent cultural dilution. Every Muggleborn who enters the wizarding world brings Muggle values, Muggle ideas about governance and society. The purebloods see themselves as custodians of a culture that's been intact for centuries, and they view Muggle influence as an existential threat to that culture. Is it? That depends on whether you think the culture is worth preserving in its current form. I don't. But I understand why they feel threatened, and understanding someone's fear is the first step to either allaying it or exploiting it. Harry absorbed this the way he absorbed everything, completely, immediately, filed away for future use. He offered less in return, but what he offered was genuine, insights into the Muggle world that fascinated Daphne despite herself, observations about their classmates that demonstrated a level of social perception she hadn't expected from a Gryffindor, and occasional flashes of dry humor that caught her off guard and made her forget, briefly, to be composed. Malfoy tried to buy the entire Slytherin Quidditch team new brooms, she told him one evening, barely concealing her disgust. His father sent a letter to the team captain. As if athletic performance could be purchased. Can't it? Professional Muggle sports run on money. Quidditch isn't a Muggle sport. It's, she caught his expression. You're winding me up. Little bit. She threw a quill at him. He caught it without looking, a reflex born of months of Marvolo's reaction training, and for a moment, they both stared at his hand, the quill plucked from the air with casual, impossible precision. Good reflexes, Daphne said carefully. I was always a quick learner, Harry replied, and set the quill down, and neither of them mentioned it again. But the look she gave him, curious, appraising, not quite wary but approaching it, stayed with him. She was noticing things. She was too smart not to. You're going to have to tell her something eventually, Marvolo observed that night. Not everything. But something. She's building a model of you in her head, and the gaps in that model are becoming more conspicuous than the data points. I know. Do you trust her? Harry thought about it. I think I could. Eventually. That's not the same thing. I know that too. Flying lessons provided an unexpected complication. Madam Hooch lined the first years up on the Quidditch pitch, Gryffindors and Slytherins together, because someone in scheduling had a taste for drama. Brooms lay on the grass between them like lines drawn in a war. Stick out your right hand over your broom and say up. Harry's broom leaped into his hand on the first call. So did Draco's. They locked eyes across the pitch, two boys holding brooms, each aware that the other had succeeded immediately, each calculating what that meant. He's good. His father would have arranged private lessons. Don't underestimate him on a broom. Natural talent and purchase training is a dangerous combination. Then Neville's broom bolted. It happened fast, the broom shot upward with Neville clinging to it, terrified, his round face white as paper. He rose 20 feet, 30, wobbling wildly. Madam Hooch shouted commands. The other students gasped. And then Neville's grip failed and he fell. He hit the ground hard. The crack of his wrist breaking was audible across the pitch. Madam Hooch rushed to him, helped him up, and marched him toward the hospital wing, leaving strict instructions that no one was to mount a broom in her absence. The instructions lasted approximately 45 seconds. Draco bent down and picked something up from the grass, Neville's remembrall, a glass sphere that had fallen from his pocket. He held it up, and it caught the light, and his smirk was the ugliest thing Harry had seen since leaving Privet Drive. Did you see his face? Maybe if the fat lump had given this a squeeze, he'd have remembered to fall on his fat. Give it here, Malfoy. Harry's voice was quiet. Not angry, quiet in the way that Marvolo had taught him was more effective than shouting. The kind of quiet that made people stop and listen because the absence of volume implied the presence of something worse. Draco's smirk flickered. He recovered quickly. Or what, Potter? Going to fight me for it? I'm asking politely. And I'm politely declining. Come and get it. Draco mounted his broom and kicked off, rising into the air with the fluid grace of someone who'd been flying since he could walk. Don't, Harry was already on his broom. The world fell away. The ground dropped beneath him and the wind hit his face and something inside Harry opened like a fist unclenching. Flying was nothing like wandless magic, nothing like occlumency, nothing like the careful, measured control Marvolo had drilled into him. Flying was freedom, pure, physical, intoxicating. His body knew what to do before his mind caught up. He leaned and the broom responded, banked and it turned, pushed forward and it accelerated with a responsiveness that felt less like riding and more like becoming. Harry, he heard Marvolo, but distantly, the way you hear someone calling from another room when you're absorbed in something that matters more. He shot toward Draco, who had the remembrall in his outstretched hand, his expression shifting from taunting confidence to something approaching concern as Harry closed the distance between them at a speed that a school broom should not have been capable of. Give it back or I'll knock you off that broom, Harry said, pulling up level with Draco 30 feet above the pitch. Draco looked at Harry, really looked at him, and what he saw made his grip on the remembrall tighten. There was no anger in Harry's face. No bluster, no schoolyard aggression. Just calm, focused intent, and behind it, the absolute certainty that he could do exactly what he'd said. Draco threw the remembrall. It arced away from them, spinning, catching light, a tiny glass sphere falling toward the castle wall. Harry didn't think. He dove. The broom dropped into a near-vertical descent, wind screaming past his ears, the ground rushing up, and he stretched out his hand and caught the remembrall 6 inches from the stone wall and pulled out of the dive so close to the ground that his shoes brushed the grass. He landed. The Gryffindors erupted. Ron was screaming something incoherent. Hermione had her hands over her mouth. Parvati Patil was clutching Lavender Brown's arm. And in the window overlooking the Quidditch pitch, Professor McGonagall stood perfectly still, her expression unreadable. That, Marvolo said, and his tone was a fascinating mixture of exasperation and something that sounded against all odds like pride, was the most strategically idiotic and tactically brilliant thing I have ever witnessed. I caught it. You exposed your abilities publicly. You demonstrated reflexes and flying skill that will attract attention from every direction, staff, students, and anyone else who's watching. You were supposed to be ordinary. Harry looked at the remembrall in his hand. He could still feel the wind in his hair, the dive in his stomach, the pure, singing joy of flight. Maybe I don't want to be ordinary at everything. Marvolo was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, the exasperation had faded, leaving behind something more complex. No. I suppose you don't. McGonagall's response was not what Harry expected. Instead of punishment, she pulled him out of class, introduced him to Oliver Wood, and informed him he was the new Gryffindor Seeker. Harry was confused. Wood was ecstatic. Marvolo was calculating. Quidditch Seeker. Youngest in a century, they'll say. More fame, more attention, more visibility. This complicates our anonymity strategy significantly. But it also provides cover. A boy obsessed with Quidditch is a boy too busy for dark magic, in the public imagination. An athletic celebrity creates social capital that can be leveraged. We'll make it work. We always do. Halloween arrived with a feast and a troll. Harry had spent the afternoon practicing in the Room of Requirement, a discovery he and Marvolo had made in the third week of October, following a memory Marvolo carried of a hallway on the 7th floor where a room appeared if you needed it badly enough. The room was everything. It became whatever Harry required, a training space with targets and obstacles, a library of books the main library didn't carry, a quiet place to practice spells that would get him expelled if performed anywhere else. Marvolo's training shifted from theoretical to practical, and the sessions grew longer and more intense. Again. The shield charm, Protego, is your most important defensive tool. The incantation is secondary. What matters is the intent, absolute refusal. You are not requesting protection. You are demanding it. The universe does not negotiate with a properly cast shield charm. Harry cast. A shimmering barrier of blue-white energy materialized in front of him, solid enough to see but translucent enough to fight through. Marvolo conjured test impacts through Harry's magic, small bursts of force that struck the shield and dissipated. Adequate for standard hexes. Insufficient for anything serious. You need to be able to maintain this under fire, while moving, while casting offensive spells with your other hand. We'll work up to that. They also worked on less defensive magic. Marvolo introduced the Stinging Hex, a combat spell that caused sharp, localized pain. The Knockback Jinx, a force projection that could throw a person off their feet. The Impediment Curse, which slowed or stopped a target's movement. These were borderline spells, not technically dark, but aggressive, and well beyond the first-year curriculum. Harry mastered them with unsettling speed. The magic came to him the way flying had, naturally, instinctively, as if the spells had been waiting inside him and Marvolo's teaching simply gave them permission to emerge. But it was the truly dark magic that fascinated Harry, and frightened him, and drew him forward like Diagon Alley had. This is a concussive hex. It is classified as dark because it causes internal damage, disruption of equilibrium, potential organ bruising, possible unconsciousness. It bypasses most basic shields because it operates on a frequency that standard Protego doesn't cover. The incantation is Concusio. The wand movement is a sharp downward slash. The intent is disruption, not harm for its own sake, but the absolute cessation of your target's ability to function. Marvolo. What? Is this the kind of magic that makes people afraid of dark wizards? People are afraid of dark wizards because dark wizards use these tools without restraint or conscience. The tools themselves are neutral. A knife can prepare a meal or take a life. The magic doesn't care which. Harry held his wand, feeling the weight of what Marvolo was teaching him. The holly wood was warm in his grip, resonant with his magic, and through it, he could feel the potential of the spell, the raw capacity for force that the concussive hex represented. "There's a line," he said. "There is always a line. I'm teaching you to see it clearly so you can choose where to stand. The world will not wait for you to develop moral certainty before it throws threats at you, Harry. The man in the turban is proof of that. When the time comes, and it will come, I need you to be capable of meeting violence with decisive force, not fumbling through approved spellwork while something kills you." Harry cast the concussive hex at a training dummy. The dummy flew backward, hit the far wall, and crumpled. The impact left a dent in the stone. "Good. Again." He cast it again. And again. And each time, the spell came more easily, more naturally, more powerfully. And each time, a small, cold part of Harry noticed how good it felt to be strong, genuinely, dangerously strong, and filed that awareness away as something to watch. He emerged from the room of requirement to find the castle in chaos. Students were running. Prefects were shouting directions. The Gryffindor prefect, Percy Weasley, was herding first years toward the common room with the frantic authority of someone whose organizational skills were being tested beyond their limits. "Troll!" Ron appeared at Harry's elbow, breathless. "In the dungeons." Quirrell came into the feast and announced it, then fainted. Dumbledore sent everyone to their dormitories. Quirrell let the troll in. "It's a distraction, he wants the castle's attention elsewhere so he can attempt the third-floor corridor." Harry's mind raced. The troll was a diversion. Quirrell was going for the stone. "And, where's Hermione?" Harry asked. Ron's face went pale. "She doesn't know. She's been in the girls' bathroom all afternoon. Lavender said something about her hair and charms and she's been crying. She doesn't know about the troll." The bathroom was on the second floor. The troll had been reported in the dungeons. "Between the dungeons and the second floor, we have to get her," Harry said. "Are you mental? There's a troll, Ron. If that troll isn't in the dungeons anymore, if it's wandering, it could reach her floor." Ron stared at him. Then he swallowed hard, set his jaw, and nodded. "Okay. Let's go." They moved fast. Harry led, not running but walking with the controlled urgency of someone who knew exactly where he was going, because he did, thanks to his early morning mapping sessions. Ron followed, wand out, pale but determined. "Second floor, east corridor. The girls' bathroom is at the end. If the troll has moved from the dungeons, it will follow the path of least resistance, wide corridors, no stairs. That means it could reach the second floor via the ground floor gallery and the east staircase." Harry heard it before he saw it, the heavy, dragging footsteps, the scrape of something massive against stone, the grunting, animal sounds of a creature operating on pure instinct. The smell hit next, a wall of stench that was equal parts rotting meat and open sewer. They turned the corner and there it was. 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, lumpy with muscle, carrying a wooden club the size of a small tree. It was moving down the corridor toward the girls' bathroom with the slow, stupid purpose of something that had heard noise and was going to investigate it. "Oh God," Ron whispered. "Listen to me carefully. A mountain troll's hide is resistant to most standard hexes. Its skull is thick enough to deflect stunning spells. Your best targets are its legs, specifically the knees, and its inner ear, which controls its already poor balance. The concussive hex, aimed at the head, will disrupt its equilibrium and likely render it unconscious." "That's a dark spell," Harry said, barely above a breath. "That is a troll about to reach a bathroom containing your friend. Choose." There was no choice. Harry stepped around the corner, raised his wand, and aimed at the troll's head. The creature was 15 feet away, reaching for the bathroom door. Inside, Hermione screamed, she'd seen it through the gap. Concusio. The spell hit the troll's right temple with a sound like a thunderclap. The air rippled. The troll staggered, its club swinging wildly, smashing a row of sinks off the wall. Water sprayed everywhere. The troll took one step, two, its eyes rolling back in its massive head. It fell. The impact shook the floor. Chunks of plaster rained from the ceiling. The club clattered from its hand and rolled against the far wall. Silence. Water from the broken sinks hissed across the floor. Ron stood behind Harry with his mouth open. Hermione emerged from behind a bank of destroyed stalls, soaking wet, her face white, her eyes enormous. She looked at the unconscious troll. She looked at Harry, who was standing with his wand raised and his face completely, unervingly calm. She looked at the ripples still visible in the air where the spell had struck, a shimmering distortion, like heat haze, that didn't belong to any first-year charm she'd read about. "What was that spell?" she asked. Her voice was steady, shaky underneath, but controlled on the surface, and Harry felt a flash of respect for that. "A jinx. I read about it in an extra-credit book." "That wasn't a jinx." Her eyes were sharp, analytical even through the fear. "Jinxes don't create concussive displacement." That was closer to a footsteps. Multiple, running. McGonagall burst around the corner, followed by Snape and Quirrell. McGonagall took in the scene, the unconscious troll, the destroyed bathroom, 3 first-years standing in 2 inches of water, and her face cycled through shock, fury, and something that might have been grudging admiration in the space of 3 seconds. "What on earth, explain yourselves." Ron opened his mouth, but Hermione spoke first. "It was my fault, Professor McGonagall. I went looking for the troll. I'd read about them and thought I could handle it. Harry and Ron came to find me. If they hadn't arrived when they did." She trailed off. The troll was a fairly convincing argument all by itself. McGonagall looked at Hermione, then at Harry, whose wand was still in his hand, whose robes were dry because he'd been standing behind the impact zone, whose expression was calm in a way that didn't match the situation. 5 points from Gryffindor for your foolishness, Miss Granger." She turned to Harry and Ron. "And 5 points each to Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, for sheer dumb luck." She didn't ask what spell Harry used. But Snape, standing behind her, was staring at the shimmer in the air where the concussive hex had struck, and his black eyes had the look of a man who recognized exactly what he was seeing and wished he didn't. Quirrell, meanwhile, was leaning against the wall, making a show of being faint. Harry's scar throbbed, and for 1 second, Quirrell's eyes met his, and the stutter vanished, and something ancient and calculating looked out from behind the defense professor's face. Then Quirrell looked away, and the mask was back, and everyone was moving, and the moment passed. Later, in the empty common room, long after the others had gone to bed, Hermione cornered Harry. She'd waited. She'd been polite at dinner, grateful, friendly, everything the social script demanded after someone saves your life from a mountain troll. But now it was midnight and the fire was low and she was sitting across from him with her hands folded in her lap and her jaw set in a way that reminded Harry unsettlingly of McGonagall. "That wasn't a jinx," she said. "Hermione, don't. I'm not an idiot, Harry, and I don't appreciate being treated like one. I've read every textbook on our list plus 6 supplementary texts. That spell isn't in any of them. The concussive displacement effect, the way it bypassed the troll's natural magical resistance, that's not standard combat magic. That's dark adjacent at minimum." Harry looked at her. She was 12 years old, bushy-haired, still damp from the bathroom, with a bruise forming on her elbow where she'd hit the floor. And she was sitting here at midnight, intellectually dissecting the spell he'd used to save her life, because her need to understand was stronger than her gratitude. She's going to be a problem. Or an asset. The distinction will depend entirely on how you handle this moment. "You're right," Harry said. "It's not standard. I found it in a book in the restricted section." Hermione's eyes widened. "You've been in the restricted section. That's against the rules." "I know. So is going looking for a troll." The faintest flush crept up her cheeks. I didn't actually go looking for a troll. I covered for you. The least you could do is be honest with me. Harry studied her. She was afraid, not of him, but of what his answer might be. She wanted him to be good. She wanted the boy who lived to be a hero who played by the rules, and she was smart enough to see that he wasn't, and the gap between what she wanted and what she was seeing was terrifying her. He made a decision. I study ahead, he said. A lot. I read things that aren't on the curriculum because the curriculum is designed to teach at the pace of the slowest learner, and I can't afford to be average. Why not? Because the man who killed my parents is still alive, Hermione. He's not gone, he's just weakened. And when he comes back, the spells they teach us in class aren't going to be enough. The fire crackled. Hermione stared at him, and Harry saw the moment her perspective shifted, not fully, not permanently, but enough. She didn't see a rule breaker anymore. She saw someone preparing for a war that hadn't started yet. You really believe that, she whispered. That he's coming back. I know he is. She was quiet for a long time. Then, will you teach me? The things you're learning, will you show me? No. Absolutely not. The more people who know, some of it, Harry said. The defensive material. Things that could save your life. Marvolo's frustration pulsed through their connection, but Harry held firm. Hermione had earned this, not through the troll, but through the fact that she'd seen something that frightened her and moved toward it instead of away. Hermione nodded. I'll hold you to that. She stood, then paused. Harry. Thank you. For coming to find me. That's what friends do. She smiled, a real one, warm and slightly watery, and went to bed. Harry sat in the firelight, listening to the castle settle around him. You're collecting people, Marvolo observed. The Weasley boy. The Granger girl. The Greengrass heir. You're building a circle. I'm making friends. You're making allies. The distinction matters. Friends are people you care about. Allies are people you can rely on. The best relationships are both, but don't confuse the two. A friend will cry for you. An ally will fight for you. You need fighters, Harry. I need people I trust. Trust is a luxury. Competence is a necessity. Harry watched the fire. What about you? Which are you, friend or ally? The question hung in the air between them. The fire popped, sending a spray of sparks up the chimney. I am the voice in your head that teaches you dark magic and watches you sleep. I don't think conventional categories apply. That's not an answer. No. It isn't. November brought cold weather, Quidditch, and Draco Malfoy's first real gambit. The Quidditch match against Slytherin was Harry's debut as Seeker. Wood had been running him through practices for weeks, early mornings, late evenings, tactical sessions that involved a chalkboard and more diagrams than Harry had seen in any academic class. Harry's natural talent on a broom was undeniable, and Wood's structured training refined it into something formidable. But the match itself was complicated by factors Wood couldn't have anticipated. Harry was 50 feet above the pitch, scanning for the snitch, when his broom lurched. It was subtle at first, a slight judder, as if the broom had hit turbulence. Then it worsened. The broom bucked, twisted, tried to throw him. Harry gripped the handle with both hands, his knuckles white, and felt foreign magic pushing against the broom's enchantments. Someone was jinxing it from the stands. Quirrell. He's maintaining eye contact, I can feel the connection through your scar. He's trying to kill you in a way that looks like an accident. Harry's scar was on fire. The broom spun, nearly inverting. The crowd gasped. Hermione grabbed Ron's arm. In the staff section, Quirrell stared at Harry with unblinking focus, his lips moving in a continuous incantation, and behind him, Snape was also staring, his lips also moving. Wait. Snape is counter-cursing. He's trying to stabilize your broom. He's fighting Quirrell for control of the enchantment. Harry hung on. The broom was caught between two opposing magical forces, Quirrell's curse trying to throw him and Snape's counter-curse trying to save him. It shuddered and bucked like a living thing in pain. Harry closed his eyes. He reached for his magic, not his wand, which was in his robes, but the raw, core power Marvolo had taught him to access. He pushed it into the broom, reinforcing the enchantments from the inside, adding his own magical weight to Snape's counter-curse. The broom steadied. The shuddering stopped. Harry opened his eyes, saw the snitch hovering 3 feet from his face, and snatched it out of the air. Gryffindor won. The stands exploded. Harry landed to a swarm of teammates, Ron's roaring, Hermione's relieved tears. But through the celebration, he caught Snape's eye across the pitch. The potions master's face was ashen, his expression unreadable. He'd saved Harry's life. And they both knew it. And neither of them would ever mention it. That evening, Draco appeared. Harry was walking back from the pitch, broom over his shoulder, the sunset painting the castle in shades of amber and red. Draco stepped out from behind a buttress with the deliberate staging of someone who'd been waiting. He was alone. No Crabbe, no Goyle. Just Draco, his pale face sharp in the fading light, his hands empty. "Good match," Draco said. Harry stopped. That wasn't what he'd expected. "Thanks. You almost fell off your broom. It was a rough ride." Someone cursed it. "I saw Snape's lips moving, and I'm not stupid enough to think a professor was just mouthing the school song." Harry said nothing. He waited. Draco took a breath. He looked uncomfortable in a way Harry hadn't seen before, not arrogant, not sneering, but genuinely uncertain. It made him look younger. More real. "My father tells me you're dangerous," Draco said. "He says the boy who lived destroyed the Dark Lord as an infant, and anyone with that kind of power should be either allied with or eliminated. Your father sounds like a fun dinner companion." "My father is a pragmatist." "So am I." Draco's chin lifted. "I offered you my hand on the train, Potter. You turned me down. I'm not offering again, I don't repeat mistakes. But I'm telling you that the game you're playing, whatever it is going to require more than a Weasley and a Mudblood." The slur landed like a slap. Harry's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes hardened. "Don't use that word around me. It's just a word. It's a weapon disguised as vocabulary, and you're smart enough to know that. If you want to have a real conversation with me, Malfoy, start by dropping the tools your father gave you and picking up your own." The silence between them stretched taut. Draco's jaw worked. His hands, empty, but tense, clenched at his sides. Then, very quietly, Draco said, "My father isn't always right." "I know. But he isn't always wrong, either. There are things happening in this castle, Potter. Things the staff doesn't want us to know about. I don't know what you're involved in, but I know it's more than Quidditch and homework. And if you ever need someone in Slytherin who isn't completely useless," he stopped. Swallowed. "Just remember that I came to you first." He turned and walked away. His shoulders were stiff, his stride too fast, the posture of someone who had just said more than he intended and was retreating before he said more. "Interesting," Marvolo murmured. "He's not his father's puppet." "Not entirely. There's something underneath the conditioning, pride, yes, but also something sharper. An awareness that the ideology he was raised in has cracks. Is he trustworthy? Not yet. Perhaps not ever. But he's worth watching. People who recognize the cracks in their own worldview are either the most dangerous or the most useful, depending on which direction they break." Harry watched Draco disappear around the corner of the castle, a pale figure swallowed by shadow and stone. The next morning, Harry found Snape waiting for him. Not in the dungeon, not in a classroom, in an empty corridor on the 4th floor, early enough that the torches hadn't been fully lit yet and the grey light from the windows made everything look like a photograph. Potter. Harry stopped. His hand drifted toward his wand pocket, then stilled. Snape's own hands were visible, empty, at his sides. This wasn't an ambush. It was a conversation. Professor. Snape studied him. The man's face was unreadable, a mask as practiced and complete as Harry's own, and for the first time, Harry wondered if Snape had learned the same lesson he had, that showing nothing was safer than showing anything. Your broom was cursed yesterday. I noticed. Do you know by whom? Harry met Snape's eyes. 3 seconds, the maximum Marvolo had prescribed. He let the false surface project innocent confusion. No, sir. Snape's gaze sharpened. Harry could feel the legitimacy pressing against him, lighter this time, more careful. Snape had learned from their first encounter. He wasn't smashing against the walls anymore, he was probing for cracks, testing seams, looking for the places where the false surface met the real structure underneath. He found nothing. Harry's shields held. Snape exhaled, a controlled breath that carried more frustration than any shout could have. You have occlumency shields that would challenge a trained auror. You answered advanced potions questions without hesitation. You cast a spell against that troll that left concussive scarring on the stone floor. And your magical signature, he stopped. His jaw tightened, and when he continued, his voice was lower. Rougher. Your magical signature carries a resonance I have felt only once before in my life. From one person. The corridor was very still. Harry could hear his own heartbeat. I don't know what you mean, Professor. Don't lie to me, boy. The words came out ragged, torn from somewhere deeper than anger. I have spent 15 years trying to forget the feel of that magic, and I felt it echo in you the moment you walked into my classroom. Tell me what you are. Don't, I'm Harry Potter, Harry said quietly. I'm a first-year Gryffindor who's good at potions. That's all. Snape stared at him. The silence extended, 5 seconds, 10, 15. In that silence, Harry saw something crack in Snape's composure. Not much. Just enough to glimpse what was underneath, terror. Not of Harry, but of what Harry might represent. Of what it meant if the boy with Lily's eyes carried the echo of him. If something has happened to you, Snape said, and his voice was careful now, controlled, like a man handling something fragile, if someone, or something, has influenced you, altered you, attached itself to you, you can tell me. I will, he stopped again. Swallowed. Started over. Your mother was the best person I ever knew. She died to protect you. If there is anything threatening that protection, anything living inside it that shouldn't be there, I need to know. Not for Dumbledore. Not for the school. For her. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. Not because of their content, he'd known Snape had a connection to his mother, Marvolo had told him, but because of the raw, undisguised pain behind them. Snape wasn't performing. He wasn't intimidating. He was standing in an empty corridor at dawn, stripped of his armor, asking a question he was terrified of having answered. Harry's throat tightened. For a moment, just a moment, he wanted to tell the truth. To say, there is a voice in my head. It teaches me magic. It protects me. It is a piece of the man who killed my mother, and it is the closest thing to family I have ever known. He didn't. I'm fine, Professor, he said. Just a quick learner. Snape's mask slid back into place. The vulnerability vanished behind black eyes and a hooked nose and a sneer that was slightly, almost imperceptibly, less sharp than usual. See that you remain fine, Potter. I will not always be in the stands to counter-curse your broomstick. He swept away, robes billowing, and Harry stood alone in the grey corridor and felt the weight of the lie settle onto his shoulders like a cloak. You did the right thing, Marvolo said, and his voice was uncharacteristically gentle. He's not ready for the truth. Neither is he safe. His loyalty to Dumbledore would compel him to report what I am, and Dumbledore's response would be unpredictable. He loved my mother. Yes. And you, the person you came from, killed her. A silence so deep it felt like drowning. Yes. Harry leaned against the cold stone wall. He pressed his palm to his scar, feeling the slow pulse beneath it, Marvolo's presence, constant and complicated and impossible to categorize. How do you live with that? Harry whispered. I don't live, Harry. I exist. And the distinction, in this case, may be the only mercy I am capable of receiving. They stood together in the silence, one body, two souls, and the castle woke up around them, filling the corridors with noise and light and the ordinary business of 1,000 students who would never know what walked among them. December came with snow and an invitation. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had spent weeks investigating the third-floor corridor, or rather, Hermione had researched, Ron had complained, and Harry had provided direction based on Marvolo's analysis while pretending the insights were his own. They knew about Fluffy, the three-headed dog guarding the trapdoor. They knew Nicholas Flamel was connected somehow. And Harry knew, though he hadn't told the others, that what lay beneath the trapdoor was the Philosopher's Stone. The stone creates the elixir of life. It transmutes base metals to gold. It is, in essence, a device that cheats death, the precise obsession that drove the man I came from to tear his soul apart. The irony is not lost on me. Dumbledore is protecting it. Dumbledore is using it as bait. The protections are real, but they're also a test. I recognize the design philosophy. Each protection is calibrated to a specific set of skills, and the whole gauntlet is structured to be passable by a determined, talented student. Dumbledore is waiting to see who tries to take it and how. Who does he think will try? The obvious answer is Quirrell. The less obvious answer is you. The idea sat in Harry's stomach like ice. He wants me to go after the stone. He wants to see what you do when presented with the temptation of immortality. It's a test of character disguised as a security measure. Classic Dumbledore, manipulative, well-intentioned, and arrogant enough to use children as experimental subjects. Harry processed this while walking to dinner, weaving through crowds of students heading the same direction. The Great Hall was decorated for Christmas, 12 towering trees, garlands of holly, enchanted snow falling from the ceiling and vanishing before it touched the tables. It was beautiful. Harry had never had a real Christmas. Potter. A word. Professor McGonagall intercepted him in the entrance hall. Her expression was neutral, but her eyes had the particular brightness that meant she was delivering news she expected to be well received. The headmaster would like to invite you to tea tomorrow afternoon. His office is behind the gargoyle on the second floor, the password is, Sherbet Lemon. There it is. The chess master makes his opening move. Thank you, Professor. I'll be there. McGonagall nodded and swept away. Harry watched her go, then turned toward the Great Hall, where Ron was waving him toward a seat. We need to prepare. Dumbledore will probe, gently, indirectly, through conversation rather than legilimency. He will ask about your childhood, your experiences at Hogwarts, your feelings about your parents. Every question will have at least two purposes, the surface purpose and the analytical purpose. He is assessing you, Harry. Building a model, the way the Greengrass girl does but with 80 years more practice. You need to give him enough truth to satisfy his curiosity without giving him anything that reveals me. Can you do that? I've been performing since the cupboard, Harry said. I know how to give people what they expect. This is different. The Dursleys expected nothing from you. Dumbledore expects everything. The performance needs to be specific, not generic. Be the boy he wants to see, brave, humble, slightly overwhelmed, emotionally open. Let him feel he's connecting with you. Let him think you trust him. And when he asks about your scar, and he will, tell him it hurts sometimes. Tell him you have nightmares. Give him symptoms he can categorize and file away. Keep the real answers buried deep. Harry entered the great hall, sat down, and served himself shepherd's pie. Who was that about? Ron asked. Dumbledore wants to have tea with me. Ron choked on a potato. Dumbledore? Personally? Apparently. Blimey. What you think he wants? Harry shrugged. Probably just checking in. I'm the boy who lived, he probably does this with all the famous students. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Daphne Greengrass caught his eye. She raised one eyebrow, the smallest possible facial movement, nearly invisible unless you were looking for it. Harry gave an equally tiny nod. After dinner, he found a note in his potions textbook, slipped there at some point during the day by means he hadn't detected. The handwriting was Daphne's angular script: if Dumbledore invites you to tea, he's not being social. He's being strategic. Control the conversation or he will. Harry smiled, tucked the note away, and went to prepare for the most important performance of his life. Dumbledore's office was a masterpiece of calculated warmth. Every detail was designed to disarm: the whirring silver instruments, the sleeping phoenix on its perch, the books and papers scattered with deliberate artfulness, the bowl of lemon drops on the desk. It was a room that said, I am brilliant but approachable. Powerful but grandfatherly. I have nothing to hide. He has everything to hide. Note the instruments, at least 3 of them are monitoring devices. The silver one on the left tracks magical disturbances in the castle. The one shaped like a spinning top measures emotional resonance in the room. He will know if you become distressed, anxious, or dishonest, not through legilimency, but through ambient magical reading. Control your emotional signature. Keep it steady, warm, nervous, eager. First year meets headmaster. Harry sat in the chair across from Dumbledore and accepted a lemon drop. Dumbledore smiled, and his blue eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles, and Harry understood with crystalline clarity why this man was so dangerous, because the warmth was real. The kindness was genuine. Dumbledore truly cared about his students, truly wanted to protect them, truly believed he was acting in their best interests. And that sincerity made his manipulations nearly invisible. Thank you for coming, Harry. I hope you're settling in well. Very well, sir. Hogwarts is amazing. It is, isn't it? I still remember my own first year. The castle felt infinite, every corridor a new discovery, every lesson a revelation. Tell me, what's been your favorite subject so far? Transfiguration, Harry said honestly. Half-truths were more convincing than lies. Ah, Minerva will be pleased. She speaks highly of your aptitude. And potions? I understand Professor Snape can be rather demanding. He's tough but fair, Harry said, which was generous and strategic in equal measure. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. A diplomatic answer. Your mother would have approved, she always saw the best in people. There it was. The first move. Lily Potter, invoked casually, an emotional lever inserted into the conversation with surgical precision. Harry let his expression soften. I wish I'd known her. So do I, Harry. Lily was one of the brightest, kindest people I've ever had the privilege of teaching. Her capacity for love was extraordinary, truly extraordinary. It was that love, you know, that saved you on the night she died. Hagrid told me a little. About what happened. Yes. Voldemort, and I say his name because fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself, came to your parents' home on Halloween night, 10 years ago. He killed your father first, who died trying to give your mother time to escape. Then he climbed the stairs and found your mother standing between him and your crib. She didn't have to die, he offered her a chance to step aside. She refused. Dumbledore paused. The twinkle faded, and beneath it, Harry saw something ancient and heavy and genuine. She chose to die rather than let him reach you. That choice, That sacrifice, made from pure love, created a protection so powerful that Voldemort's killing curse rebounded. It destroyed his body. And it left a mark on you that goes deeper than the scar on your forehead. He's telling you about the blood protection. He's testing whether you already know. He's also laying groundwork. He wants you to see your mother's sacrifice as the defining element of your identity. Love as armor. Love as weapon. Love as the force that defines your path. It's not wrong. But it's incomplete. Harry looked at Dumbledore with wide, serious eyes. Professor, why did he come after us? What did he want? Dumbledore's expression flickered, a micropause, the briefest calculation. There are things I will tell you when you're older, Harry. For now, know that your parents died heroes, and that the love your mother left you is the most powerful protection in the world. But he's not gone, is he? Voldemort. He's still out there. Another pause. This one longer, sharper. Dumbledore looked at Harry with an intensity that pressed against his occlumency shields like a wave against a seawall, not legitimacy, but pure, focused attention, the weight of a century of experience brought to bear on one 11-year-old face. What makes you say that, Harry? My scar hurts sometimes. When I'm near, when I think about him. It feels like something's still connected. This was the bait. Marvolo had designed it carefully, a truth wrapped in a half-truth, offering Dumbledore a symptom he could analyze without revealing the source. The scar connection was real. The suggestion that it only flared in relation to Voldemort was misleading. But it would give Dumbledore something to chew on, something to monitor, and most importantly, it would frame Harry's unusual perceptiveness as intuition born of trauma rather than education born of a soul fragment. Dumbledore leaned back. His fingers steepled. Behind his glasses, his blue eyes were no longer twinkling, they were sharp, clear, and profoundly calculating. Your scar is unusual, Harry. It is a connection of sorts, a mark left by very powerful dark magic. It may cause you discomfort at times, and you may find that it responds to certain magical stimuli. If it ever causes you significant pain, I want you to come to me immediately. Will you promise me that? Yes, sir. Good. The twinkle returned, like a switch being flipped. Now, I believe you've developed quite a talent for Quidditch. Oliver Wood tells me you're the best natural seeker he's ever seen. The conversation shifted to lighter topics. Harry played along, laughing at the right moments, asking naive questions about the wizarding world, expressing just enough wonder and gratitude to satisfy Dumbledore's model of who Harry Potter should be. But beneath the performance, he was thinking. Dumbledore hadn't answered his question about Voldemort directly. He'd deflected with vague reassurances and the promise of future revelations, when you're older. He'd offered love as both explanation and solution, a philosophical framework that was compelling precisely because it was partially true. And he'd asked Harry to report any scar pain, which meant he was monitoring. Collecting data points. Building a picture of Harry's connection to Voldemort and filing it away for future use. He's not your enemy, Marvolo said as Harry left the office, descending the spiral staircase past the stone gargoyle. But he is a man who has spent decades managing the wizarding world from behind the scenes, and he views you as a piece on his board. The question is not whether you can trust him, it's whether you can make him trust you enough to give you room to move. He knows something about my scar. About the connection. He suspects. I don't think he knows about me specifically. If he did, his response would have been very different. But he understands that the scar is more than a wound. He's watching it. Watching you. Harry walked through the castle corridors, his footsteps echoing in the afternoon quiet. Students were outside, enjoying the snow. Through a window, he could see tiny figures having snowball fights on the grounds, their laughter reaching him as faint, distant music. You know what the hardest part is? Harry said quietly. He really does care. I can feel it, the concern is genuine. He's not pretending to be kind. No. Dumbledore's kindness is real. It's his methodology that's the problem. He uses care as a tool the way others use fear, skillfully, instinctively, and without fully recognizing the damage it can cause when wielded strategically rather than freely. You're describing yourself. The silence that followed was uncomfortable in a way that Marvellow's silences rarely were. Not hostile, reflective. The quiet of someone confronted with a mirror they hadn't expected. Perhaps, Marvellow said finally. The difference is that I have never pretended my methods are anything other than what they are. Dumbledore wraps his chess game in lemon drops and twinkling eyes. I, at least, have the courtesy to be honest about being manipulative. Is that really a virtue? It's a distinction. Whether it's a virtue depends on who you ask. Harry laughed, quietly, to himself, a boy alone in a castle corridor having a philosophical debate with the soul fragment in his scar. The absurdity of his life struck him sometimes like a physical force, and all he could do was laugh. He had friends who were becoming allies and allies who were becoming friends. He had a mentor who was teaching him magic that would terrify the wizarding world. He had a headmaster who watched him like a hawk and a potions master who watched him like a man seeing a ghost. He had an enemy wearing a turban who wanted to steal immortality and might kill Harry to get it. And above it all, through it all, he had the voice, sharp, dark, complicated, irreplaceable, that had found him in a cupboard under the stairs and said, I can fix this. We need to train harder, Marvellow said, as if reading his thoughts. Quirrell will make his move before the year ends. The protections around the stone are designed to be breached, Dumbledore wants someone to try. When Quirrell goes after it, we need to be ready. Ready for what? Ready for everything. Quirrell is the puppet, the real threat is the puppet master. When the Dark Lord senses my presence through the scar connection, he will try to reclaim me. It will be a battle on two fronts, physical and spiritual. You will fight Quirrell with your wand. I will fight Voldemort with what remains of my will. If we lose either battle, we die. Harry stood in the corridor, the winter light falling through the windows in long, cold shafts, and felt the weight of the coming conflict settle onto him like armor. Then we don't lose, he said. And somewhere in the depths of his mind, behind walls of mathematical precision and false surfaces and hard-won strength, the fragment of a broken soul, that had once been the darkest wizard in history and was now something stranger and smaller and more fiercely devoted than it had any right to be, stirred, and agreed, and began to plan. Chapter 3, The Education of Ashes. The Room of Requirement became a second home. Harry discovered it could be anything. On the night he needed a place to practice dueling, it became a stone arena with enchanted targets that fired back. On the morning he needed silence, it became a bare chamber with walls thick enough to swallow sound. On the cold December evening when he needed to learn something that no professor at Hogwarts would ever teach, it became a workshop, dim, warm, with a single table, a single chair, and shelves lined with books that didn't exist anywhere else in the castle. Where do the books come from? Harry asked, pulling a volume from the shelf. The spine-read Principles of Offensive Sorcery, a practitioner's guide, and the author's name had been burned away. The room creates what you need. The books aren't copies of real texts, they're constructions, assembled from the combined knowledge of every witch and wizard who has ever used this room and left a trace of their intent behind. The information is real. The books themselves are echoes. Echoes of what? Of ambition. Of necessity. Of the things people came here to learn when nowhere else would teach them. This room has existed for 1,000 years, Harry. It has served students, professors, revolutionaries, and monsters. Everything they needed, it provided. Everything they learned, it remembers. Harry opened the book. The first chapter was titled Understanding Lethality, When Defensive Magic Fails. He read it. The training had changed since the troll. Before Halloween, Marvellow's curriculum had been defensive, occlumency, wandless manipulation, shield charms, awareness exercises. The troll forced a recalculation. Harry had used a dark combat spell to save Hermione's life, and the experience had crystallized something that both of them had been avoiding: the threats Harry faced could not be met with defensive magic alone. Stand. Wand up. I'm going to teach you the shadow step. What is it? Short-range magical displacement. Not apparition, you won't have the power for that for years, but a burst of movement enhanced by magic. You channel energy into your legs, blur your physical outline with a disillusionment variant, and cover 5 to 10 feet in a direction of your choice faster than the eye can track. It's a dueling technique. Dark classification because the disillusionment component uses shadow manipulation rather than light refraction. Show me the wand movement. There is no wand movement. This is pure intent and body magic. Feel the floor beneath your feet. Feel the space between where you are and where you want to be. Now collapse that space. Harry tried. He pushed magic into his legs, felt the floor, aimed for a 0.6 feet to his left, he stumbled sideways 3 feet and nearly fell. Pathetic. You're thinking about walking fast. I need you to think about not being where you are. You're not moving to a new location, you're ceasing to exist in the current one and beginning to exist in the next. The distinction matters. That doesn't make physical sense. Magic doesn't care about physical sense. Magic cares about intent and belief. You need to believe, on a fundamental level, that the space between 2 points is negotiable. That distance is a suggestion, not a rule. Feel it. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about the cupboard, about the times he'd wished, with every fiber of his being, that he could be somewhere else. Anywhere else. The raw, desperate need to not be where he was. He opened his eyes and pushed. The world blurred. For a fraction of a second, he wasn't anywhere, not in the room, not in the castle, suspended in a space between locations that felt like cold water and static electricity. Then he was 6 feet to his left, his feet planted, his body intact, and a faint shimmer of shadow dissipating around him like smoke. There. That's it. Again. Faster. He did it again. And again. By the end of the hour, he could shadow step reliably in any direction, covering up to 8 feet, and the disorientation that followed each displacement had shrunk from 5 seconds to less than 1. Good. Now do it while I'm throwing hexes at you. You can't throw hexes. You don't have a body. I can trigger your own magic to simulate incoming fire. It won't cause real damage, but it will hurt, and the pain will be an excellent motivator for learning to dodge. Ready? No. Good. Unprepared is more realistic. A bolt of stinging force erupted from the air 3 feet in front of Harry's face. He shadow-stepped right, felt the bolt sizzle past his left ear, and came out of the displacement with his wand up and a knockback jinx already forming. Better. But you came out of the step static. You need to emerge moving, displacement into action, no pause, no recovery time. A stationary target after a dodge is a dead target. Again. They trained for 3 hours. Harry emerged from the room of requirement at midnight with bruises on his arms from the stinging bolts he'd failed to dodge, sweat plastering his hair to his forehead, and a grim, fierce satisfaction burning in his chest. He was getting stronger. Not just technically, physically, mentally, in the core deep way that only comes from being pushed past your limits and discovering that your limits were further away than you'd thought. And Marvolo was pushing him further every session. The dark magic started with theory. There are 3 categories of magic that the Ministry classifies as dark. The first is combat magic designed to cause harm, cutting curses, bone breakers, the cruciatus. These are dark because their intent is destructive. The second is magic that manipulates fundamental forces, blood magic, soul magic, death magic. These are dark because they interact with aspects of reality that wizards have decided are sacred and shouldn't be touched. The third is magic that requires sacrifice, rituals that demand payment in pain, blood, life, or sanity. These are dark because the cost is considered unconscionable. Harry sat cross-legged on the floor of the room, his wand across his knees, listening. The Ministry's classification system is a political tool, not a moral one. It exists to control access to power. A cutting curse that can sever an artery is dark. A severing charm used in tailoring that could do the same thing with slightly different intent is light. The difference is legal classification, not magical reality. That's convenient for your argument. It's convenient because it's true. I'm not asking you to abandon morality, Harry. I'm asking you to develop your own moral framework rather than accepting one that was designed by bureaucrats to maintain a power structure. The question you should ask about any spell is not, is this dark? The question is, what does this do, what does it cost, and is the cost justified by the need? And who decides what's justified? You do. That's the burden of capability. Someone who can't cast a bone-breaking curse never has to decide whether to use one. Someone who must make that choice in the moment, under pressure, with lives at stake. I am teaching you to be capable. The choices will be yours. Harry considered this. The room was quiet, the particular, dense quiet of a space that existed only because he needed it to. Beyond the walls, the castle slept. Somewhere above him, Quirrell plotted, and the fragment of Voldemort he carried plotted with him. Somewhere below, Snape lay awake in his dungeon quarters, turning over the puzzle of Harry Potter's impossible occlumency. "Teach me blood-based ward detection," Harry said. Marvellow's approval pulsed through their connection, warm, focused, the satisfaction of a teacher whose student has reached for the right tool. Blood-based ward detection is the ability to sense magical protections by using your own blood as a resonance medium. A drop of blood on your fingertip, touched to a warded surface, will tell you the ward's type, strength, and structure. It's classified as dark because it uses blood magic. In practical terms, it's no more dangerous than a diagnostic spell. It reads, it doesn't write. But the Ministry doesn't make distinctions when blood is involved. Prick your finger. One drop. Press it to the wall. Harry drew his wand, murmured a minor cutting charm, and let a single drop of blood well on his index finger. He pressed it to the stone wall of the room. Information flooded through him. Not words, impressions. The wall wasn't really a wall, it was the room's interpretation of a wall, held in place by an enchantment so old and deep that it had become structural. He could feel the layers of magic embedded in the stone, intention upon intention, generation upon generation of students and teachers who had needed this space and left their magical residue behind. It was like pressing his hand to the side of a living thing and feeling its pulse. What do you feel? Everything. It's alive, the room, the magic, it's all alive. Not conscious, but breathing. The enchantments are self-sustaining. They feed on the castle's ambient magic. Good. Now, deeper. Push past the surface. What's underneath the room's enchantment? Harry pushed. His blood on the stone grew warm, then hot, and beneath the room's magic, he felt something else, vast, ancient, a foundation of power so deep it felt geological. The castle's own magic. Hogwarts itself, not as a building but as a magical entity, aware and responsive and older than the Ministry, older than the modern wizarding world, old as the stones it was built from. And beneath even that, far beneath, so faint he almost missed it, a vibration. A frequency. Like the lowest note on an organ, too deep to hear but felt in the chest and the teeth and the bones. Something pressing against the bottom of reality. Harry pulled his finger away from the wall. The drop of blood had been absorbed into the stone, leaving a faint, reddish stain that faded as he watched. I felt something, he said. Beneath the castle. Beneath everything. Something pushing up from underneath. Marvolo was silent for a long time. The threshold, he said finally. You felt the threshold. The barrier between the living world and what lies beyond it. It runs beneath everything, beneath the castle, beneath the earth, beneath the fabric of magical reality itself. And the fact that you can feel it through a simple blood detection spell means. He trailed off. Means what? Means the barrier is thinner than it should be. The cracks I told you about, the wounds left by Horcrux creation, they've widened. Something has changed since I was last aware of the threshold state. Something has accelerated the process. The stone, Harry said. The Philosopher's Stone. It's an artifact that defies death, that cheats the natural order. It's sitting in this castle, radiating its own magical field, and it's pressing against the same barrier that the Horcruxes have been weakening. Yes. Marvolo's voice was sharp with the particular tone he used when Harry reached a conclusion before he did. Not quite pride, recognition. The stone is acting as a beacon. A focal point. The Horcrux damage cracked the barrier, the stone's presence is, widening the cracks. Harry stared at the spot on the wall where his blood had been. That's why Dumbledore brought it here. Not just to protect it from Voldemort. He knows about the threshold. I doubt he understands it fully. But Dumbledore is not a fool, he would have detected the same resonance you did, through more sophisticated means. He may have brought the stone to Hogwarts because the castle's own magic provides containment. Or he may have brought it here as an experiment, to study the interaction between the stone and the threshold in a controlled environment. Or, Marvolo added, with the cold precision of someone considering possibilities he didn't like, he may have brought it here precisely because it would attract Voldemort, and he wanted the confrontation to happen on his terms, in his territory, regardless of the collateral consequences. The collateral consequences being whatever comes through the threshold if it cracks further. Yes. Harry stood. His legs were stiff from sitting cross-legged, and his fingers still tingled where the blood had been drawn. The room was dark now, the torches had dimmed in response to some shift in his emotional state, shadows pooling in the corners like spilled ink. We need to understand the threshold better. Not just what it is, how it works. How it can be reinforced. How to fix what the Horcruxes broke. That requires knowledge I don't fully possess. The fragment of memory I carry from the Albania ritual is incomplete. But there are sources, ancient texts, pre-Hogwarts magical theory, the writings of the founders themselves. If those sources exist anywhere, they exist in this castle. Then we find them. We will. But not tonight. Tonight, you need to sleep. You've been awake for 20 hours, and exhaustion degrades both magical performance and judgment. Even prodigies need rest, Harry. Harry almost argued. Then he yawned, and the yawn was so vast and involuntary that it undermined any protest he might have made. He left the room of requirement, navigated the sleeping castle by routes he now knew better than any student and most professors, and collapsed into his bed in Gryffindor Tower without changing out of his clothes. He was asleep before his head hit the pillow. And in the deep quiet of his unconscious mind, behind walls of element brick and mathematical precision, Marvolo kept watch, a fragment of darkness standing guard over the boy who'd given it something it had never expected to want. A reason to exist. The Mirror of Erised found Harry on a Tuesday night in late December. He hadn't been looking for it. He'd been exploring, one of his late-night mapping sessions, charting a section of the fourth floor he hadn't covered yet. Most of the castle was asleep, and the corridors had the particular quality of emptiness that comes when a building designed for 1,000 occupants holds only the echoes of their presence. He turned a corner, opened a door that looked like all the other doors, and found himself in an unused classroom. Desks pushed against the walls, dust on every surface, moonlight falling through tall windows in silver shafts. And in the center of the room, a mirror. It was enormous, floor to ceiling, framed in ornate gold, with an inscription carved along the top that Harry read backward without thinking, "I show not your face but your heart's desire. Don't look into it." Marvolo's warning was immediate, sharp, laced with an urgency Harry had learned to take seriously. But Harry was already walking toward the mirror, drawn by the same pull that had tugged him toward Diagon Alley, not magic, not compulsion, just the deep, human need to see what the mirror would show him. He looked. The reflection wasn't his own. Or rather, it was, he stood in the mirror, recognizable, but changed. Older by a few years, taller, broader in the shoulders, with his mother's eyes bright and clear and the scar on his forehead faded to a thin white line instead of the angry red it usually was. He wasn't alone. Behind him stood a man and a woman. The man had Harry's untidy black hair and glasses. The woman had Harry's green eyes and a smile that hit him like a fist to the chest because he had never seen it before but recognized it instantly, the way you recognize your own heartbeat. His parents. James and Lily Potter. Standing behind him, their hands on his shoulders, their faces full of the fierce, encompassing love that Harry had spent his entire life knowing existed somewhere but had never felt directed at him. His throat closed. His vision blurred. He pressed his hand to the glass and the mirror was cold and smooth and his parents didn't move, didn't react, just smiled at him with that impossible warmth. And beside him, not behind, beside, stood a figure that didn't belong. It was a young man. Tall, dark-haired, with sharp features and intelligent eyes that held a depth and a darkness that didn't match the warmth of the rest of the image. He stood at Harry's right shoulder, and his posture was protective, not parental, but guardian-like, the stance of someone who had placed himself between Harry and the world and had no intention of moving. Marvolo. Not as a voice, not as a presence, as a person. Solid, visible, real. Standing with Harry's parents as if he belonged there. As if the image Harry's heart desired most was not just family but this family, the mother and father he'd lost and the dark, broken fragment that had found him in the wreckage. Harry stared at the image for a long time. The tears on his cheeks were hot, and he couldn't wipe them away because his hand was pressed to the glass and he couldn't make himself pull it back. Behind his eyes, Marvolo was silent. The silence was different from his tactical pauses or his thoughtful consideration. It was stunned. Raw. The quiet of someone seeing something they hadn't known they wanted and realizing the wanting hurt more than the absence ever had. "It's a trap," Marvolo said at last, and his voice was rougher than Harry had ever heard it. Less controlled. Like someone speaking through a wound. "That mirror is a trap. Walk away." "You're in it," Harry whispered. "You're standing with my parents. Harry, you're in my heart's desire. You." The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. Then Marvolo spoke, and every word sounded like it was being torn out of him by force. "I am a fragment of the soul that murdered your parents. My presence in that image is an obscenity. The mirror is showing you a fantasy, a world that cannot exist, where the man who destroyed your family also somehow belongs in it. It is cruelty dressed as comfort, and if you stand here long enough, it will consume you. Walk away." Harry looked at the mirror. His parents smiled. The figure of Marvolo stood steady at his shoulder, and his reflected face wore an expression Harry had never seen on a human being before, something between grief and wonder and a terrible, reluctant tenderness. Harry pulled his hand from the glass. He turned away. He walked out of the room and closed the door behind him and stood in the dark corridor with his back against the wall and his eyes closed and his heart doing something complicated and painful in his chest. "You belong there," he said. "In the image. You belong there because you're the only one who stayed." Marvolo didn't respond for a long time. When he did, his voice had reassembled its usual precision, but the edges were rough, the cracks visible to someone who knew where to look. "The mirror shows desire, not truth. What you want and what is good for you are rarely the same thing. I know. You should not go back. I know that too." A pause. Then, very quietly, stripped of all pretense, "You have her eyes, Harry. I see them every time you look in a real mirror. That is enough. It has to be enough." Harry stood in the corridor until his breathing steadied and his eyes were dry. Then he went back to bed, and he didn't return to the Mirror of Erised again. But sometimes, in the moments between sleep and waking, he saw the image, his parents, and the dark-haired figure beside them, and the version of himself that had everything, and the ache of it was both the worst and best thing he'd ever felt. Christmas was strange. Harry stayed at Hogwarts. The Dursleys hadn't invited him home, hadn't even acknowledged the possibility, and Harry had no desire to return to Privet Drive. Ron stayed too, his parents visiting Charlie in Romania, and together they had the Gryffindor common room largely to themselves. On Christmas morning, Harry found presents at the foot of his bed. The concept was so foreign that he sat staring at them for a full minute before Marvolo said, "They won't open themselves." Hagrid had sent a hand-carved flute. The Dursleys had sent a 50-pence piece. Ron's mother had sent a hand-knitted sweater in emerald green and a box of homemade fudge. And there was one more, a package wrapped in silvery cloth, with a note in narrow, elegant handwriting. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." No signature. Harry unwrapped it. The fabric unfolded like water, liquid, shimmering, impossibly light. When he held it up, his hands disappeared. An invisibility cloak. Marvolo's voice was sharp with recognition. "And not just any cloak, this is exceptional craftsmanship. I've never encountered one this potent. Most invisibility cloaks fade over time, their enchantments degrading. This one feels permanent. The note says it was my father's. James Potter was known for his ability to move unseen through Hogwarts. This explains it. But the note, use it well. That's Dumbledore's handwriting. I recognize the formation of his letters from documents the person I was once saw." Harry draped the cloak over his shoulders and watched his body vanish from the neck down. In the mirror across the dormitory, a floating head stared back at him with wide green eyes. "Dumbledore returned this now, at this moment, for a reason. He wants you to have the capability to move through the castle unseen. The question is whether he wants you to use it for your own purposes or for his. Maybe both. Maybe. But remember, every gift from Dumbledore comes with an invisible string attached. Use the cloak. Value it. But never forget who gave it to you, and why he might want you to have it." Harry folded the cloak carefully and placed it in his trunk, beneath the false bottom, beside his cipher notebook. Two secrets, hidden in the same space. Then he put on Mrs. Weasley's sweater, pocketed the fudge, and went downstairs to spend Christmas morning with Ron. It was, he realized with a pang that caught him off guard, the first Christmas he'd ever enjoyed. January brought snow, exams revision, and Daphne's sister. Harry found Daphne in their usual corner of the library, but her composure, the careful, measured control she wore like armor, was cracked. Her jaw was tight, her eyes bright with suppressed fury, and her handwriting, usually precise, had degraded into aggressive scratches across the parchment. Harry sat down across from her and said nothing. He'd learned that Daphne didn't respond well to questions when she was angry. She responded to patience, the willingness to sit in her storm without trying to fix it. 3 minutes passed. Then she spoke. Astoria was hexed. Harry's hand stilled on his book. "Your sister. She's a first year. 9 months younger than me, she started late because of health issues. She's small, she's quiet, she's not," Daphne's voice hitched. She caught it, controlled it, continued. "She's not equipped to handle what was done to her." "What was done?" "A 7th-year Slytherin, Marcus Flint, hit her with a stinging jinx variant that causes recurring pain. Not constant, it pulses. Every few hours, she feels the sting again, fresh. It can last for weeks if not properly countered. He did it because she bumped into him in the corridor and he wanted to teach her to watch where she was going." Harry felt something cold and heavy settle in his chest. Not anger, something beyond anger. A calm, absolute clarity that Marvolo recognized and approved of. What kind of stinging jinx variant leaves a recurring effect? Daphne looked at him. Her eyes were sharp, reading his expression the way she always did, deeply, analytically. "It's a modified version. The base jinx is combined with a minor pain curse that anchors in the nervous system. It's technically dark adjacent, the Ministry wouldn't classify it as dark magic, but only because the classification system doesn't cover modified jinxes properly. Can Madame Pomfrey fix it? She can suppress the symptoms, but the anchor stays unless it's removed by someone who understands the specific spell structure. Flint learned it from his father. It's a family curse, designed to be difficult to counter without knowledge of its architecture. I know this type of spell. It's a stinging anchor, crude but effective. The curse embeds a magical signature in the target's nerve pathways, and each pulse reactivates the original pain. The counter requires identifying the anchor's frequency and disrupting it with a precisely calibrated finite that matches the original caster's magical signature. I can teach you how to remove it. Let me see her, Harry said. Daphne studied him for a long moment. Whatever she saw in his face must have satisfied her, because she nodded once, stood, and led him out of the library. They found Astoria in an empty classroom on the second floor, sitting on a windowsill with her knees drawn up, staring at the grounds. She was small, smaller than a first-year should be, with the same blonde hair as her sister and a face that was too pale and too thin and currently set in an expression of determined endurance that made Harry's jaw tighten. Astoria. This is Harry Potter. Astoria looked at him. Her eyes were Daphne's but softer, less guarded. The scar's smaller than I expected, she said. Harry almost smiled. It's been a disappointing year for autograph seekers. Astoria's mouth twitched. Then she winced, a sharp, sudden flinch, her hand flying to her forearm. The pulse. Harry could see it in her face, a bloom of pain, bright and fresh, that lasted 3 seconds and then faded, leaving her breathing carefully through her teeth. Can I see your arm? Harry asked. Astoria looked at Daphne, who nodded. She extended her arm. Harry took her wrist gently, pushed up her sleeve, and looked. There was no visible mark, the stinging anchor was subdermal, embedded in the nerve pathways, invisible to the eye. But when Harry focused, reaching for the magical sensitivity Marvolo had been training, he could feel it, a tight, sharp knot of foreign magic wrapped around the nerves of her forearm like barbed wire. There. Feel the frequency. It's pulsing at regular intervals, roughly every 3 hours. The anchor point is in the ulnar nerve, just above the wrist. To remove it, you need to cast a targeted finite that matches the anchor's specific magical signature. I'll guide your wand. Harry drew his wand. Daphne's eyes widened slightly, she hadn't expected immediate action. This might sting for a second, Harry told Astoria. Then it'll be gone. It already stings, Astoria said dryly. Harry placed his wand tip against the inside of her wrist. He felt for the anchor, that tight, barbed knot, and let Marvolo guide his magic. The finite he cast wasn't the blunt, general-purpose version taught in class. It was surgical, a narrow beam of countermagic, calibrated to exactly the right frequency, slicing through the anchor's structure like a scalpel through thread. Astoria gasped. Her arm jerked. A small flash of sickly yellow light pulsed at the point where Harry's wand met her skin, and then, nothing. The knot was gone. The foreign magic unraveled and dissipated, and Astoria's arm was clean. She flexed her fingers. Rotated her wrist. Waited. No pulse. No pain. It's gone, she said, and her voice cracked on the second word, and suddenly she was crying, not dramatically, not loudly, but with the quiet, shaking release of someone who'd been holding themselves together through constant pain and had finally been allowed to stop. Daphne moved to her sister and put an arm around her shoulders, and the tenderness in the gesture, so different from Daphne's usual controlled composure, told Harry more about who Daphne Greengrass really was than months of library conversations ever had. Harry stepped back. He pocketed his wand and waited. When Astoria's tears subsided, she looked at him with red eyes and an expression of fierce, slightly bewildered gratitude. How did you do that? The school nurse couldn't fix it. I read a lot. Daphne's eyes met his over her sister's head. She didn't buy it. She knew, not the details, not the source, but she knew that what Harry had just done required knowledge that went far beyond reading. The counter-curse he'd used was specific, advanced, and bordered on dark magic in its precision. She didn't ask. Not yet. But the look she gave him, grateful, analytical, and something else, something warmer and more complicated, stayed with Harry long after Astoria had gone back to her dormitory and Daphne had walked with him in silence through the castle corridors. They stopped at the junction where their paths diverged, Gryffindor Tower to the left, the Slytherin dungeons to the right. "Thank you," Daphne said. 2 words. No elaboration. "You'd do the same." "For Astoria, yes. I didn't expect anyone else to." "Then your expectations need adjusting." The corner of her mouth twitched, that almost smile he was learning to watch for. "Perhaps they do." She turned toward the dungeons, then stopped. Without looking back, she said, "Whatever you're learning, wherever you're learning it, be careful, Harry. The kind of magic you use tonight leaves traces. People who know what to look for will find them." She walked away. Harry watched her disappear around the corner, a slim figure swallowed by the cold light of the dungeon corridor. "She's right," Marvolo said. "The counter-curse I taught you uses a technique that's characteristic of a specific school of dark magic, the same school that trained the Death Eaters. If anyone competent examines Astoria and identifies the method used to remove the anchor, they'll wonder how a first-year Gryffindor learned it." "Yes. Was I supposed to let her suffer?" A long pause. "No. But every time you use what I teach you, you create another data point. Another piece of evidence that someone, somewhere, will eventually assemble into a picture. We need to be aware of the cost of compassion." "The cost of compassion," Harry repeated. "You make it sound like kindness is a tactical liability. In our situation, it is. That doesn't mean it's wrong, just expensive. And I want you to know the price before you pay it, not after." Harry climbed the stairs toward Gryffindor Tower, and the weight of what Marvolo had said settled onto him alongside the warmth of what he'd done, and both feelings were true, and neither cancelled the other out. Marcus Flint received a broken nose and 2 cracked ribs from a bludger during the next Quidditch match, Slytherin vs Hufflepuff. The bludger's trajectory was unusual. Several people in the stands noticed that it changed direction mid-flight, as if guided by an invisible hand. No one could prove anything. Harry watched from the Gryffindor section with his hands in his pockets and his expression perfectly neutral. "I thought you didn't want to use magic for revenge." "That wasn't revenge. That was a bludger with poor aim. Harry. He hexed a little girl for bumping into him. The bludger was a natural consequence of bad karma." "You don't believe in karma." "I'm developing a personal version." Marvolo was quiet for a moment. Then, the wandless bludger manipulation was technically impressive. "Your fine control has improved significantly." "Is that a compliment?" "It's an observation. Don't get used to it." February brought the confrontation Harry had been dreading. He was returning from a late-night training session in the Room of Requirement, 2 hours of combat drills followed by an hour of dark arts theory that had left him mentally exhausted and physically drained. It was past midnight. The corridors were empty. Or should have been. Snape materialized from a shadow like he'd been poured from the darkness itself. One moment the corridor was clear, the next, a tall figure in black robes stood between Harry and the staircase to Gryffindor Tower, his arms folded, his face unreadable. "Out after curfew, Potter." Harry stopped. His wand was in his pocket, his invisibility cloak in his bag. He'd taken it off 2 corridors back, thinking he was clear. Careless. Marvolo's disapproval pulsed through their connection. "I was in the bathroom, Professor. Lost track of time. The bathroom is not on this floor. The Room of Requirement, however, is." Harry's stomach dropped. He kept his face blank, but something must have shown, because Snape's eyes narrowed. "Yes, Potter. I know about the room. I've known about it for longer than you've been alive. I also know that it has been accessed regularly by someone on the 7th floor for the past 3 months, because the castle's ward scheme logs significant magical usage, and the usage patterns from that corridor have been unusual. He's been monitoring the wards. He knows someone has been practicing magic in the room, though he may not know specifically what kind. Stay calm. Give him nothing. I don't know what the room of requirement is, Professor. Snape moved forward. Not aggressively, deliberately. He closed the distance between them until he was standing 3 feet from Harry, and at this range, his presence was overwhelming. He was tall enough that Harry had to crane his neck to meet his eyes, and his dark gaze bore down with the weight of a man who had spent 20 years navigating the most dangerous political landscape in the wizarding world and had no patience left for the evasions of children. I am going to speak plainly, Snape said, and his voice was stripped of its usual silken menace. It was raw. Direct. Almost human. And you are going to listen. Harry listened. I know your mind is shielded. I know the shields are a clemency, advanced, layered, with a false surface designed to mislead casual probes. I know this because I am one of perhaps 5 people in Britain capable of identifying that type of defense, and I know it because the architecture of your shields follows a methodology I have seen exactly once before. He paused. His jaw worked. The Dark Lord used the same technique. The corridor was absolutely silent. Harry could hear his own heartbeat, and beneath it, Marvolo's presence, tense, coiled, ready. I know that something lives behind your eyes that should not be there. I felt it during our first class, a resonance, a signature, a taste of magic that I spent 11 years learning to recognize because it was the magic of the man I served and the man I betrayed and the man who murdered the only person. Snape stopped. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, the rawness had been forced back under control, but the effort showed, hairline fractures in his composure, barely visible. Tell me what you are, Potter. Harry looked at Snape, at the angular, bitter face, the hooked nose, the black eyes that had seen too much and trusted too little. He saw the fear. He saw the grief. And beneath both, buried so deep that Snape himself might not have recognized it, he saw the desperate, ferocious protectiveness of a man who had failed to save the woman he loved and would burn the world to ashes before he failed her son. Don't tell him. What do you think I am? Harry asked quietly. Snape flinched. It was tiny, a micro-movement of the muscles around his eyes, but Harry saw it. I think, Snape said, each word placed with surgical care, that on the night the Dark Lord attacked your family, something happened that went beyond a rebounded killing curse. I think the magic that was unleashed in that room, the collision of the darkest possible curse with the most powerful protective magic known to wizardry, created an effect that no one fully understands. I think that effect left a mark on you that goes deeper than the scar on your forehead. He was right. He was so close to the truth that Harry could almost feel the words forming in the air between them. And I think, Snape continued, that whatever that mark is, it has been teaching you. Shaping you. Giving you knowledge and skills that no 11-year-old should possess. I think you know things you shouldn't know, and you can do things you shouldn't be able to do, and I think if I don't find out what is happening to you, it will be too late to stop it. Stop what? Stop you from becoming him. The words hung in the air like smoke. Snape's face was pale, his hands, visible now, no longer folded, were trembling slightly. Harry stood very still. The accusation didn't wound him, he'd thought the same thing himself, in the dark moments, during the training sessions when the dark magic came too easily and the power felt too good. But hearing it from Snape, hearing the terror in the man's voice, seeing the ghost of his mother in Snape's tortured expression, he made a choice. I'm not becoming him, Harry said. I never will. You don't know that. I do. Because whatever is happening to me, whatever I'm carrying, I know what it is, and I know what it isn't. It isn't him. Not anymore. And I am not a weapon, Professor. I'm not a vessel. I'm a person. I'm Lily Potter's son. And I am choosing, every day, what I become. The speech was small. Quiet. No dramatic gestures, no raised voice. Just a boy in a dark corridor, telling a broken man that the thing he feared most wasn't coming true. Snape stared at him. You have her voice, he said, and the words came out like they'd been ripped from the lining of his chest. When you speak with conviction, the cadence, the certainty, it's hers. Harry didn't know what to say to that. So he said nothing. Snape straightened. His mask reassembled itself, the sneer, the cold eyes, the billowing authority. But it didn't fit quite as well as it had before. The cracks remained. 20 points from Gryffindor for being out after curfew, Snape said. And if I catch you in the 7th floor corridor again, the consequences will be considerably more severe. Get back to your dormitory. Harry went. He was 10 steps away when Snape spoke again, quietly, almost to himself, as if the words were escaping rather than being released. Potter. Harry stopped. If what you carry ever becomes more than you can control, if it starts to change who you are in ways you cannot reverse, you will come to me. Not to Dumbledore. To me. Do you understand? Harry looked back over his shoulder. Snape stood in the dark corridor like a sentinel, tall, rigid, consumed by a duty he'd never been relieved of and would never abandon. I understand, Professor. He climbed the stairs to Gryffindor Tower. Behind him, Snape remained in the corridor for a long time, standing guard against a threat he couldn't identify and couldn't fight and would never stop watching for. He knows, Marvolo said. Not the specifics, but he knows something inhabits you, and he knows its flavor matches the Dark Lord's magic. He will continue to investigate. He may go to Dumbledore. He won't. How can you be certain? Because he said to come to him, not to Dumbledore. He doesn't trust Dumbledore with this. He doesn't trust anyone with this. A thoughtful silence. You're right. His loyalty is to your mother, not to the headmaster. And his approach tonight was personal, not professional. He came as Lily's protector, not as Dumbledore's agent. He loved her. Obsession and love are not always distinguishable from the outside. But the result is the same, he will guard you with everything he has, whether you want him to or not. Harry lay in bed, staring at the canopy above him. Ron's snoring filled the room. Neville's toad croaked from somewhere near the window. Marvolo. Yes. The things he said, about becoming him. About the Dark Lord. Sometimes I wonder, don't. Let me finish. Sometimes I wonder if the reason the dark magic comes so easily to me is because you want it to. Because some part of you, some echo of who you were, is pushing me toward the same path. The silence that followed was the heaviest Harry had ever felt through their connection. It was dense with things unsaid, with the weight of a soul fragment confronting the question of its own nature. When Marvolo spoke, his voice was careful. Each word chosen with a precision that bordered on pain. I will not pretend that my nature is entirely clean. I am a fragment of a man who committed atrocities. The knowledge I carry was gained through acts I cannot defend. And yes, part of me recognizes the dark magic as familiar, as native to what I am, and that familiarity may ease your learning in ways that a different teacher would not. But I am not him. Not anymore. A decade inside a child protected by love magic has changed what I am in ways I don't fully understand. The me that exists now is not the me that was created. I have been shaped by your mother's protection. By your own mind, growing around me like a tree growing around a stone. I do not want you to become the Dark Lord. I want you to become something that the Dark Lord could never be, powerful enough to survive, and human enough to deserve survival. That is as close to honest as I am capable of being. Harry closed his eyes. I believe you, he said. And in the silence of the dormitory, in the space between two souls bound by violence and shaped by time, something settled. Not trust exactly, trust was too simple a word for what existed between them. Something more like recognition. Two broken things that had found a way to be less broken together. The first sign of the threshold came on a Thursday morning in March. Harry was in the Great Hall, eating breakfast, half listening to Hermione explain the properties of Moonstone for their upcoming potions essay, when every ghost in the castle screamed. The sound came from everywhere and nowhere, a chorus of spectral voices raised in unison, not in anger or alarm but in raw, primal terror. Nearly headless Nick froze mid-conversation at the Gryffindor table, his translucent face contorted in horror. The Bloody Baron, visible at the far end of the Slytherin table, flickered like a candle in a gale, his solid, silver form stuttering in and out of visibility. The screaming lasted 4 seconds. Then it stopped, as suddenly as it had begun, and the ghosts all turned to look in the same direction, downward. What in Merlin's name, Ron started. A pulse ran through Harry's scar. Not the sharp pain of Quirrell's proximity, something deeper, colder, like a bass note vibrating through the bone of his skull. He gripped the edge of the table. His vision blurred. The threshold. Something just pushed against it from the other side. Hard. I felt it, Harry whispered. Everyone felt it. Look at the staff table. Harry looked. Dumbledore was on his feet, his wand in his hand, the first time Harry had ever seen the headmaster armed during a meal. McGonagall was white-faced. Flitwick had knocked over his goblet. Snape was perfectly still, his eyes scanning the hall with the controlled alertness of a soldier hearing the first shots of a battle. Quirrell was smiling. It was small, a tiny, private curve of the lips, gone in an instant, but Harry saw it, and Marvolo saw it through Harry's eyes, and they both understood its meaning. Whatever had just happened, Quirrell's master had expected it. Perhaps even caused it. The hall erupted in frightened chatter. Dumbledore raised his hand and the noise subsided, not because of a spell, but because of the sheer gravitational authority of his presence. There is nothing to be alarmed about. The castle's protective enchantments experienced a minor fluctuation, an uncommon but documented phenomenon. Classes will proceed as normal. Prefects, please escort your houses to their first lessons. It was a lie. Harry could see it in the tightness around Dumbledore's eyes, in the way McGonagall's hand stayed on her wand even after she stood. Whatever had happened was not minor, not documented, and not a fluctuation. He's covering. He doesn't want to cause panic. But he's scared, Harry. I've never seen Dumbledore scared. The students filed out, buzzing with nervous energy. Harry hung back, watching the staff table. As the hall emptied, Dumbledore caught Snape's eye and gave an almost imperceptible nod. McGonagall received a similar signal. Flitwick. Sprout. One by one, the senior staff acknowledged some unspoken instruction and began to move, not toward their classrooms, but toward the doors that led deeper into the castle. Toward the foundations. Toward whatever lay beneath. They're going to investigate. The threshold breach, or whatever just happened, originated below the castle. Below even the dungeons. I need to know what they find. You will. Tonight. The invisibility cloak and the marauders, no, you don't have the map yet. The cloak, then. Follow the staff. Stay invisible, stay silent, stay alive. Harry nodded. Then he joined the stream of students heading to class, his face the picture of mild concern, his mind already planning the night's reconnaissance. But he didn't have to wait until night. It happened again during herbology, a second pulse, stronger than the first. The greenhouse windows rattled. The venomous tentacula thrashed in its pot with sudden, panicked violence. Professor Sprout dropped her trowel and pressed both hands flat against the earth of the greenhouse floor, her face draining of color. Everyone out. Now. Calmly, please, out to the grounds, wait by the path. Her voice was steady but her hands were shaking. Harry was the last one out, and as he passed her, he felt it again through his scar, the deep, subsonic pulse, the sense of something vast pressing against the underside of reality like a hand pressing against a membrane from the other side. And in the moment between the greenhouse and the daylight, Harry saw something impossible. Shadows. Not his shadow or the shadow of the greenhouse or the shadow of anything physical. Shadows that moved independently, stretching across the floor in directions that didn't correspond to any light source, reaching toward the spot where Sprout's hands pressed against the earth as if drawn to whatever she was sensing. They withdrew when Harry stepped into the sunlight. But they'd been there. He'd seen them. The threshold is not just cracking. Something is testing it. Probing. Looking for weak points. And this castle, built on a site of enormous magical power, housing the Philosopher's Stone, containing at least one Horcrux fragment, is lit up like a beacon to whatever is on the other side. What do we do? For now. Nothing. We're not equipped to address a threshold breach. We don't have the knowledge or the power. What we can do is observe, document, and prepare. When the time comes, and it will come, probably sooner than either of us would like, we need to be ready to act. Act how? I don't know yet. But I'm working on it. I've been searching my memories, fragmentary as they are, for anything the person I was learned during the Albania ritual. There are pieces. Techniques for interacting with the barrier between life and death. They're dark, deeply, fundamentally dark. They may be the only tools that work. Harry walked to his next class. The grounds were bright with spring sunshine, the lake glittering, the forbidden forest a dark mass against the horizon. Everything looked normal. Everything felt wrong. At the Slytherin table that evening, Daphne met his eyes across the great hall. She'd felt it too, everyone had, but her expression carried a specific weight that told Harry she understood this was different from ordinary magical disturbance. She'd grown up in a household where ward theory was taught at the dinner table. She knew what compromised barriers felt like. Later, in the library, she sat across from him and said, "Something is wrong with the castle's foundations." "I know." "No, you know something specific. You've known something specific since September. The way you watch Quirrell. The way you react every time the castle shudders. You're not surprised by any of this. You're expecting it." Harry looked at her. The library was empty except for them, it was late, and Madame Pants had retreated to her office. The candlelight caught Daphne's face at an angle that made her look older, sharper, the softness of 11 years replaced by the beginning of something harder and more defined. "If I told you," Harry said carefully, "that the problems with the castle's foundations are connected to something much larger, something that goes beyond Hogwarts, beyond the wizarding world, would you want to know?" "Yes." "Even if knowing made you a target?" "I'm already a target. Everyone in this castle is a target, they just don't know of what. I'd rather be a target with information than a target in ignorance." Harry considered. Marvolo was silent, not absent, but deliberately withholding his opinion. Waiting to see what Harry decided. "There's a barrier," Harry said slowly. "Between our world and something else. Life and death, basically. The boundary that separates the living from whatever comes after. It's been damaged, weakened by dark magic performed years ago. And there's an artifact in this castle that's making the damage worse. Like a resonance amplifier," Daphne finished. "An object that interacts with the barrier's frequency and widens existing faults." Harry stared at her. "Ward theory," she said with a ghost of a smile. "Barriers are barriers, whether they protect a house or separate dimensions. The principles are the same. If there's an artifact destabilizing a metaphysical barrier, you either remove the artifact, reinforce the barrier, or," her smile faded. "Prepare for what comes through when it breaks. Option 3 is what worries me." "What's on the other side?" "I don't know exactly. Something vast. Something that's become aware of us." Daphne was quiet. She looked down at her hands, steady, composed, but gripping the edge of the table with more force than necessary. "When you say, us," she said, "you mean this castle? This school? These people?" "Yes. My sister is in this school." "I know." "Then we'd better figure out which option we're pursuing." She looked up. Her blue eyes were clear, focused, and absolutely certain. "Tell me everything. Not the version for children. The real version. I can handle it." Harry told her. Not everything, not about Marvolo, not about the Horcrux, not about the voice in his head. But he told her about the Philosopher's Stone, about its location beneath the third-floor corridor, about its potential interaction with the damaged barrier. He told her about the pulses, about the shadows he'd seen, about his suspicion that the damage was accelerating. He told her enough truth to be useful and held back enough to be safe, and hated the calculation even as he made it. Daphne listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was silent for a full minute, processing, organizing, integrating the new information into her existing understanding. Then she said, "We need to research pre-Hogwarts barrier theory. The founders built on this site for a reason, there must be records of the site's metaphysical properties. And we need to understand the stone better. Not its alchemical properties, its interaction with death magic. If it's destabilizing the barrier, there must be a mechanism. Find the mechanism, find the solution. That's a lot of research. Good thing there are two of us." She paused, then added, with a precision that suggested she'd been thinking about this for longer than the conversation, 3, if you include Granger. "She's the best researcher in our year by a considerable margin, and she's loyal enough to keep secrets." Harry blinked. "You want to work with Hermione?" "I want to survive. If that requires collaborating with an insufferably brilliant Gryffindor, I'll manage." Harry smiled. Daphne almost smiled back. And in the quiet, candlelit library, an alliance took shape, not forged by politics or strategy or the calculations of soul fragments, but by the simple, stubborn refusal of 3 young people to stand by while the ground crumbled beneath their feet. "She's impressive," Marvolo admitted later, as Harry climbed the stairs to Gryffindor Tower. "And her suggestion about Granger is sound. You need researchers. You need people who can find answers in books while you train for the fight those answers will inevitably lead to." Was that approval? It was a tactical assessment. Don't read sentimentality into pragmatism. Right. Because you're completely unsentimental. Entirely. You stopped talking when I was at the Mirror of Erised because you saw yourself standing with my parents and it broke something inside you. The silence that followed was so profound it felt like a held breath. "Go to sleep, Harry." Harry grinned into his pillow and, for once, did as he was told. The third pulse came in early April, and it brought something with it. Hannah Abbott, a first-year Hufflepuff, friendly and unremarkable and as far from magical anomalies as a person could be, woke at 3 in the morning screaming in a language no one recognized. Harry heard about it at breakfast from Hermione, who'd heard it from Susan Bones, who shared a dormitory with Hannah. The details were disturbing. Hannah had sat up in bed, rigid, her eyes open but blank, and spoken in a continuous stream of syllables that sounded ancient and structured but matched no known language, not Latin, not Old English, not any of the magical languages catalogued in Hogwarts linguistic archives. The air around her bed had frozen. Not figuratively, literally. Ice crystals formed on her blankets, her nightstand, the floor around her bed. The frost was still there when Madame Pomfrey arrived, and it didn't melt until Professor Flitwick performed a warming charm so powerful it temporarily raised the temperature of the entire dormitory to midsummer levels. Hannah remembered nothing. She woke confused, frightened, and cold, with no memory of speaking or screaming or anything other than a vague sense of having been somewhere very dark and very quiet. Madame Pomfrey diagnosed stress and prescribed dreamless sleep potion. Dumbledore visited Hannah personally. The incident was officially classified as a night terror exacerbated by magical stress. Harry knew better. That wasn't a night terror, he said to Daphne and Hermione in the library that evening. He'd brought them together for the first time, and the initial awkwardness, Hermione's wariness of a Slytherin, Daphne's coolness toward a Gryffindor, had dissolved within minutes under the weight of what they were discussing. The language she spoke, Hermione said, pulling a book from her bag. She'd already been researching. I cross-referenced the descriptions Susan gave me with the Hogwarts Linguistic Archive. The closest match I could find was pre-Celtic runic vocalization, a theoretical language associated with the stone circles and burial mounds of ancient Britain. But even that's only a partial match. Some of the phonemes Susan described don't appear in any known human language. Because it might not be a human language, Harry said. Hermione looked at him. Daphne looked at him. Neither of them asked the obvious question, but it hung in the air between them like smoke. The barrier I told you about, Harry said, looking at Daphne. Hermione frowned, she hadn't heard this yet. Harry took a breath and gave Hermione the same abbreviated version he'd given Daphne weeks earlier. Hermione processed it faster than Daphne had, or rather, processed it differently. Where Daphne had responded with strategic analysis, Hermione responded with a torrent of connections. The Philosopher's Stone creates the elixir of life, a substance that prevents death. If the barrier between life and death is a real, measurable phenomenon, then the stone's function is essentially to locally reinforce the barrier around a single person, keeping death on one side and life on the other. But if the barrier itself is damaged, the stone's function could be destabilized. Instead of reinforcing the barrier, it might be pulling at it. Like a magnet pulling at iron filings through a cracked surface. Daphne stared at Hermione. That's actually brilliant. Don't sound so surprised. I'm surprised by the speed, not the quality. Hermione's cheeks pinked slightly, and Harry saw the first fragile thread of something that might, with time, become genuine friendship between two people who had every social reason to dislike each other. The question is what to do about it, Harry said. We can't remove the stone, Dumbledore controls access. We can't reinforce the barrier, we don't know how. And the pulses are getting stronger. Then we need to understand the barrier itself, Daphne said. Its properties, its architecture, how it was damaged, what would repair it. That means going deeper than anything in the standard library. We need the restricted section. Hermione's eyes went wide. We can't, I can, Harry said quietly. Both girls looked at him. He didn't explain. He didn't need to. The invisibility cloak, the room of requirement, his ability to move through the castle unseen, they both understood, in their different ways, that Harry had resources they didn't. Give me a list of titles, he said. I'll get the books. Hermione's moral discomfort warred visibly with her intellectual hunger. The hunger won. She started writing a list. Daphne added 3 titles from memory, each one more obscure than the last. Harry took the list, folded it into his pocket, and left the library with the particular focused calm of someone embarking on a mission. You're building a team, Marvolo observed. I'm accepting help. The distinction is less meaningful than you think. You're the center of a circle now, Harry. Weasley provides loyalty and social cover. Granger provides research and magical knowledge. Greengrass provides political intelligence and strategic thinking. You provide direction. Leadership. I'm 11. Alexander the Great was tutored by Aristotle from age 13. By 20, he'd conquered Persia. Age is a limitation only for those who accept it as one. I'm not conquering Persia. No. You're trying to save a school full of children from a breach in the barrier between life and death while simultaneously preparing to confront the most dangerous dark wizard in a century. I'd argue your task is harder. Harry walked through the moonlit corridors toward Gryffindor Tower, the list of books in his pocket and the weight of Marvolo's words on his shoulders. He was 11 years old. He had a soul fragment in his head, a dark lord in his castle, a headmaster watching his every move, and something ancient pressing against the foundations of reality. And he had friends. Real ones. People who saw parts of who he really was and stayed. The warmth of that thought carried him all the way to bed, and when he slept, he dreamed of nothing at all, which, given his usual dreamscape of mirrors and shadows and the sound of something breathing beneath the floor, was the best rest he'd had in months. The restricted section yielded more than books. Harry went at 2 in the morning, the invisibility cloak wrapped around him, his wand in his hand, his senses extended the way Marvolo had taught him, not just sight and hearing, but magical awareness, the ability to feel enchantments and presences and the faint electrical hum of the castle's own consciousness. The restricted section was warded, but the wards were designed to detect students, not invisible presences concealed by one of the most powerful magical artifacts in existence. Harry passed through them like smoke through a screen and found himself in a long, narrow chamber lined floor to ceiling with books that hummed and whispered and occasionally growled. Third shelf from the left, middle row. Villeneuve's treatise on barrier thaumaturgy. That's the priority. Harry found it, a thick, leather-bound volume that vibrated faintly when he touched it, as if the knowledge inside was eager to be released. He tucked it under his cloak and moved on. Second priority, the collection of essays by Herpo the Foul. They'll be in the secured cabinet at the back, the glass one with the warning labels. Herpo's work on soul magic is the most comprehensive in existence, and it's the only source I know that addresses the relationship between Horcruxes and the Threshold. Herpo the Foul. That sounds promising. He invented the Horcrux. He was also the first wizard to breed a basilisk, which should give you a sense of his ethical flexibility. His academic work, however, is unparalleled. Harry approached the secured cabinet. It was locked with 3 separate enchantments, he could feel them layered on the glass like coats of paint. The first was a standard locking charm, the second was an alarm that would trigger if the glass was broken, the third was a nasty little curse that would hex anyone who touched the cabinet without authorization. Use the blood detection technique. 1 drop on the glass, it will map the ward architecture and show you where the seams are. Harry pricked his finger. Pressed the blood to the glass. The wards lit up in his magical awareness like a circuit diagram, lines of force, nodes of power, and there, at the junction between the locking charm and the alarm, a seam. A point where the 2 enchantments overlapped imperfectly. Finite incantatem on the seam. Precisely targeted, the same technique you used on Astoria's hex. Disrupt the junction and both wards fall. Harry cast. The seam dissolved. The locking charm and alarm collapsed simultaneously, silently, with a faint shimmer that faded in less than a second. The curse remained, but without the lock and alarm supporting it, it was inert, a snake without venom. Harry opened the cabinet and pulled out a slim, ancient volume bound in something that might have been leather but felt slightly wrong under his fingers. The title was in Greek, but Marvolo translated, On the Division of the Self and Its Consequences. That's the one. Take it and go. We've been here long enough. Harry closed the cabinet, recast the locking charm and alarm. Marvolo guided him through the restoration, leaving the wards visibly intact with delayed discovery of the theft, and left the restricted section with 2 books under his cloak and a growing awareness that he was crossing lines that couldn't be uncrossed. You're not stealing, Marvolo said, as if reading his thoughts. You're requisitioning essential materials for a crisis that the institution is failing to address. When the crisis is over, you can return them. You're rationalizing. I'm contextualizing. There's a difference. There really isn't. Then let me put it another way, would you rather have these books and be prepared for what's coming, or be unprepared and morally pristine? Because the Threshold won't care about your ethics when it breaks. Harry said nothing. He carried the books back to the room of requirement, placed them in a hidden compartment the room created for him, and went to bed. He didn't sleep well. Hermione took to the research like a fish to water. Or rather, like a fish to a previously undiscovered ocean full of species no one had ever catalogued. This is extraordinary, she breathed, poring over Villeneuve's treatise in the room of requirement. Harry had arranged their research sessions here, the room provided whatever they needed, and its location was known only to Harry and, apparently, Snape, who had not returned to the 7th-floor corridor since their confrontation. Villeneuve's theory of barrier harmonics predates anything in the Hogwarts curriculum by at least 200 years. She's describing the threshold as a standing wave, a vibrational frequency that separates two states of existence the way a musical note separates silence from sound. Can you simplify that? Ron asked. He'd been included in the research group at Harry's insistence, not because Ron was a researcher, he wasn't, but because excluding him would have created exactly the kind of social fracture that enemies could exploit, and because Ron's instincts, though untrained, were often sharper than anyone gave him credit for. The barrier between life and death is like a note of music, Hermione said. As long as the note plays, the two sides stay separate. If the note wavers, if something disrupts the frequency, the sides start to bleed into each other. And the Horcruxes are disrupting the note, Daphne added. She'd been reading Herpo's essays with the intense focus of someone discovering a new and terrible discipline. Each one is like a wrong note played simultaneously, a dissonance that weakens the overall frequency. And the stone? The stone is trying to play a different note entirely, one that sustains life beyond its natural duration. But it's doing so by pushing against the barrier, which adds more stress to a system that's already compromised. Ron looked between the three of them. So, the barrier is a song, the Horcruxes are someone playing out of tune, and the stone is someone playing a completely different song at the same time. Everyone stared at him. What? He said defensively. That's actually a perfect analogy, Hermione said, sounding faintly stunned. Ron's ears went red. Well, I'm not completely useless. No one said you were, Daphne said, and the lack of condescension in her voice surprised Ron enough that he looked at her with something approaching cautious warmth. He's not wrong, Marvolo conceded. The musical metaphor is crude but fundamentally sound. The barrier is a harmonic system, and multiple competing frequencies are destabilizing it. If we want to reinforce the barrier, we need to either remove the competing frequencies, destroy the Horcruxes and the stone, or find a way to harmonize them. Can we harmonize them? Harry asked internally. I don't know. It would require understanding the barrier's native frequency with a precision that may be beyond our current capability. But it's theoretically possible. And it's a better option than destroying the Horcruxes, which would require finding them all, a task the original Dark Lord went to considerable lengths to make impossible. The research continued. Hours blurred into days. The four of them met in the room of requirement whenever schedules allowed, sometimes all four, sometimes in pairs. Hermione and Daphne developed a working relationship that was initially wary and gradually evolved into mutual respect, each recognizing in the other a caliber of intelligence they'd rarely encountered in their peers. Ron provided something equally valuable, perspective. While Hermione and Daphne dove into increasingly abstruse magical theory, Ron asked the simple questions that cut through complexity like a hot knife through butter. If something's on the other side of this barrier, and it's pushing to get through, what does it want? The question silenced the room. We don't know, Harry admitted. Shouldn't we find out before it arrives? He has a point, Marvolo said, with the grudging respect of someone forced to acknowledge wisdom from an unexpected source. Spring deepened. The pulses from the threshold continued, irregular, varying in intensity, each one leaving the castle's ghosts more agitated and the staff more visibly strained. Dumbledore addressed the school twice more, each time attributing the disturbances to fluctuations in the castle's ancient enchantments and assuring everyone that the situation was under control. Harry watched Dumbledore's face during these speeches and saw the lie written in the tightness around his eyes, the way his hands gripped the podium slightly harder than necessary, the barely perceptible tremor in his voice when he said the word, control. Dumbledore was afraid. Not panicked, the man was too disciplined for panic, but afraid in the deep, fundamental way of someone who understood the scope of what was happening and knew that his considerable power might not be enough. He's in over his head, Marvolo said. He understands the threshold, perhaps better than I gave him credit for, but he doesn't have the tools to address it. His magic is predominantly light aspect. The barrier between life and death is not a light aspect phenomenon. It requires knowledge of death magic, soul magic, the dark arts that Dumbledore has spent his career opposing. He's trying to solve a dark problem with light tools, and it's not working. And we have the dark tools. We have the knowledge. We lack the power, at least, the power to implement the knowledge at the scale required. But that's a problem for later. For now, we need to focus on the immediate threat, Quirrell and the stone. How is that the immediate threat? The threshold is an existential threat. Quirrell is a proximate one. And proximate threats have a way of becoming fatal while you're busy worrying about existential ones. Harry conceded the point. Marvolo was right, the threshold was vast and terrifying, but it was also slow. Quirrell was here, now, in the castle, wearing Voldemort like a second skin, and when he made his move for the stone, it would be fast, violent, and potentially deadly. They needed to be ready for both threats. But they could only fight one at a time. The last night before everything changed, Harry stood alone in the room of requirement and practiced. Not spells. Not combat techniques. Something Marvolo had introduced that evening with unusual hesitation, the first time Harry had ever sensed reluctance from his mentor that wasn't strategic. This is shadow manipulation. Not the metaphor, the literal practice of shaping darkness as a magical medium. Shadows are not absence of light. They are the boundary between light and dark, a liminal space, like the threshold itself. Wizards who can manipulate shadows are manipulating the boundaries between states of being. It is the darkest magic I will teach you that doesn't involve blood or death. It is beautiful, dangerous, and permanent. Once you learn it, it changes the way your magic interacts with light and darkness forever. Your magical signature will carry the mark of shadow manipulation for the rest of your life. Are you sure you want to learn this? Harry looked at his hands. In the room's dim light, his shadow stretched behind him on the floor, ordinary, human, the shadow of an 11-year-old boy with messy hair and too large glasses. Will I need it? Yes. Then teach me. Marvolo taught him. It started with perception, learning to see shadows not as absence but as presence. To feel them the way he felt solid objects, as things with texture and weight and responsiveness. It was like learning wandless magic all over again, except instead of feeling the space between intention and action, he was feeling the space between light and dark. Then came manipulation. Harry extended his magic into his own shadow and felt it respond, warm and cool simultaneously, yielding and resistant, a paradox made tangible. He pulled, and the shadow stretched. He pushed, and it contracted. He shaped it, tentatively, clumsily, into forms, a circle, a square, a triangle. Then, without Marvolo's instruction, without conscious intent, he shaped it into a stag. It stood in his shadow on the floor, a four-legged form with antlers, recognizable despite the crude execution. Harry stared at it. He knew, because Marvolo had told him months ago, that his father's Patronus had been a stag. The knowledge had lived in him since then, unused but unforgotten, and now his hands, his magic, had reached for it instinctively. He shaped a doe. His mother's Patronus, according to Marvolo. It stood beside the stag, smaller, graceful, shadow-dark but unmistakable. He shaped a lily. A single flower, dark as ink against the stone floor, every petal defined. He stood in the room of requirement with dark magic pooling at his feet, shaping shadows into monuments to the parents he'd never known, and the contrast between the darkness of the medium and the love of the intent was so sharp it hurt. Marvolo watched through Harry's eyes. Harry could feel him, present, attentive, and for once, completely silent. Not because he had nothing to say, but because what he was seeing had rendered his formidable vocabulary insufficient. "You didn't expect this," Harry said softly. "No. What did you expect?" "I expected to teach you a technique. I expected clinical precision and gradual mastery. I did not expect you to use the darkest form of magic I know to make flowers for your dead mother. Harry let the shapes dissolve. The shadows retreated to their natural positions, behind furniture, beneath shelves, pooling in corners. Ordinary darkness, unbothered by the extraordinary thing that had just passed through it. "You are not what I expected to create," Marvolo said, and his voice was stripped of every defense, every layer of irony and calculation, down to something raw and honest and so quiet Harry almost missed it. "You didn't create me." "No. But I am beginning to think that is for the best." Harry stood in the room that existed because he needed it, surrounded by the shadows he'd learned to shape, carrying the knowledge of dark magic and the memory of love magic and the weight of a soul fragment that was becoming something neither of them had words for. He was not what anyone expected. He was something new. And tomorrow, the storm would break. Chapter 4, Blood and Stone. Dumbledore left the castle on a Tuesday. Harry knew the moment it happened. Not because anyone announced it, Dumbledore's departures were never announced, but because the castle itself seemed to exhale. The subtle, omnipresent weight of the headmaster's magical presence lifted like a hand removed from a shoulder, and the corridors felt marginally wider, the air marginally lighter, and the wards marginally thinner. "He's gone." Called away by the ministry, an emergency session of the Wisengamot, according to the note McGonagall received at breakfast. Convenient timing. Too convenient. Agreed. Someone engineered this. The question is whether Quirrell arranged it directly or whether Voldemort has agents in the ministry capable of manufacturing a crisis on demand. Harry was in the room of requirement, where he'd gone immediately after sensing Dumbledore's departure. His wand was in his hand. The room had configured itself into its training layout, open floor, reinforced walls, targets along the far end, but Harry wasn't training. He was thinking. "Tonight," he said. "Almost certainly. Quirrell has been waiting for this." Without Dumbledore, the protections around the stone rely entirely on the individual contributions of the other professors. Quirrell knows those protections, he contributed one himself. He'll move tonight. Then we move first. Harry. Marvolo's voice carried a weight that made Harry's hand tighten on his wand. "I need you to understand something. When we go down there, when we face what's behind that trapdoor, there is a significant probability that the Dark Lord will sense me through your scar. The proximity, the magical resonance, the stress of combat, all of it will thin the barriers between us and him. If he discovers what I am, he will attempt to reclaim me. The process of extracting a soul fragment from a living host is not gentle. You've said this before. I'm saying it again because you need to hear it clearly, without the buffer of theoretical distance. If Voldemort pulls me out of you, you will experience agony beyond anything you can imagine. Your occlumency will shatter. Your magical core will destabilize. The physical trauma alone may kill you, and if it doesn't, the psychological damage will be catastrophic." Harry stood very still. The room was silent, even the ambient magical hum seemed to have paused, holding its breath. "Can you fight him? If he tries? I can resist. I have spent a decade anchored to you, shaped by your mother's protection, strengthened by every moment of our connection. I am no longer a passive fragment, I am a conscious entity with an identity distinct from his. Pulling me free would be like trying to remove a tree from the ground by its roots. Possible, but not easy, and not without damage to both parties. That's not a guarantee. There are no guarantees. There is preparation, and there is will, and there is the determination not to die. I have all three. So do you." Harry took a slow breath. Then another. He felt his heartbeat steady, his mind clear, the familiar architecture of his occlumency settling into place like armor being buckled on. "I need to tell the others." "Yes. But choose carefully what you tell them. They need enough truth to be effective, not enough to be paralyzed." Harry left the room of requirement and went to find his friends. He found Ron in the common room, playing chess against himself and losing. Hermione was in the library, she was always in the library. He sent them both the same message via enchanted note, a technique Marvolo had taught him, using a minor charm that made the parchment seek its recipient room of requirement. Now. Urgent. They arrived within minutes of each other, Ron slightly out of breath, Hermione clutching a book she'd forgotten to put down. Harry was already there, standing in the center of the room, which had reconfigured itself into a simple space with chairs arranged in a loose circle. "Dumbledore's gone," Harry said without preamble. "He was called away to the ministry. I believe it's a trap, someone manufactured the reason to get him out of the castle. Quirrell will go after the stone tonight." Ron's face went white, then determined. Hermione's book hit the floor with a thump she didn't notice. "The protections," Hermione started. "I know what they are. Marvolo, my source, has identified each one and its creator. Fluffy belongs to Hagrid, music puts him to sleep. After that, there's Devil's Snare from Professor Sprout, enchanted keys from Flitwick, a giant chess set from McGonagall, a troll from Quirrell, probably already dealt with, since he placed it, a logic puzzle with potions from Snape, and the Mirror of Erised from Dumbledore." "The mirror?" Hermione's eyes widened. "The one that shows your deepest desire. How is that a protection? The stone is inside the mirror. You can only retrieve it if you want to find it but not use it. Dumbledore designed it as a paradox, anyone who wants the stone for its power can't get it. Only someone with pure intent can." Ron frowned. "And you think your intent is pure enough?" "I don't want to use the stone. I want to keep it away from Voldemort. That should be enough." The name landed in the room like a dropped weight. Ron flinched. Hermione didn't, she'd been getting better about that, though her jaw tightened. "We're going tonight?" Ron asked. "We're going tonight. Then I'm coming." "Ron, don't." Ron's voice was flat, final, with a hardness Harry hadn't heard from him before. "You're not going down there alone. I don't care what spells you know or what your source tells you. You need someone watching your back, and I'd rather it be me than nobody." Harry looked at Ron, at the freckled face set in stubborn determination, the jaw clenched against visible fear, the hands that were shaking slightly but hadn't retreated to his pockets. Ron Weasley was not brilliant. He was not powerful. He was not trained in dark magic or political strategy or the esoteric theory of metaphysical barriers. He was brave. And he was here. "Okay," Harry said. "You're in." "So am I," Hermione said instantly. "Don't even try to argue. You'll need someone who can solve Snape's logic puzzle, and I guarantee neither of you can do it faster than I can." I wasn't going to argue. "Good. Because I had a 12-point rebuttal prepared and I'd rather not waste it." Despite everything, the fear, the urgency, the knowledge that they were walking toward a confrontation that might kill them, Harry smiled. Then the door to the room of requirement opened, and Daphne Greengrass walked in. She looked at Harry. At Ron and Hermione. At the chairs arranged in a circle and the grim, purposeful atmosphere of the room. She closed the door behind her and leaned against it with her arms folded. "The enchanted note was creative," she said. "But you might want to adjust the seeking charm. It tends to wobble near the dungeons, something about the stone interfering with the directional magic." "I didn't send you a note," Harry said. "No. I followed Granger. She moved through the castle with the urgency of someone responding to a crisis, and since I've been expecting a crisis for approximately 3 weeks, I decided to investigate." She pushed off the door and walked toward the group. "Dumbledore's gone. Quirrell will move tonight. You're going after the stone. Am I wrong about any of that?" Silence. "Good. I'm coming. Daphne, you're walking into a gauntlet designed by the most accomplished professors in Britain, at the end of which stands a man possessed by the most dangerous dark wizard in history. You have a first-year Gryffindor, a first-year bookworm, and whatever you are." Her blue eyes held his without blinking. "You need someone who thinks differently than you. Someone who can see the angles you'll miss because you're too focused on the direct threat. I don't miss angles. You missed me following Granger through 3 corridors and 2 staircases. You were distracted. Tonight, distraction kills. She sat down in one of the chairs and crossed her legs. I'm coming. The discussion is over. Ron looked at Daphne, then at Harry, then back at Daphne. She's terrifying, he said, with something between horror and admiration. You have no idea, Harry muttered. She's right, Marvolo said. And she's useful. Let her come. Harry looked at the 3 of them, Ron, Hermione, Daphne. 3 people who had no obligation to risk their lives tonight. 3 people who were choosing to do it anyway, for reasons that ranged from loyalty to intellect to a fierce, protective determination that Harry recognized because he carried the same thing inside himself. We go at midnight, he said. Invisibility cloak covers 2 at a time, we'll move in pairs. Ron and I first, Hermione and Daphne second. We meet at the 3rd floor corridor and go in together. What about the protections? Hermione asked. Do we have a plan for each one? Fluffy, I can play the flute Hagrid gave me for Christmas. Devil's Snare, fire. The keys, I'll fly. The chess game, Ron, that's you. Ron blinked. Me? You're the best chess player I've ever met. If McGonagall designed a giant chess set as a security measure, it plays by chess rules. You can beat it. Yeah. Yeah, I can. Ron sat straighter. The fear was still there, but underneath it, something else was growing, the quiet, steady confidence of a person who'd just been told their specific, peculiar skill was exactly what was needed. Snape's potions puzzle, Hermione, Daphne, that's yours. Logic and deduction. Between the 2 of you, it shouldn't take more than a minute. Hermione and Daphne exchanged a glance. It lasted half a second, contained an entire negotiation, and concluded with a mutual nod. And the mirror? Daphne asked. That's me. Alone. Harry held up a hand before anyone could object. The mirror responds to intent. My intent needs to be singular, uncomplicated by other people's desires and fears. I go in alone, I get the stone, I get out. And if Quirrell is already there? Ron asked. Harry met his eyes. Then I fight him. The room was quiet. Outside, through the castle's stone walls, the evening sun was setting over the highlands, painting the sky in shades of amber and blood. Midnight, Harry repeated. Don't be late. The hours between the meeting and midnight were the longest of Harry's life. He spent them in the common room, maintaining the appearance of normalcy, playing chess with Ron, losing deliberately to keep Ron's confidence up, helping Neville with a herbology essay, listening to Seamus and Dean argue about football. The common room was warm, golden, full of the casual noise of children who didn't know what was coming. At 11, the room emptied. Students drifted to bed in 2s and 3s until only Harry and Ron remained, sitting by the dying fire, not speaking. At 11:30, Harry went upstairs, retrieved the invisibility cloak from his trunk, and came back down. Ron was standing by the portrait hole, pale but steady. Ready? Harry asked. No. Let's go. They threw the cloak over themselves and slipped out of Gryffindor Tower into the sleeping castle. The corridors were dark. Moonlight fell through the tall windows in silver columns, and the shadows between them were absolute, dense, impenetrable darknesses that Harry's shadow-trained senses read as texture rather than absence. The suits of armor stood silent. The portrait slept. They met Hermione and Daphne at the junction of the 3rd and 4th floor corridors. The girls emerged from a side passage, Hermione flushed with adrenaline, Daphne composed as carved ice. Harry threw the cloak over all 4 of them. It was a tight fit, their feet visible beneath the hem, but it would serve for the short distance to the 3rd floor corridor. The door to Fluffy's chamber was already ajar. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. Someone had been here before them. Someone had already opened the door. Quirrell. He's ahead of us. Move fast. Harry pulled the flute from his pocket and began to play. The notes were simple, a lullaby Marvolo had taught him, a melody that contained a minor enchantment for inducing sleep. He wasn't musical, and the sound that emerged was rough and breathy, but it was enough. Fluffy, all three massive heads, swayed, blinked, and collapsed into snoring sleep. The trapdoor beneath the enormous paws was visible, and it was already open. He's down there, Harry said, pocketing the flute. Stay close. Stay quiet. He dropped through the trapdoor first. The devil's snare was waiting. Harry hit something soft and yielding, a mass of thick, ropey tendrils that immediately began to coil around his legs and arms, pulling him down into suffocating darkness. He heard Ron land beside him with a grunt, then Hermione and Daphne, and the tendrils seized them all. Don't struggle. Hermione's voice was sharp, controlled. It's devil's snare, it tightens if you fight it. You have to relax. Easy for you to say. Ron was thrashing, which only made the vines grip harder. Harry didn't relax. He didn't struggle either. He reached inside himself, found the core of his magic, and pulled. Fire erupted from his wand, not ordinary fire, not even incendio. It was the spell Marvolo had taught him for emergencies, a close cousin of fiendfire stripped of its self-perpetuating properties. Dark fire, hot enough to vaporize, controlled enough to direct. The devil's snare screamed. The vines recoiled from the flames, writhing and blackening, releasing all four of them simultaneously. Harry directed the fire in a controlled arc, clearing a path to the stone floor beneath while keeping the flames far enough from his friends that the heat was uncomfortable but not dangerous. They dropped to the floor. The devil's snare retreated to the ceiling, smoldering. Harry extinguished the fire with a thought. Daphne was staring at him. Her composure had cracked slightly, not from fear of the plant, but from what she'd just seen. That fire was dark magic. Yes. You controlled it. Yes. She looked at him for 2 more seconds, then nodded once and moved on. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances but said nothing. There would be time for questions later, if there was a later. The Chamber of the Keys was next. 1,000 enchanted keys swarmed above their heads, glittering in the torchlight like a flock of metallic birds. A broom leaned against the far wall, old, serviceable, clearly placed there as part of the puzzle. The door at the far end was locked, and somewhere in the swarm was the key that would open it. Harry spotted it immediately, a large, old-fashioned silver key with a bent wing, flying more slowly than the others because it had already been caught once. Quirrell had passed through here. Which one? Ron squinted upward. The silver one with the broken wing. It's been grabbed before, Quirrell used it. Harry mounted the broom and kicked off. The familiar rush of flight hit him, wind in his face, gravity releasing its hold, the world below shrinking to a map of shapes and distances. He threaded through the swarm of keys, which dove at him like angry wasps, sharp wings slicing at his robes and hands. He ignored the cuts. The silver key was dodging, trying to lose him in the flock, but its broken wing made it slower on the turns. Harry feinted left, rolled right and snatched it out of the air. The other keys converged on him, a metallic storm of sharp edges and buzzing wings, and he dove for the door, threw the key to Hermione, and pulled up hard enough to feel his stomach protest. Hermione caught the key, jammed it into the lock, turned. The door opened. Harry landed, dismounted, and followed the others through. The door slammed behind them. The keys hammered against it from the other side, then fell silent. They stood at the edge of a giant chessboard. The pieces were enormous, twice Harry's height, carved from dark and light stone, armed with real weapons that glinted in the torchlight. The white pieces stood across the board, motionless but alert, their blank stone faces turned toward the 4 intruders with the patient readiness of soldiers awaiting orders. "We have to play our way across," Ron said. His voice had changed, the nervousness was gone, replaced by a focused intensity Harry recognized as Ron's chess face. The expression he wore when the board was in front of him and every piece was a possibility. We take the place of 4 of the black pieces. The white side plays to win. Can you beat it? Daphne asked. Ron studied the board. His eyes moved across the pieces with the rapid, systematic analysis of someone who saw chess not as a game but as a language, each position a word, each movement a sentence, the whole board a conversation he could read at a glance. Yeah, he said. I can beat it. But it won't be clean. He assigned positions. Harry became a bishop. Hermione, a castle. Daphne, a second bishop. Ron took the place of a knight, the piece with the most flexibility, the widest range of movement, the most tactical options. The game began. Ron directed them with crisp, confident commands: move here, hold there, advance, retreat. The white pieces responded with brutal efficiency, smashing captured black pieces into rubble with their stone weapons. Each loss sent chunks of rock flying across the board, and the violence of it was shocking. This was not a friendly game. Harry, move to C5. Hermione, hold position. Daphne, a white knight smashed the black rook next to Daphne, close enough that stone fragments peppered her robes. She didn't flinch. She moved where Ron told her. The game progressed. Ron sacrificed piece after piece, trading material for position, building towards something Harry could feel but couldn't see, a pattern, a trap, an endgame that existed in Ron's head as clearly as if it were already written on the board. Then Ron stopped. His face went still. What is it? Harry asked. I can see the checkmate. It's 5 moves away. But to get there. He swallowed. I have to sacrifice myself. No. The word came from Harry, Hermione, and Daphne simultaneously. Listen to me. Ron's voice was steady, steadier than Harry had ever heard it. The queen takes me. That opens the diagonal for Harry to checkmate the king. It's the only line. Every other sequence leads to a draw or a loss. There has to be another way. There isn't. I've calculated every line. This is it. Ron looked at Harry, and in his eyes, there was fear, real, honest fear, and underneath it, something harder and more valuable. Certainty. I knew what I was signing up for when I followed you through that trapdoor. Let me do this. He's right. The chess position he's describing is a classic knight sacrifice, Queen's Gambit decline structure, if I'm reading the board correctly. His analysis is sound. Harry looked at his best friend. At the boy who'd shared sandwiches on the train, who'd stood beside him against a troll, who'd followed him into a dangerous corridor at midnight without being asked twice. You survive this, Ron. That's not a request. I'll do my best. Ron moved his knight forward. The white queen pivoted, raised her stone arm, and struck. Ron went flying. He hit the ground at the edge of the board and didn't move. Hermione screamed. Daphne grabbed her arm, not roughly, but firmly, an anchor. He's breathing, Daphne said. She'd already checked, her eyes scanning Ron's prone form with clinical focus. He's unconscious. Possible concussion. He'll live. Harry stood on his square. His hands were shaking. His vision had narrowed to a tunnel, and at the end of the tunnel was the White King, and the move was 3 squares diagonal, and it was the simplest thing in the world. He moved. The White King dropped his crown. The remaining pieces parted like a crowd making way. Harry knelt beside Ron. His friend was breathing, shallow but regular, a bruise already darkening on his temple. Harry looked up at Hermione, whose face was white and wet with tears she was too angry to acknowledge. Stay with him, Harry said. Both of you. Get him to the hospital wing. No. Hermione wiped her face with the back of her hand. We're not leaving you. Hermione, there's still the potions puzzle. You need me for that. Daphne crouched beside Ron, her wand moving in precise patterns over his head, diagnostic charms, basic healing. I'll stay with him, she said. Granger's right, you need her logic. And someone needs to be here when Weasley wakes up, or he'll try to follow you and get himself killed. She looked up at Harry. Her blue eyes were steady, but there was something behind them, a particular intensity that he'd only seen when she talked about Astoria. Come back, she said. Not a request. A statement of expected outcome. I will. Harry and Hermione moved forward. Behind them, Daphne settled beside Ron's unconscious form, her wand in her hand, her face set in the expression of someone who would protect what she'd been given or die trying. The troll was already down. Quirrell's work, the creature lay in a heap in the center of a stone chamber, felled by what looked like a massive concussive impact to the skull. Harry stepped over it without pausing. The potions puzzle was elegant, vicious, and exactly the kind of challenge that made Hermione Granger's eyes light up. 7 bottles on a table. A scroll of parchment with a riddle. Flames blocking the exits, purple fire behind them, black fire ahead. No magical solution, the puzzle was purely logical, requiring deduction from the clues to identify which bottle would allow passage through the black fire and which would allow retreat through the purple. Hermione read the riddle once. Her lips moved as she processed it. She picked up 2 bottles, examined their sizes, cross-referenced them with the riddle's constraints, this one. She held up a tiny bottle filled with black liquid. This gets you through the black fire. But Harry, she held up a second bottle, slightly larger, containing a purple liquid. This gets me back. There's only enough in the small bottle for one person. They looked at each other. Hermione. I know. You have to go alone. Her voice cracked, just once, on the last word. She steadied it. Harry, whatever's through that fire, whoever's waiting, please be careful. Please come back. I will. Promise me. I promise. She threw her arms around him. The hug was fierce and brief and said everything that words were insufficient for. Then she stepped back, drank the purple potion, and walked backward through the purple flames without looking away from him until the fire swallowed her. Harry stood alone. He looked at the tiny bottle. At the black fire. At the doorway beyond, where something old and terrible was waiting. Are you ready? Harry drank the potion. It was like swallowing ice, cold spreading through his veins, coating his skin, numbing everything. He walked through the black fire. It licked at him without burning, and the cold of the potion held it at bay, and then he was through, and the chamber beyond opened before him. The Mirror of Erised stood in the center of the room, exactly as he'd last seen it. But this time, someone else was standing in front of it. Quirrell. The defense against the dark arts professor had his back to Harry. His turban was slightly askew, and his hands were pressed against the mirror's surface, and he was muttering, not in the stammering, fearful voice he used in class, but in a low, intense stream of words that sounded like negotiation. I see myself holding the stone, presenting it to my master, but where is it? How does this infernal mirror work? Harry's scar erupted. The pain was immediate and total, a white-hot lance driving through his skull, worse than anything he'd felt before. He staggered, caught himself, bit down on his lip so hard he tasted blood. Through the agony, he heard Marvolo's voice, sharp with urgency, he's here. Not just Quirrell, the main soul. I can feel it pressing against your scar from the other side. It's searching. Don't let it through, hold your shields, hold everything, don't, Potter. Quirrell had turned around. The stammer was gone. His face was different, harder, colder, with an intelligence behind the eyes that didn't belong to a nervous professor. He looked at Harry with calm assessment, the way a predator evaluates prey that has walked into its line of sight. I wondered whether you'd come. Dumbledore's little test, he set this whole thing up, you know. The protections, the mystery, the carefully leaked clues. All designed to lead you here. And here you are. Step away from the mirror, Harry said. His wand was in his hand. His shields were holding, but the pressure against them was immense, Voldemort's presence pushing from outside, battering against his occlumency with a force that made the walls shudder. Quirrell smiled. Such confidence. You sound almost trained. Tell me, boy, who taught you to hold your wand like that? That's not a schoolroom grip. That's a dueling stance. Step away. I think not. You see, I've been trying to work out this mirror's trick, and I suspect the answer has just walked through the door. Quirrell's smile widened. My master tells me you are the key. That the mirror will give the stone to you, and only you. Come here, Potter. Look in the mirror. Tell me what you see. Harry didn't move. His scar was screaming. Marvolo was fighting, Harry could feel it, a desperate, silent struggle behind his eyes, the soul fragment throwing up barriers and misdirections and anything it could find to keep Voldemort's probing attention from discovering it. He doesn't know yet. He senses the scar connection but hasn't identified what I am. I need more time, keep him talking, keep his master focused on you, not on what's inside you. I know what you are, Harry said to Quirrell. I know who's hiding under your turban. I know what he wants. Quirrell's smile flickered. Do you? How perceptive. Let me speak to him, said a voice. It came from Quirrell, but not from his mouth. From the back of his head. From beneath the turban. A voice like silk dragged over broken glass, smooth, cold, and wrong in a way that transcended volume or tone. Quirrell's expression shifted. He turned away from Harry, reached up, and began to unwrap his turban. The cloth fell away. And on the back of Quirrell's head, where there should have been nothing but skin and skull, a face stared out at Harry. It was white. Not pale, white, the color of bleached bone, with slits for nostrils and eyes that burned red in the torchlight. It was not a human face. It was what remained of a human face after humanity had been stripped away, leaving only malice and intelligence and an appetite that looked at Harry Potter the way a flame looks at kindling. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. Harry's scar split open. Not literally, but the pain was so absolute that it felt like his skull was cracking apart, and behind the pain, he felt Marvolo slam every shield into place, every wall, every false surface, everything he had, thrown up between Voldemort's searching consciousness and the fragment hidden inside Harry's mind. We meet again, Voldemort said. His red eyes studied Harry with the detached curiosity of a collector examining a specimen. You don't remember our first meeting, of course. You were barely a year old. But I remember. I remember your mother screaming. I remember the green light. And I remember the unexpected outcome. You lost, Harry said. His voice was steady. He didn't know how. You came to kill a baby, and the baby beat you. That must have been embarrassing. Voldemort's lipless mouth stretched into something that might have been a smile. Bravery. How Gryffindor of you. But bravery without power is just noise, and you are an 11-year-old boy standing in front of the most accomplished wizard in history. Give me the stone, Harry, and I will let you walk away. I'll even let your little friends live. It's a generous offer. It's a lie. Yes. But it's a polite one. Now, the mirror. Look into it. Give me the stone. Harry didn't move. His mind was racing, calculating angles, assessing distances, measuring the gap between himself and Quirrell and the mirror and the door. I can't hold him much longer. He's pushing harder, he's suspicious. Something about your scar feels wrong to him. He can taste the fragment but can't identify it. You need to end this quickly. Harry looked at the mirror. He didn't want to. He knew what it would show him, the image that had haunted him since December, the family he couldn't have, the figure of Marvolo standing at his shoulder. He didn't want Voldemort to see him react to that image. But the stone was inside the mirror, and the only way to get it was to look. He stepped forward. Quirrell moved aside, not willingly, but pushed by Voldemort's will, the host body a puppet jerked on spiritual strings. Harry stood before the Mirror of Erised and looked at his reflection. The image was different this time. He saw himself, just himself, no parents, no Marvolo, no family. Just Harry, standing in the mirror, and his reflection winked at him and reached into its pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone the size of a fist. The reflection smiled, dropped the stone back into its pocket, and Harry felt a weight appear in his real pocket. The stone. Heavy, warm, pulsing with a magical resonance so powerful it vibrated against his leg like a living heart. "Well?" Voldemort demanded. "What do you see?" "I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore," Harry lied. "I've won the House Cup for Gryffindor." "He lies," Voldemort hissed. "He lies. Seize him now." Quirrell lunged. Harry moved. The shadow step carried him 6 feet to the right, his body blurring through the displacement so fast that Quirrell's hands closed on empty air. Harry emerged from the step with his wand up and a spell already formed, Concussio. The concussive hex hit Quirrell in the chest. The impact threw him backward into the mirror, the glass cracked, spiderwebbing from the point of impact, but Quirrell stayed on his feet. Voldemort's presence was sustaining him, pumping magic into the borrowed body, reinforcing it beyond normal human limits. "Dark magic," Voldemort breathed, and his voice had changed. The cold amusement was gone, replaced by something sharper. Recognition. Interest. "Where did you learn that, boy? That's not a schoolroom spell. That technique, the intent structure, the channeling pattern, that's mine." He recognized the spell. He's going to figure it out. "Harry, you need to end this now." Quirrell attacked. His wand moved in patterns that were too fast, too complex, too precisely lethal for a mediocre professor. Voldemort was casting through him, using Quirrell's body as a wand of flesh. A killing curse streaked toward Harry, green light, the color of his mother's eyes, the color of death. Harry shadow stepped. The curse passed through the space where he'd been and blasted a chunk out of the stone wall behind him. He came out of the displacement casting, knockback jinx, stinging hex, another concussive hex, a rapid sequence that Marvolo had drilled into him for exactly this scenario, fast, aggressive, designed to overwhelm a single opponent with volume. Quirrell deflected the first 2 spells with shielding magic that rippled with Voldemort's dark signature. The concussive hex slipped through and caught him in the shoulder, spinning him sideways. But he recovered instantly, Voldemort's will holding the body together, forcing it to function through injuries that should have been incapacitating. "Impressive," Voldemort said through Quirrell's mouth. The body was sweating, trembling with the strain of channeling a Dark Lord's power through a frame not designed for it. "You fight like someone who was trained for this. Who taught you, Potter? Who gave an 11-year-old the Dark Lord's own techniques?" And then he stopped. The red eyes, visible on the back of Quirrell's head, which had turned to face Harry during the fight, went wide. The lipless mouth opened. And a sound came from Voldemort that Harry had never heard from any human or any entity, a sound of pure, incandescent recognition. "The scar," Voldemort whispered. "I can feel it. There's something in the scar. Something, mine." The world stopped. "Harry. He knows." "Run," Voldemort reached. Not physically, Quirrell's body was 10 feet away, wand raised, face contorted. But through the scar, through the connection of blood and magic and fractured soul, Voldemort reached into Harry's mind with the force of a tidal wave. Harry's acclimacy walls shattered. The false surface, the carefully constructed persona of a nervous, ordinary boy, disintegrated like paper in a furnace. The real walls beneath it held for 3 seconds, then 4, element bricks cracking under pressure that was orders of magnitude beyond anything Harry had practiced against. Marvolo threw everything he had into the defense, reinforcing, redirecting, building new walls as fast as the old ones fell, but Voldemort was stronger. He was the source, the main soul, the tree from which Marvolo had been a single broken branch, and his will was the will of a wizard who had torn death itself apart and refused to stay dead. He found the fragment. And he pulled. The agony was, Harry had no frame of reference. Pain was something he understood, the Dursleys had given him a thorough education in discomfort, and Marvolo's training had introduced him to the sharper varieties. But this was beyond pain. This was the sensation of being unmade, of the thing that lived deepest inside him, the voice that had been his teacher and his companion and his closest secret, being ripped from its foundations like a tooth being torn from a jaw. Harry screamed. He dropped to his knees. His wand fell from his hand, and the stone burned in his pocket, and the mirror behind Quirrell reflected nothing because the glass was cracked too badly to show anything at all. Inside his mind, Marvolo was fighting. Harry could see it, not with his eyes, but with the inner vision that occlumency had given him. The landscape of his mind, usually ordered and structured, had become a battlefield. Voldemort was a presence, not a figure, not a shape, but a force, a churning mass of darkness and will and hunger that pressed against everything it touched. And Marvolo was standing in its path. Not standing. Anchored. Harry understood, in that moment, what Marvolo had done during their months together. Every lesson, every shared thought, every argument and revelation and moment of grudging connection, each one had been a root. Marvolo had grown into Harry the way a tree grows into the earth, slowly, deeply, irrevocably. He was not a parasite clinging to a host. He was part of the ecosystem. Pulling him free would mean pulling up everything he'd grown into, Harry's occlumency, his magical training, his understanding of himself, the architecture of his mind. Voldemort could do it. He was strong enough. But it would destroy Harry in the process. And Marvolo knew it. "Let me go," Marvolo said, and his voice was ragged, torn, the voice of someone holding a door shut against a hurricane. "He'll tear your mind apart trying to reclaim me. If I release my anchor, if I let him take me, you'll survive. Damaged, but alive. Let me go, Harry." "No. This isn't a negotiation. He is stronger than I am. I cannot hold this indefinitely. If I stay, we both die. If I go," I said and oh. Harry's magic erupted. It wasn't a spell. It wasn't a technique. It was the raw, unmediated force of an 11-year-old wizard's core, detonating outward with the power of pure refusal. The refusal to lose. The refusal to be alone again. The refusal to let the only person who had ever chosen him be taken away. And beneath the rage, beneath the desperation, beneath the magic, something else. Something older and deeper and more powerful than any dark art or any killing curse. Lily Potter's protection. It rose from the foundations of Harry's being like magma rising from the earth's core. Not a spell, a force of nature. The love that had saved an infant, the sacrifice that had created an unbreakable shield, the magic that had kept Harry alive for a decade and, in doing so, had kept Marvolo alive too. The protection had been around Marvolo for 10 years. It had seeped into him, changed him, shaped the jagged fragment of a Dark Lord's soul into something that could feel concern and loyalty and the barest, most reluctant edges of love. Marvolo was steeped in Lily Potter's sacrifice the way a stone at the bottom of a river is steeped in water, fundamentally, permanently, in every crack and pore. And when Voldemort pulled, the protection pulled back. The collision was catastrophic. Love magic and dark magic met inside Harry's scar, and the result was something no one had ever seen before, an explosion of opposing forces so violent that reality itself buckled. The chamber shook. The cracked mirror shattered completely, glass flying outward in a storm of razor-edged fragments. The torches went out. And in the darkness, a light erupted from Harry's scar, not golden, not green, but white, pure, absolute white, the color of the space between colors, Quirrell screamed. Not Voldemort. Quirrell. The host body, caught in the blast radius of the soul collision, began to burn. Not fire, something worse. His skin cracked and flaked and turned to ash where the white light touched it, as if the love magic embedded in Harry's very existence was antithetical to the Dark Lord wearing Quirrell like a suit. Quirrell staggered forward, hands outstretched, trying to reach Harry, trying to grab him, to hold him, to force the connection that would let Voldemort complete the extraction. His fingers closed around Harry's wrist. And everywhere Quirrell touched Harry, Quirrell's flesh died. The scream that came from Quirrell was the sound of a man being unmade from the outside in. His fingers blistered, cracked, turned to powder. The damage raced up his arms, across his chest, consuming him like paper feeding a flame. Voldemort's presence thrashed inside the disintegrating body, a dark spirit trapped in a vessel that was dissolving around it. Harry didn't pull away. Some instinct, deeper than training, deeper than strategy, something that lived in his blood and his scar and the part of him that was his mother's son, held him in place. He pressed his hands against Quirrell's chest and pushed. The love magic poured through him like a river breaking through a dam. It was not gentle. It was not kind. It was the love of a mother who had chosen death over surrender, weaponized and absolute and utterly without mercy for the thing that had taken her from her son. Quirrell crumbled. He fell to his knees, to his hands, to the floor. His body came apart, not in blood and bone, but in ash and silence, the physical form dissolving as the magic that sustained it was overwhelmed by the magic that opposed it. Voldemort's spirit tore free from the ruins. Harry saw it, felt it, a shrieking mass of dark energy ripping itself from the ash of Quirrell's remains and surging upward, formless, enraged, a wounded animal fleeing into the dark. It passed through Harry on its way out, and the contact was like being struck by lightning, a flash of cold and hatred and something else, something that felt like recognition and terror and the fury of a thing that had just discovered it could be hurt. Then it was gone. Through the ceiling, through the castle, out into the night. Voldemort's spirit fled Hogwarts like smoke fleeing a fire, and the chamber fell silent. Harry knelt on the stone floor. His hands were covered in ash. His scar was bleeding, actual blood, running down his face in a thin red line. The stone was still in his pocket, pulsing against his leg with a heartbeat that seemed to match his own. "Marvolo," he whispered. Silence. "Marvolo." Nothing. The space inside his mind where the voice usually lived was quiet, not empty, not absent, but quiet in the way a room is quiet after something violent has happened in it. The furniture knocked over, the air still settling. Then, from very far away, like a voice calling across a great distance, "I'm here." The relief hit Harry so hard his vision blurred. "I'm here. I'm diminished. The battle cost more than I had. I need to rest, to rebuild what was damaged. I'll be quieter for a while. But I'm here." "Don't leave me," Harry said, and he didn't care how it sounded, desperate, childish, terrified, because in that moment, in that dark chamber full of ash and broken glass, the only thing that mattered was that the voice was still there. "I'm not going anywhere. I told you, I'm anchored. To you. Always." Harry's hands were shaking. His whole body was shaking. He pressed his palms to the cold stone floor and breathed, in, out, until the shaking eased and the world stopped spinning and he could think again. The chamber was destroyed. The mirror was shattered, its fragments scattered across the floor like a fallen constellation. Quirrell was gone, nothing left but a pile of grey ash and a set of empty robes. The torches had guttered out, and the only light came from Harry's scar, which glowed faintly white before fading to darkness. Then something else happened. The air temperature dropped. Not gradually, instantaneously, from the ambient coolness of an underground chamber to a cold so profound that Harry's breath crystallized in front of his face. The ash on the floor stirred. The shadows in the corners of the room deepened, thickened, became something more than shadow, became presence. The threshold pulsed. Harry felt it in his scar, in his bones, in the marrow of his magical core. The energy released by the battle, dark magic, love magic, a Horcrux's resonance, Voldemort's departing spirit, the stone's proximity, had sent a shockwave through the barrier between life and death. The threshold, already weakened, already cracked, absorbed the impact and flexed. And something on the other side pressed against it. For 3 seconds that felt like 3 years, Harry felt it. The intelligence behind the barrier. The Dweller. Not a thought, not a presence in any human sense, but an awareness so vast that perceiving even the edge of it was like staring at the sun. It looked at the point where the threshold had flexed, and it looked through that point, and it saw Harry. Not his body. Not his face. It saw what he was, the impossible convergence, the living boy carrying a fragment of death, protected by love and trained in darkness, standing at the intersection of forces that had no business occupying the same space. It was curious. The shadows reached toward him, long, dark tendrils stretching across the floor from the corners of the chamber, moving with deliberate, exploratory purpose. They touched the ash of Quirrell's remains and the ash stirred, shifted, arranged itself into patterns that might have been writing in a language that predated human speech. Harry's shadow-trained senses screamed. Every instinct Marvolo had given him, every lesson in magical awareness, every training session in perceiving what others couldn't, fired simultaneously, telling him that what was happening was wrong on a level that went beyond danger into the territory of fundamental violation. Then it passed. The cold receded. The shadows withdrew. The ash settled. And the sense of being observed, of being known, faded, leaving behind only the memory of vastness and the absolute certainty that it would remember him. The castle shuddered around Harry like a living thing waking from a nightmare. Somewhere above him, in the corridors and dormitories and common rooms, 1,000 sleeping students stirred in their beds, troubled by dreams they wouldn't remember, and the ghosts of Hogwarts shuddered in the invisible aftermath of something that had just pressed against the boundaries of their existence. Harry knelt in the dark chamber, alone with the stone in his pocket and the ash of his enemy on the floor, and felt the weight of what had just happened settle onto him like snow. "It noticed us," Marvolo whispered, his voice faint and exhausted and afraid. "Harry, it noticed us." "I know," Harry said. "I know." He stood. He picked up his wand from where it had fallen. He touched his scar, and his fingers came away bloody, and he wiped the blood on his robes without thinking. Then he turned and walked back through the fire. Dumbledore found him on the stairs. Harry was climbing, slowly, painfully, each step an effort, when the headmaster appeared at the top of the staircase like a man who'd been running. His robes were travel-stained, his silver beard was windblown, and his eyes behind the half-moon spectacles held a wildness that Harry had never seen in them before. Harry. The word carried more weight than a name should. Relief, fear, calculation, and something raw underneath all of it, something that might have been guilt. Harry looked up at him. "You're back." The ministry summons was fraudulent. I realized it too late. Dumbledore descended the stairs rapidly, his long legs covering the distance in 3 strides. He gripped Harry's shoulders, his eyes scanning the boy's face, the blood on his forehead, the ash on his hands, the exhaustion in his eyes. "Quirrell, gone. He's dead." Voldemort's spirit fled. Dumbledore's hands tightened on Harry's shoulders. The blue eyes searched Harry's face with an intensity that bordered on desperate. "How?" "My mother's protection. When Quirrell touched me, he burned. The love magic, it destroyed him." It was true. It was incomplete. But Harry was too tired for a full accounting, and the parts he was leaving out, the dark magic, the soul fragment battle, the threshold, were parts that Dumbledore either already knew or couldn't be told. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long, long time. The wildness in his eyes faded, replaced by something more complex, a mixture of relief, sorrow, and the sharp, uncomfortable awareness of a man confronting the consequences of his own strategy. "Come," he said quietly. "The hospital wing." Harry spent 3 days unconscious. When he woke, the hospital wing was white and bright and smelled of clean linen and healing potions. His body ached in places he hadn't known could ache. His scar had scabbed over, and beneath the scab, it throbbed with a low, steady pulse that was marvelo, weak, distant, but present. Ron was in the bed next to him, awake, his head bandaged, playing chess against a set that Hermione had brought from the common room. He looked up when Harry stirred and his face split into a grin so wide it must have hurt his bruised jaw. "He's alive." "Hermione, he's awake." Hermione appeared from behind a curtain, her eyes red from crying and bright with relief. She threw herself at Harry's bed and hugged him so hard his ribs protested. Don't you ever, I'm fine, Hermione, you were unconscious for 3 days. Madame Pomfrey said your magical core was almost completely depleted. Professor Dumbledore has been in here every morning checking on you. And your scar was glowing for the first 6 hours, actually glowing, white light. I'm fine, Harry repeated, and because the word was clearly insufficient, he added, Quirrell is dead. Voldemort's spirit fled. The stone is safe. The stone. He checked, as subtly as he could, for the weight in his pocket. It wasn't there. His robes had been changed, and, under your pillow. I managed enough consciousness to guide your magic while you slept. You moved it instinctively. Harry relaxed. Fractionally, invisibly, but the relief was enormous. What happened down there? Ron asked. After the chess game, I don't remember anything after the Queen hit me. Harry gave them the abbreviated version. Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort. He wanted the stone. Harry got to the mirror first, retrieved the stone through a trick of intent, and when Quirrell tried to take it, his mother's protection activated and destroyed the host body. Voldemort's spirit fled. He left out the soul fragment battle. He left out the threshold breach. He left out the 3 seconds when something vast had looked at him from the other side of death and found him interesting. Some things couldn't be shared. Not yet. Maybe not ever. So it's over? Ron asked. The stone is safe. Voldemort is gone, for now. For now, Ron repeated. That's not exactly reassuring, mate. No. It's not. Dumbledore came that afternoon. He arrived alone, closed the curtains around Harry's bed with a flick of his wand, and sat in the chair beside the bed with the careful deliberation of a man who had rehearsed this conversation and found every version of it inadequate. How are you feeling? Tired. My core is still recovering. Madame Pomfrey tells me it was nearly drained completely. That level of magical expenditure in someone your age is extremely concerning. He paused. And extremely unusual. Harry met his eyes. 3 seconds. The false surface was back in place, thinner than before, damaged by Voldemort's assault, but functional. Dumbledore's gentle probe slid across it and found what it expected, a frightened boy, exhausted and overwhelmed. Harry, I owe you an explanation. And an apology. That was unexpected. Harry waited. The stone was brought to Hogwarts to protect it from Voldemort. The protections were designed to delay and deter. But I must confess, with considerable shame, that they were also designed as a test. For you. Harry said nothing. His face showed nothing. Inside, Marvolo stirred faintly, a whisper of dark amusement at the confirmation of what they'd both suspected. I knew Voldemort would come for the stone. I knew he would use someone inside the castle. I suspected Quirrell, though I could not prove it until too late. And I knew that if events unfolded as I feared, you would be drawn into the confrontation. I allowed that. I prepared for it. And I used you, an 11-year-old child, as the final safeguard in a plan that could have killed you. The honesty was stunning. Not because Dumbledore was being truthful, Harry had known all of this already, but because Dumbledore was admitting it openly, without deflection or justification. Why? Harry asked. Because of the prophecy. The word hung in the air. Marvolo sharpened. Harry felt the fragment's attention focus despite its exhaustion. There is a prophecy, Harry, made before you were born, that speaks of a child with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Voldemort heard part of it, enough to identify you as a threat and come to your home that night. The full prophecy says more, but I will not share its contents with you now. Not because I don't trust you, but because you deserve time to be young before the weight of it falls on your shoulders. With respect, Professor, I stopped being young the night you left me on the Dursleys' doorstep. Dumbledore flinched. It was visible, undeniable, a full-body reaction that he couldn't hide, and the fact that he couldn't hide it told Harry that the words had struck something deep. You're right, Dumbledore said quietly. And that, too, is something I must answer for. The Blood Wards, your mother's protection, required you to live with her blood relatives. It was the only way to maintain the enchantment that kept you safe from Voldemort's followers. But the cost. He trailed off. His blue eyes, usually so bright, so controlled, were clouded with something Harry recognized, the look of a man reviewing his own choices and finding them wanting. You knew, Harry said. About how they treated me. You knew, and you left me there. I knew. Not the specifics, not at first. But I knew enough. And I made the calculation that your physical safety outweighed your emotional well-being. It was the logic of the greater good, and it was wrong. Not because the reasoning was flawed, but because reasoning about a child's suffering is, in itself, an act of moral failure. The silence extended. Harry looked at Dumbledore, at the ancient, brilliant, flawed man who had played chess with an orphan's life and was only now beginning to count the cost, and felt something complicated happen in his chest. Not forgiveness. Not yet, maybe not ever. But something adjacent to understanding. The recognition that Dumbledore was not a villain. He was something potentially worse, a good man who had convinced himself that his goodness justified his cruelty. You knew the stone was bait, Harry said. You knew Voldemort was in the castle. You used an 11-year-old as your failsafe. Dumbledore didn't deny it. Sometimes the world requires, don't. Harry's voice was quiet, but the word cut through Dumbledore's sentence like a blade through cloth. I survived because I prepared myself, not because you prepared me. The protections you built around the stone, they weren't designed to stop Voldemort. They were designed to be passable by someone with exactly the right combination of courage, intelligence, and luck. You were testing me. You wanted to see what I'd do. I wanted to see who you are, Dumbledore corrected softly. And what I see, concerns me. Harry held his gaze. 4 seconds. 5. The false surface shimmered but held. You used dark magic against Quirrell, Dumbledore said. I examined the chamber. The residual magical signatures are unmistakable. Concussive hexes, shadow displacement, and something else, something I cannot identify, but which resonates with energies I have not felt since. He stopped. His blue eyes sharpened. Since the night Voldemort fell. Harry's pulse quickened. He kept his breathing even, his expression open, his body language relaxed, all the things Marvolo had taught him to control when under scrutiny. I fought for my life, Harry said. I used every spell I knew. If some of them aren't in the standard curriculum, I'm sorry, but I'd rather be expelled for using the wrong spell than be dead for using the right one too slowly. The argument was so logical, so reasonable, so precisely calibrated to deflect without lying, that Dumbledore's expression shifted, from concern to something more complicated. Respect, edged with something else. You are remarkably composed for someone who just survived a life-threatening encounter. I've had practice surviving. Another flinch. Smaller this time, but real. Dumbledore looked at Harry with the expression of a man being confronted by the consequences of his own neglect, and for the first time, Harry saw the chess master falter. I will not pretend to have earned your trust, Dumbledore said. But I hope, in time, to earn your willingness to let me try. There are things I can teach you, Harry, things that may be relevant to the challenges ahead. And there are things I need to understand about what happened in that chamber. The magical resonance, the threshold disturbance. Harry's heart stopped. You felt it. Everyone in the castle felt it. The ghosts have been altered. The barriers between the physical and metaphysical layers of the castle's magic are thinner than they've been in centuries. Something happened when you confronted Quirrell, something that went beyond a simple battle. I don't know what it was, Harry lied. Dumbledore studied him. The blue eyes were sharp now, no twinkle, no warmth, just the pure, cutting intelligence of the most powerful wizard in Britain. I think you know more than you're telling me, Dumbledore said. And I think the gap between what you know and what you share is going to become very important in the days ahead. He stood. Rest. Recover. And when you're ready, if you're ever ready, my door is open. He turned to leave. At the curtain, he paused. Harry. The stone. Harry's hand moved involuntarily toward his pillow. He stopped it. I retrieved it from the mirror, he said carefully. It should be returned to Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas and I have discussed the matter. We've agreed that the stone should be destroyed. The words landed like a physical impact. Destroyed. The only artifact in the world that could produce the elixir of life, that could transmute base metals to gold, that could, potentially, be used to understand and reinforce the threshold. Don't let him destroy it. Is that wise? Harry asked, keeping his voice neutral. If Voldemort returns, the stone's existence is what draws Voldemort's interest. Without it, one avenue of his return is closed. Nicholas has enough elixir stored to set his affairs in order, and he and Perenelle have agreed that death, after 6 centuries, is merely the next great adventure. He's quoting himself. That's one of his favorite platitudes. The man is planning to destroy the single most powerful alchemical artifact in existence based on a philosophy of accepting death that he's never had to personally test. Professor, Harry said, with respect, destroying the stone seems premature. If there are other threats, if the threshold disturbance you mentioned is connected to the stone's presence, wouldn't it be worth studying it further before eliminating it? Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. The question was too precise, too informed, too strategically aware for a recovering 11-year-old in a hospital bed. You said you didn't know what the threshold disturbance was. I don't. But if you felt it, if the entire castle felt it, then destroying the one artifact that might help us understand it seems like burning a map because you're afraid of the territory. The metaphor was good. Harry could feel Marvolo's faint approval. Dumbledore looked at him for a very long time. The silence was thick, not hostile, but heavy with the weight of two people who understood each other better than either was comfortable with. The stone will be destroyed, Dumbledore said finally. It is Nicholas's property, and it is his decision. I will, however, take your concerns about the threshold under advisement. The disturbance is being investigated. He left. The curtain swung closed behind him. Harry lay back on his pillow, under which the philosopher's stone sat, warm and pulsing, real and undestroyed and very much in his possession. He'll believe the stone was destroyed because Flamel will tell him it was, Marvolo said, his voice faint but satisfied. When he examines the ashes, and there will be ashes, because you're going to create a convincing alchemical residue using a technique I'll teach you, he'll find exactly what he expects. I'm keeping it. Yes. He'll find out eventually. Eventually is not now. Now, the stone is the only tool we have that might help us understand the threshold. Dumbledore would destroy it out of philosophical conviction. We will study it out of practical necessity. When the choice is between a dead man's principles and a living world's survival, the living world wins. Harry closed his eyes. The stone hummed against the back of his skull through the pillow, and its warmth was strangely comforting, the heartbeat of an artifact that cheated death, held by a boy who carried death inside him. We need to be smarter, Harry murmured. Faster. Better. What happened tonight, the soul battle, the threshold breach, all of it, it's just the beginning. I know. Can you teach me more? Darker things? Things that will actually prepare me for what's coming. Yes. But you should understand the cost. Every dark technique I teach you leaves a mark on your magical signature. The more you learn, the more visible you become to people who know what to look for. Dumbledore already suspects. Snape already knows something is wrong. The more powerful you become, the harder it will be to hide. Then we stop hiding. Marvolo was quiet for a long moment. Then, not yet. But soon. You're right that we need to accelerate. The threshold is weakening. The Dark Lord is still out there. And whatever looked at you from the other side tonight, it will look again. We need to be ready. How long until you're recovered? Days. Perhaps a week. The battle with the main soul was severe. But I'm healing. Your mother's protection, the love magic, it sustained me when my own strength failed. The irony is not lost on me. What irony? That the protection created by the woman the person I came from murdered, is the thing that saved the fragment of her killer's soul. Your mother's love saved me, Harry. Twice now. I don't know what to do with that. Harry didn't either. But he filed it away, another piece of the impossible puzzle of what they were to each other, what they were becoming, what they might yet be. He slept. And for the first time in days, the sleep was dreamless, deep, and undisturbed by the things that waited on the other side of everything. Snape came at midnight. Harry was awake, his sleep cycle was still disrupted, and lying in the dark hospital wing, listening to Ron snoring from the next bed and the distant sounds of the castle settling into night. When the door opened without a sound and a dark figure slipped between the beds like a shadow-given form, Harry kept his breathing slow and even and his eyes nearly closed. Snape stood over his bed. Harry could see him through barely parted lashes, the sharp profile, the curtain of dark hair, the expression that was visible even in the dim moonlight filtering through the windows. It was an expression Harry had never seen on Snape's face. Grief. Raw, unguarded grief, the kind that only surfaces when the person feeling it believes they're entirely alone. Snape looked at Harry for a full minute without speaking. His eyes traced the scar on Harry's forehead, the dark circles under his eyes, the thin arms lying on top of the blankets. He was seeing something, not Harry as he was, but Harry as he related to something else. Someone else. You have her eyes, Snape whispered. Harry held perfectly still. And something else behind them that should not exist. A pause. A breath that shuddered on the exhale. I felt it, Potter. During the battle, the threshold disturbance, the magical pulse, I felt the resonance of the Dark Lord's magic ripple through the castle like a stone thrown into water. And I felt it coming from you. Snape's hand moved, slowly, as if against his own will, and hovered over Harry's scar. Not touching. Just close enough to feel the residual warmth of the magic that lived there. Whatever you carry, Snape said, and his voice was stripped of every defense, every layer of bile and contempt and performative cruelty, down to the bare, bleeding core of a man who had loved one person in his life and lost her, it grows stronger. I can feel it. It resonates with magic I spent 20 years trying to forget. He withdrew his hand. I will find out what it is. And if it threatens you, if it ever threatens what Lily died to protect, he didn't finish. He stood in the dark for another long moment, looking at Harry with an expression that was equal parts devotion and terror, and then he turned and left as silently as he'd arrived. Harry lay in the dark, his eyes open now, staring at the ceiling. He loves her, he said to the quiet. Loved, Marvolo corrected, faintly. She's dead. Love like that doesn't have a tense. The silence that followed was contemplative, Marvolo turning the observation over, examining it from angles, finding it inadequate by his usual standards of emotional analysis and yet somehow true. Perhaps not, he conceded. Get some rest, Harry. Tomorrow, we plan. The threshold, the stone, the Dark Lord's eventual return, Dumbledore's investigations, Snape's suspicion. We have a great many problems and very little time. And the thing that noticed us. A long pause. Yes. And that. Harry closed his eyes. Beneath his pillow, the stone pulsed. In his scar, Marvolo's diminished presence kept watch. Outside, the night pressed against the castle windows like a living thing, and somewhere beyond the night, beyond the stars, beyond the barrier between what lived and what didn't, something vast and patient and terribly curious waited with the endless, unhurried attention of a force that had nowhere to be and all of eternity to get there. Harry was released from the hospital wing on a Friday morning, 4 days after the confrontation. The castle had mostly returned to normal, or what passed for normal in a building that had recently experienced a metaphysical disturbance powerful enough to make the ghosts go silent for 6 hours. Students went to classes. Professors taught. The end-of-year exams loomed with the implacable inevitability of academic tradition. But things were different. The ghosts were quieter. Nearly headless Nick, usually gregarious to the point of annoyance, now drifted through corridors with a distracted, inward expression, as if listening to something no one else could hear. The Bloody Baron, the Slytherin ghost, had disappeared entirely. No one had seen him since the night of the threshold pulse. Peeves, the poltergeist, normally an agent of chaos, reveling in disorder, had become subdued. He still threw things and made rude noises, but there was a mechanical quality to it now, as if he was going through the motions of mischief without the creative joy that usually drove it. The portraits were restless. They moved between frames more often, clustering in groups, having conversations in low tones that fell silent when students passed. Harry, whose magical awareness had been permanently heightened by the threshold encounter, could feel the painting's unease, a low, constant vibration of anxiety that hummed through the castle's artistic network like static on a radio. And the castle itself felt different. The walls thrummed with a deeper frequency than before. The staircases moved more often, as if agitated. The very stones seemed to be holding their breath. Harry felt all of this and said nothing. He went to classes. He took his exams. He sat in the great hall for the end-of-year feast and ate roast chicken and listened to Dumbledore award last-minute points that conveniently gave Gryffindor the house cup. He sat with Ron and Hermione and clapped at the right moments and smiled at the right moments and performed the role of the boy who lived, the hero who had saved the stone, the brave young Gryffindor who had faced evil and won. And beneath the performance, he planned. The stone remained under his pillow for 3 days. Then Harry moved it. The room of requirement provided what he needed, a compartment within a compartment, hidden behind protections that Marvolo designed and Harry cast. The ward scheme was a masterpiece of paranoia, 7 layers, each one keyed to Harry's blood, his magical signature, and a password in Parseltongue that he whispered into the wall while pressing his scarred forehead against the stone. Parseltongue is the language of snakes, but it's also the language of thresholds. It exists at the boundary between human speech and magical vocalization, partly natural, partly enchanted. Wards set in Parseltongue are nearly impossible to breach without the ability to speak it, and there are perhaps 3 living Parselmouths in the world. You are one. Voldemort is another. And the third? Unknown. Possibly dead by now. The point is, your wards are secure. Even Dumbledore cannot speak Parseltongue, and without it, the protections are essentially impregnable. Harry placed the stone in its compartment. It glowed faintly in the darkness, warm, red, alive with the ancient magic of Nicholas Flamel's greatest achievement. He sealed the compartment, armed the wards, and stepped back. The stone was safe. Hidden from Dumbledore, from the Ministry, from Voldemort. A weapon for the battles ahead, a key to understanding the threshold, and, if Harry was honest with himself, a reminder. A tangible piece of evidence that he had walked into the dark and come out carrying something valuable. The morning of departure, Harry found a potions book on his bedside table. It hadn't been there when he'd gone to sleep. It appeared between midnight and dawn, placed with the silent precision of someone who knew exactly where Harry's bed was and exactly how to enter the hospital, no, the dormitory. He was back in the dormitory now, without being detected. The book was a copy of Advanced Potion Making, not the first-year text, but an older edition, well-worn, with marginalia in a cramped, angular hand that filled every margin and blank space with notes, corrections, and alternative methods. Inside the front cover, in the same handwriting, "Your technique is abysmal. Study this over the summer." Page 394. For the scars. Harry opened to page 394. A healing salve recipe, complex, advanced, requiring ingredients he didn't have access to yet. But the formula was annotated with Snape's personal modifications, each one designed to improve efficacy, and at the bottom, in smaller writing, effective against magical scarring. Apply nightly. Do not skip applications. Harry stared at the book for a long time. Snape had given him a gift. Snape, who sneered at him in class, who deducted points at every opportunity, who had looked at him in the hospital wing with an expression of grief and terror and something he couldn't name, had left a healing recipe by his bedside in the middle of the night. "He's protecting you," Marvolo said. "In his way. Not openly, he's incapable of openness. But the intent is clear. The salve is genuine, the formula is sound. His modifications are actually quite elegant." Harry ran his thumb across the marginalia. The handwriting was cramped and impatient, the notes of a man who thought faster than he could write and resented the limitation. "Thank you, Professor," Harry murmured to the empty room. He packed the book in his trunk, beneath the false bottom, with his cipher notebook and the invisibility cloak and all the other secrets he was learning to carry. The last conversation before the train happened on the astronomy tower. Daphne was waiting for him. She leaned against the railing, looking out over the grounds, the lake glittering in the morning sun, the forest dark against the horizon, the mountains blue and distant and eternal. Harry leaned beside her. They stood in silence for a while, the wind ruffling their hair, the castle vast and warm behind them. "You almost died," Daphne said. "Almost is the key word. Don't joke. I spent 3 days not knowing if you were going to wake up. Astoria asked about you every morning. She made me promise to tell her the moment you opened your eyes. How is she?" "Better. The hex is gone, properly gone, thanks to you. She's made 2 friends in Hufflepuff and developed an unfortunate obsession with Quidditch." Daphne paused. "She says you're her favorite person at Hogwarts, which is both touching and insulting given that I've been her sister for 11 years. Harry smiled. The wind carried the scent of cut grass and distant rain. "The thing that happened in the chamber," Daphne said carefully. "The threshold disturbance. It's connected to what we researched, isn't it? The barrier damage, the stone's resonance effect." "Yes. It's going to happen again." "Yes. Worse." "Probably." Daphne turned to face him. In the morning light, her features were sharp, clear, beautiful in the way that intelligence is beautiful, not soft, not conventional, but arresting in its precision. "Over the summer," she said, "I'm going to study everything my family's library has on barrier theory, ward architecture, and pre-Hogwarts magical traditions. I will compile a comprehensive bibliography and send it to you by owl, encrypted, using a cipher we'll agree on before we leave today. Daphne, I'm also going to research the Greengrass family's historical records for any mention of threshold phenomena or entities existing beyond the barrier between life and death. My great-great-grandmother was a noted theorist in metaphysical ward design. If anyone in my family's history encountered something similar, she would have documented it. You don't have to, I'm not finished." Her blue eyes held his with an intensity that made the wind and the sunshine and the castle fade into background. "Whatever you're carrying, Harry, whatever taught you those spells, whatever gives you knowledge you shouldn't have, I don't need to know what it is. Not today. But I need you to know that when you're ready to tell me, I will listen. And I will not run." Harry looked at her. The girl who had sat across from him in the library and seen through every mask. The girl who had walked into a dangerous corridor at midnight because her sister needed protecting, and that was reason enough. The girl who was offering, quietly and without drama, to stand beside him against something she couldn't fully see. "When I'm ready," he said, "you'll be the first person I tell." "I'd better be." They stood together on the tower, shoulder almost touching shoulder, and the morning stretched out before them, bright, clear, full of the particular promise that comes with the end of one thing and the beginning of another. "Have a good summer, Harry." "You too, Daphne." She left first. Harry watched her walk down the tower stairs, her back straight, her step sure, her composure perfect, and felt something warm and complicated in his chest that had nothing to do with dark magic or soul fragments or the fate of the world. "You're developing feelings," Marvolo observed, with the tone of someone diagnosing an illness. "Shut up." "I'm simply noting," I said. "Shut up." The faintest flicker of dark amusement. "As you wish." The Hogwarts Express carried them south through the summer countryside. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, and the conversation was light: exam results, summer plans, the comfortable chatter of friends who had survived their first year and were looking forward to the second. Ron talked about visiting his brother Charlie in Romania. Hermione planned to spend the summer reading ahead, to no one's surprise. Neville was growing a rare species of Mimbulus Mimbletonia that his great-uncle had sent from Assyria. Normal things. Safe things. The small, precious currency of ordinary life. Harry listened, laughed, contributed. He was good at this now, the performance of normalcy, the mask of the boy who lived. But beneath the mask, his mind was working. The stone, hidden in the room of requirement, warded with Parseltongue and blood. The threshold, cracking, weakening, drawing the attention of something vast. Voldemort, disembodied but alive, somewhere in the world, plotting his return. Dumbledore, watching, calculating, playing a game Harry couldn't fully see. Snape, investigating, protecting, torn between duty and devotion. And Marvolo, damaged, diminished, healing slowly inside Harry's scar, carrying knowledge of dark magic and ancient threats and the broken memories of a ritual performed in Albania decades ago. The train rumbled south. London appeared on the horizon, a grey smudge that resolved into towers and rooftops and the mundane architecture of the non-magical world. Harry stared out the window. "Next year will be harder," Marvolo said. "I know. You'll need to learn more. Darker things. Things that will frighten your friends." "I know. Are you afraid?" Harry watched the city approach. He felt the weight of the stone in his memory, the ache of the scar on his forehead, the marks of dark magic that he could sense, invisible but permanent, etched into the texture of his magical core. He thought of Ron's loyalty, Hermione's brilliance, Daphne's strength. He thought of Snape's midnight vigil and Dumbledore's flawed, genuine concern. He thought of the thing beyond the threshold that had looked at him and found him interesting. He thought of the voice that had found him in a cupboard under the stairs and said, "I can fix this." "No," Harry said. "I'm ready." Marvolo, for the first time in their shared existence, laughed. It was not a warm laugh. It was not kind. It was dark and sharp and edged with something that might have been delight, and it echoed through the corridors of Harry's mind like a bell rung in a cathedral, resonant, lasting, real. The train pulled into King's Cross. The platform filled with families reuniting, children running to parents, the cheerful chaos of the magical world spilling into the gaps of the mundane one. Harry gathered his trunk, shouldered his bag, and stepped onto the platform. Vernon Dursley was waiting by the barrier, red-faced and uncomfortable and trying not to look at the wizarding families around him with visible disgust. He saw Harry and his expression shifted, the familiar contempt, now undercut with the newer, deeper unease of a man who could feel the change in his nephew even if he couldn't name it. Harry walked toward him. His stride was different than it had been in September, not the careful, contained walk of a boy trying to be invisible, but the measured, confident gait of someone who knew exactly who he was and what he was capable of. Vernon opened his mouth to say something dismissive. Harry looked at him. Just looked at him, the way he'd looked at Dudley in the garden all those months ago, with calm, absolute focus and the quiet certainty of power held in reserve. Vernon's mouth closed. They walked to the car in silence. Harry put his trunk in the boot, settled Hedwig's cage on the back seat, and sat down. Vernon drove. Petunia sat rigid in the passenger seat. Dudley, enormous in his too-tight shirt, pressed himself against the opposite door as if Harry might be contagious. Harry watched the streets of London scroll past the window. Behind him, somewhere north, a castle stood on the shore of a black lake, holding his secrets and his friends and the first real home he'd ever known. Ahead of him, a summer stretched, long and quiet and full of the kind of silence that was perfect for training. When we get to Privet Drive, Marvolo said, we begin the next phase. Shadow manipulation, advanced combat theory, introduction to blood ward analysis. Your occlumency needs rebuilding after the damage from the soul battle. And I want to start teaching you the foundations of ritual magic. We have 3 months. It won't be enough, it's never enough, but it will have to do. Harry closed his eyes. He felt the sunlight on his face through the car window. He felt the hum of his magic, deep and steady, a current that ran beneath everything he was. He felt the scar on his forehead, warm and alive with the presence that had become as natural and as necessary as breathing. Let's begin, he said. And in the back of a Muggle car, driving through the ordinary streets of an ordinary city, a boy with a lightning bolt scar and a soul full of shadows began to prepare for the wars that were coming, the ones he could see, and the ones that waited beyond the edge of everything, patient and vast and inevitable as the tide. Chapter 5, The Threshold. The summer heat pressed against the walls of number 4, Privet Drive like something trying to get in. Harry sat cross-legged in the center of Dudley's second bedroom, his bedroom now, by default rather than generosity, with the curtains drawn and the door locked and every silencing ward Marvolo had taught him layered across the walls, the floor, the ceiling. The wards were invisible, undetectable by Ministry trace magic. Marvolo had designed them specifically to avoid the trace that monitored underage magic, and strong enough to muffle a small explosion. He needed the privacy. What he was doing would have terrified anyone watching. Shadows moved across the floor like living things. They streamed from the corners of the room toward Harry's hands, pooling in his palms, curling between his fingers, responding to his intent with the fluid obedience of well-trained animals. He shaped them, compressed them, refined them, gave them structure. A sphere of solid shadow hung between his hands, no larger than a tennis ball, rotating slowly, utterly black, absorbing the thin light that leaked through the curtains. Tighter. The compression ratio determines the spell's impact on release. A loose shadow construct dissipates on contact. A properly compressed one detonates. Harry narrowed his focus. The sphere contracted, its surface hardening from fluid to glass smooth, the shadow magic densifying until the air around it shimmered with the strain of holding that much concentrated darkness in such a small space. Hold it. 5 seconds. 4. 3. The sphere collapsed. Shadow erupted outward in a controlled burst, not an explosion but a pulse, a wave of darkness that swept across the room and died against the warded walls. Harry's desk lamp flickered. The temperature dropped 3 degrees and recovered. Better. The compression held longer this time. You're developing real control over the shadow medium, your affinity is unusual. Most practitioners of shadow magic spend years achieving what you've done in weeks. Is that because of you? Your influence on my magical signature? Partially. My presence creates a natural resonance with liminal magic, shadow, threshold, boundary. But the aptitude is yours. I provide the doorway. You walk through it. Harry released the last traces of shadow magic and flexed his hands. His fingers tingled, the after-effect of channeling dark magic through his extremities, like the pins and needles sensation of restored circulation. He'd grown used to it over the past 3 weeks. It had become as familiar as the ache in his scar or the low hum of the wards that surrounded the house. The wards. He'd mapped them on his second day back: Dumbledore's blood wards, the protection anchored in Petunia's blood relation to Lily, the ancient magic that kept Harry safe from external magical threats as long as he called Privet Drive home. They were elegant, powerful, and deeply sad, a cage built from love, maintained by obligation, inhabited by a boy who felt nothing for the woman whose blood powered its walls. The blood wards are weakening. Harry opened his eyes. What? I've been monitoring them since we returned. The ward scheme relies on a reciprocal emotional bond. Petunia must maintain some degree of familial connection to you, however minimal, for the wards to function. That connection has been degrading for years. The wards are still active, but their effective radius has contracted by approximately 15% since last summer. At this rate, they'll fail entirely within 2 to 3 years. Does Dumbledore know? He must. He monitors the wards through one of his silver instruments. But whether he's taken action to address the deterioration is another question. His response to uncomfortable realities tends to involve a great deal of philosophical reflection and very little practical intervention. Harry filed this away. The blood ward's degradation was a problem, but a distant one. He had more immediate concerns. The Philosopher's Stone sat in the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, warded behind 7 layers of blood-keyed parseltongue protections. But even across the hundreds of miles between Privet Drive and Scotland, Harry could feel it. A faint, warm pulse at the edge of his awareness, like hearing a heartbeat through a wall. The stone was alive in a way that transcended its physical properties. It resonated with the fundamental forces of existence, with the barrier between life and death, with the threshold itself. And the threshold was getting worse. Harry felt the pulses now even here, in the mundane safety of suburban Surrey. They came at irregular intervals, sometimes hours apart, sometimes days, a deep, subsonic vibration that registered in his scar and his bones and the shadow-trained senses that had become his most reliable perception of the magical world's underlying structure. Each pulse was slightly stronger than the last. Each one carried the signature of something pressing against reality from the other side. The Dweller was testing the barrier. Methodically. Patiently. The way water tests a dam, looking for cracks. It's accelerating, Marvolo confirmed. He'd been monitoring the pulses too, analyzing their frequency and intensity with the mathematical precision that was his particular gift. The intervals between pulses have decreased by roughly 12% since we left Hogwarts. The intensity has increased by a comparable margin. If the trend continues, when does the barrier fail? At this rate? Before Christmas. Possibly before the start of term. Harry stood. His legs were stiff from 3 hours of cross-legged practice, and he stretched, arms overhead, back arching, the lean body of an almost 12-year-old who had been training with the intensity of someone 3 times his age. He was taller than he'd been in September. His shoulders had broadened fractionally. His hands, which had once been a child's hands, were developing the calluses and subtle strength of a practitioner, someone who used his body as a magical instrument and treated its maintenance as a professional obligation. He crossed to the window and pushed the curtain aside. The street outside was aggressively normal, trimmed hedges, washed cars, the occasional jogger or dog walker. Mrs. Number 7 was watering her roses. Mr. Number 11 was washing his car for the 3rd time this week. The sun beat down on everything with the implacable cheerfulness of an English summer. None of them felt it. None of them knew that beneath the ordinary surface of the world, in the spaces between what lived and what didn't, something was shifting. "We need to go back to Hogwarts," Harry said. "The term doesn't start for 6 weeks. "I know. But the stone is there, and the stone is our only tool for studying the threshold. And whatever is happening, whatever the Dweller is doing, Hogwarts is where it's focused. The castle sits on a site of immense magical power. The threshold is thinnest there. If the barrier breaks, it breaks at Hogwarts first. And you want to be there when it happens. I want to be there before it happens. I want to be prepared. How do you propose to return to the castle 6 weeks before term?" Walk up to Dumbledore and ask for early admission. Something like that. But I need a reason. Something that gives me access to the castle and the stone without revealing what I know. Marvolo was quiet for a long time. Harry could feel him thinking, the particular quality of focused cognition that manifested as a low-frequency hum in their shared mental space. Write to Dumbledore. Tell him you've been having nightmares about the threshold disturbance, vivid ones, intensifying over the summer. Tell him your scar has been reacting. Express concern. Ask to meet with him at the castle. He'll want to examine me. Yes. And your shields will hold. The false surface has been rebuilt stronger than before, it will show him a troubled boy seeking reassurance, not a trained dark wizard requesting tactical positioning. He'll see what he expects to see, Harry Potter, frightened and seeking guidance from his headmaster. And while I'm there, I access the room of requirement and the stone. And we begin the real work. Studying the threshold's degradation pattern, mapping the barrier's weak points, and developing a countermeasure. We have weeks, not months. It won't be enough, but it never is. Harry turned from the window. He sat at his desk, pulled a piece of parchment from the drawer, and began to write. The letter was a masterpiece of strategic vulnerability. Every sentence was calibrated, worried enough to justify the request, composed enough to avoid alarm, specific enough about the symptoms, scar pain, nightmares, a persistent sense of wrongness in the magical atmosphere, to give Dumbledore something to investigate without revealing the depth of Harry's actual knowledge. He signed it, sealed it, and gave it to Hedwig. The owl took the letter with a soft hoot and vanished through the window into the evening sky. Now we wait. Harry didn't wait. He returned to the center of the room, sat cross-legged, and began to practice again. Shadows pooled around him like dark water, and his hands moved through them with increasing confidence, and the summer evening deepened around the small, warded room where a boy was teaching himself to shape the darkness. Dumbledore's response arrived 3 days later. The letter was warm, concerned, and, Harry could feel it between the lines, intrigued. Dumbledore thanked Harry for his candor, expressed sympathy for the nightmares, and invited Harry to spend the remaining weeks of summer at Hogwarts, where Dumbledore could monitor the situation personally and provide whatever support might be helpful. He took the bait. The nightmares gave him exactly what he wanted, a reason to keep you close and study your scar connection. He thinks he's being strategic. He doesn't realize you're the one who cast the line. Harry packed his trunk. The Dursleys, informed of his early departure by Dumbledore's follow-up letter, responded with visible relief. Vernon drove Harry to King's Cross without a word of protest, the fastest he'd ever agreed to anything involving Harry's magical education. The train to Hogsmeade was empty, the summer schedule ran a skeleton service, and Harry had the compartment to himself. He watched the countryside unreal outside the window, green and gold under the August sun, and felt the pull of Hogwarts growing stronger with every mile. The castle appeared as the train rounded the final curve, massive, ancient, its towers and turrets sharp against the summer sky. Even from the station, Harry could feel the difference. The castle's magical field, usually a steady, warm hum, was agitated, a frequency that vibrated at the edge of perception, like a guitar string tuned slightly too tight. It's worse than I expected. The threshold degradation has accelerated significantly since June. The castle's own magic is compensating, reinforcing the barrier from the inside, but it's straining. Hogwarts is old and powerful, but it was never designed to contain this kind of metaphysical stress. Dumbledore met him at the gates. The headmaster looked older than Harry remembered, not physically, but in the weight behind his eyes. The twinkle was still there, but muted, like a lamp turned low. He walked with Harry through the empty grounds, past the lake that glittered too brightly in the sun, past the Quidditch pitch that stood skeletal and abandoned, and into the castle that breathed around them like a living thing in pain. Thank you for coming, Harry. I want you to know that your concerns are taken seriously. Thank you, Professor. I've arranged a room for you near the Gryffindor Tower, private, comfortable. Meals will be served in the Great Hall, though the house tables are rather lonely in summer. It'll just be us, the house elves, and whatever ghosts feel sociable. About the ghosts, have they been behaving normally? Dumbledore's stride didn't change, but something in his posture shifted, a fractional tensing of the shoulders. You noticed. In my nightmares, the ghosts are always screaming. It was a lie wrapped in a truth. The nightmares were real, but they weren't about ghosts. They were about the threshold, about the sensation of the barrier thinning, about the dweller's attention pressing against reality like a face pressed against glass. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The ghosts have been affected by the disturbances earlier this year. The Bloody Baron has not been seen since May. Nearly Headless Nick reports that several ghosts have experienced episodes of confusion and disorientation that they cannot explain. The magical phenomena are not confined to the ghosts, however. The portraits have been restless. The staircases change more frequently. And there have been reports, unconfirmed, of physical anomalies in the lower levels of the castle. Physical anomalies? Corridors that appear to extend further than their architectural dimensions should allow. Temperatures dropping in localized areas without environmental explanation. Shadows that behave independently of their light sources. Harry's skin prickled. That sounds serious. It is serious. And it is, I believe, connected to the events of last term, to the stone, to the magical energies released during your confrontation with Quirrell, and to something deeper. Something I have been investigating for some time. He stopped walking. They stood in the entrance hall, the vaulted ceiling soaring above them, the stone floor stretching in every direction. Dumbledore turned to face Harry, and the gentleness in his expression had been replaced by something more focused. Harry, I must ask you something directly, and I hope you will answer honestly. Of course, Professor. When you faced Quirrell, when the protective magic activated, did you sense anything beyond the immediate battle? Anything that felt external? As if something outside the room, outside the castle, perhaps outside reality as we understand it, had become aware of what was happening. Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. 3 seconds. 4. The false surface projected worried confusion. I'm not sure, he said carefully. It was overwhelming, the pain, the magic, Quirrell burning. But there was a moment, right at the end, when the chamber went very cold. And I felt. He paused, as if searching for words. I felt like something was watching. Dumbledore's blue eyes sharpened. Watching. Yes. That aligns with what I've detected. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. I believe something has taken notice of our world, Harry. Something that exists beyond the barrier between life and death. The magical community calls the barrier the threshold, though very few wizards understand it as anything more than a metaphor. You know about the threshold. I have studied it for decades. It is one of the most dangerous and least understood aspects of magical reality. And I believe, though I hope I am wrong, that the events of the past year have attracted the attention of an intelligence on the other side. Harry let his expression show the fear he actually felt, not the manufactured nervousness of his performance, but the genuine, deep unease that had been his constant companion since the night in the chamber when the Dweller had looked at him. What do we do? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The entrance hall seemed to hold its breath around them. For now, we study. We prepare. And we hope that understanding comes before crisis. He squeezed Harry's shoulder and released it. Get settled. We'll begin our work tomorrow. Harry climbed the stairs toward his assigned room. Behind him, Dumbledore stood in the entrance hall, looking not at Harry but at the floor, at the stones beneath which the threshold ran, deep and damaged and growing thinner with every passing day. Harry spent his first night at the castle in the Room of Requirement. The stone was exactly where he'd left it, sealed behind blood wards and Parseltongue, pulsing gently in its hidden compartment. Harry retrieved it and held it in his palm, and the warmth of it flooded up his arm like sunlight. But the warmth was wrong. Not the stone's inherent resonance, that was unchanged, steady and deep and ancient. Something else. A vibration beneath the warmth, a secondary frequency that Harry hadn't noticed before. It was faint, barely perceptible, but his shadow-trained senses caught it, a pulse that matched the threshold's rhythm. The stone was resonating with the barrier, amplifying its vibrations, widening the cracks. I was afraid of this. Marvolo's voice was heavy. The stone's proximity to the threshold breach at Hogwarts has created a feedback loop. The stone amplifies the barrier's vibrations, which widens the cracks, which increases the vibrations, which the stone amplifies further. It's a cascade. If I remove the stone from Hogwarts, the feedback loop breaks. The degradation slows. But it doesn't stop. The Horcrux damage is the root cause, the cracks were there before the stone arrived. Removing the stone buys time. It doesn't solve the problem. How much time? Weeks. Perhaps a month. The cascade has been running for almost a year. The threshold has been weakened beyond what simple removal can repair. Harry stared at the stone. Red as blood, warm as life, humming with the power to cheat death. The greatest alchemical achievement in human history, and it was making things worse. We can't destroy it. We might need it. Agreed. But we can't keep it here. Not at the epicenter of the breach. Then where? Somewhere magically inert. Somewhere far from any threshold weak point. Somewhere no one would think to look. Harry thought about it. Then he thought about it some more. Then he smiled, and the smile had an edge to it that Marvolo recognized and approved of. I know exactly where. He wrapped the stone in enchanted cloth, layered with concealment charms, notice-me-not enchantments, and a final Parseltongue ward that would cause the wrapping to seal shut if anyone but Harry tried to open it. Then he placed it in an envelope, addressed it in his cipher, and called Hedwig. Take this to the Greengrass estate, he told her. Give it only to Daphne. No one else. Hedwig hooted once, understood, and vanished into the night. You're trusting her with the most powerful alchemical artifact in existence. Yes. You trust her that much. I trust her to keep it safe, to not try to use it, and to not tell anyone she has it. That's 3 forms of trust, and she's earned all of them. Marvolo was quiet for a moment. Then, you're not wrong. The Greengrass estate is warded with preministry enchantments and sits in a magically neutral zone, no ley lines, no threshold weak points, no significant magical infrastructure within 50 miles. It's an ideal storage location. And Daphne will study it. She'll learn things about it that we can't learn from a distance. That too. You're developing strategic instincts, Harry. I'm almost impressed. Almost? Give it time. The days that followed were a strange, compressed period of parallel education. In the mornings, Harry worked with Dumbledore. The headmaster proved to be a genuinely extraordinary teacher when he chose to be, his understanding of magical theory was profound, his demonstrations were breathtaking, and his ability to explain complex concepts in accessible terms rivaled anything Marvolo could offer. But where Marvolo taught with ruthless precision, Dumbledore taught with patient exploration. Where Marvolo demanded mastery, Dumbledore encouraged curiosity. The contrast was illuminating. They studied the threshold together, or rather, Dumbledore shared his decades of research with Harry, and Harry absorbed it while carefully concealing how much he already knew. Dumbledore's understanding of the barrier was extensive but fundamentally theoretical. He knew the threshold existed. He knew the Horcruxes had damaged it. He knew something was pressing against the barrier from the other side. What he lacked was practical experience with the dark magic that interacted most directly with the threshold. Death magic, soul magic, blood magic, the tools that would be most effective in reinforcing the barrier were tools Dumbledore had spent his career opposing, and his reluctance to employ them was not just philosophical. It was visceral. Something in Dumbledore's past, something Harry could sense in the way the old wizard flinched when certain topics arose, had left him fundamentally unwilling to wield dark power, no matter the justification. His sister, Marvolo, said one afternoon, as Harry practiced shielding charms in the courtyard while Dumbledore observed. Ariana Dumbledore. She died as a result of a three-way duel between Albus, his brother Aberforth, and Gellert Grindelwald. The duel involved dark magic, powerful, uncontrolled, lethal. Dumbledore doesn't know which of the three cast the curse that killed her. The uncertainty has haunted him for decades. It's why he won't touch dark magic. Not because he doesn't understand it, because he understands it too well, and what it cost him. You know a lot about his past. The person I was researched every potential enemy extensively. Dumbledore was at the top of the list. Harry said nothing. But he looked at the old wizard sitting in the summer sunlight, his purple robes bright against the grey stone, and saw the grief that lived beneath the twinkle and the wisdom and the infuriating, chessmaster calculations. Dumbledore was not just a manipulator. He was a man carrying a wound so deep that his entire philosophy, love conquers all, the greater good, the power of sacrifice, was built on top of it like a cathedral built over a grave. In the afternoons and evenings, Marvolo took over. The room of requirement became Harry's workshop, his laboratory, his battlefield. With the stone removed, the castle's magical field had stabilized slightly, the threshold pulses slowed, the shadows retreated, the temperature anomalies diminished. But the underlying damage remained, and Marvolo pushed Harry harder than ever to develop the tools they'd need when the reprieve ended. Ritual magic is the oldest form of dark magic. Older than wands, older than incantations, older than Hogwarts. Rituals work by creating a structured interaction between the caster and a fundamental force, death, blood, time, fate. The structure is what matters, precise movements, precise components, precise intent, performed in a precise sequence. Deviate from the structure and the ritual fails. Worse, it can backfire, consuming the caster or attracting exactly the kind of attention we're trying to avoid. Harry practiced the foundational elements, geometric casting circles drawn in chalk mixed with blood, incantation sequences in Parseltongue that resonated with the threshold's native frequency, the manipulation of shadow and light in patterns that created liminal spaces, small, controlled areas where the boundary between states of being became fluid. It was the darkest magic he'd ever attempted. Each session left him drained, the marks on his arms tingling, the circuit trace patterns that had appeared during the Quirrell battle, faded now but never fully gone, a permanent record of the dark magic he'd already channeled. Each session also left him with a deeper understanding of the threshold and the forces that maintained it. The barrier isn't a wall. It's a membrane, semi-permeable, flexible, designed to allow certain interactions between life and death while preventing others. Ghosts pass through it partially. Necromantic magic probes it from the living side. The veil in the Department of Mysteries is an artificial threshold point, maintained by the Ministry for research purposes. The barrier is natural, part of reality's fundamental architecture, but it was never designed to withstand the kind of damage the Horcruxes inflicted. Can it be repaired? Not with conventional magic. The barrier operates on a level that wand magic can't reach, it's too fundamental, too deep. To repair threshold damage, you need to interact with the barrier directly, using magic that exists at the same level. Blood magic. Soul magic. Ritual constructs that bridge the gap between the caster and the barrier's native frequency. Show me. Not yet. You're not ready. The ritual I have in mind, the one that could reinforce the barrier, requires a caster who exists at the intersection of life and death. Someone who carries both within them. Someone whose magical signature resonates with both sides of the threshold. Harry understood. Someone with a Horcrux. Someone with a piece of soul that shouldn't be there. A living boy with death inside him. You are uniquely qualified for this, Harry. You may be the only person alive who can perform this ritual. But the cost, what's the cost? The ritual uses dark magic on a scale that will permanently alter your magical signature. Anyone who encounters you afterward, anyone with the ability to sense magical resonance, will know what you've done. The marks on your arms will intensify. New ones will appear. You will never be able to pretend you are an ordinary wizard again. Harry looked at his arms. The faint, circuit trace patterns were barely visible in the room's low light, pale lines against pale skin, like scars from a wound that had healed badly. I stopped being ordinary the night Voldemort gave me this scar. This is different. The scar can be hidden. What the ritual will do to you cannot. You will be marked, visibly, permanently, unmistakably, as someone who has performed deep dark magic. The Ministry will classify you as a threat. The Auror Corps will flag your signature. Every wand check, every magical examination, every interaction with institutional authority will reveal what you are. And what am I? Something new. Something the wizarding world has no category for. A light wizard trained in dark magic, carrying a soul fragment, protected by love, scarred by death. You will not fit into any box they try to put you in. Some people will fear you. Some will try to use you. Some will try to destroy you. And some will stand beside me. A pause. Yes. Some will. Harry flexed his hands. The shadow magic tingled in his fingers, familiar now, almost comfortable. The dark magic that Marvolo had been teaching him all year had become a part of him, not a foreign addition, but an expression of who he was. A boy who had grown up in darkness and learned to shape it rather than be shaped by it. When the time comes, he said, I'll be ready. Daphne arrived on a Thursday. Harry was eating breakfast in the great hall, alone at the Gryffindor table, the vast room echoing with the silence of 1,000 absent students, when the doors opened and she walked in as if she owned the castle. She was dressed in traveling robes, her hair pulled back, a leather satchel slung over one shoulder. She looked different from the last time he'd seen her, taller, her features sharper, the last softness of childhood beginning to give way to something more defined. She walked the length of the hall, sat down across from Harry, and helped herself to toast. Good morning. Harry stared at her. How did you get in? I wrote to Professor Dumbledore and explained that I was conducting independent research into pre-Hogwarts magical history, specifically the ward architecture of ancient magical sites. I requested access to the castle's historical archives over the summer. He approved it. She bit into her toast. Apparently, academic initiative is one of the few things that consistently bypasses his security protocols. She's remarkable. Did you bring? The package is safe. Hidden in my family's ancestral vault, behind wards my great-great-grandmother designed. I've been studying it. She lowered her voice, though the hall was empty. Harry, the resonance patterns it produces, they're not random. They follow a mathematical sequence. A Fibonacci progression, modified by a variable that changes based on lunar phase and ambient magical density. The stone isn't just producing energy. It's communicating. Harry's fork stopped halfway to his mouth. Communicating with what? That's what I came here to find out. They spent the rest of the morning in the room of requirement, comparing notes. Daphne had spent her summer with the same intensity Harry had, reading everything her family's library contained on barrier theory, ward architecture, and the historical records of pre-Hogwarts magical phenomena. She'd found references to the threshold in texts dating back to the Roman period, wizards who had observed thinning of the barrier at certain geographical locations, including the site where Hogwarts would eventually be built. The founders knew, Daphne said, spreading parchments across the table the room had provided. Rowena Ravenclaw's personal journals, my family has copies, don't ask how, mention what she calls the veil beneath. She describes the castle as being built not just on a site of magical power, but on a site where the barrier between worlds is naturally thin. The castle's ward scheme isn't just defensive, it's structural. It reinforces the threshold at this location. The castle is literally holding reality together. And the damage from the Horcruxes is weakening both the barrier and the castle's ability to reinforce it. Yes. It's a compound failure. The threshold cracks from the Horcrux damage, and the castle's compensating magic strains to fill the gaps, which drains the castle's reserves, which weakens the overall ward scheme, which allows more threshold degradation. It's a death spiral. Harry stared at the diagram she'd drawn, a schematic of the threshold structure, overlaid with the castle's ward architecture, annotated with the degradation patterns she'd mapped from her family's records and Harry's observations. How long do we have? Daphne's jaw tightened. Weeks. The rate of degradation has been accelerating even without the stone's presence. The damage is self-propagating now. The cracks are widening under their own momentum. Can the castle's wards be reinforced? Not externally. The ward scheme is integrated with the threshold itself, they're the same system. You can't strengthen one without strengthening the other. To reinforce the castle, you'd need to reinforce the barrier. And to reinforce the barrier, you need someone who can interact with it directly. Yes. Daphne looked at him. Her blue eyes were steady, clear, and deeply worried. Harry, the ritual you've been preparing for, the one that requires a caster at the intersection of life and death, is it real? Can it actually work? Harry hesitated. He hadn't told Daphne about Marvolo, not directly, not the full truth. But she'd assembled enough pieces to know that Harry had access to knowledge no 11-year-old should possess, and she'd stopped asking where it came from with the tacit understanding that the answer would arrive when Harry was ready to give it. It can work, he said. But the cost, I know about the cost. Permanent alteration of your magical signature. Visible dark magic scarring. Social and institutional consequences. She cut through his hesitation with the precise, analytical efficiency that was her particular gift. I've also calculated the cost of not performing the ritual, which is the collapse of the threshold at Hogwarts, the emergence of an entity of unknown power and intent, and the potential destabilization of the barrier between life and death across the entire magical world. She paused. Her composure flickered, a brief crack in the mask, showing something raw underneath. I am not willing to pay that cost. Are you? No. Then we prepare. The crisis arrived 3 weeks ahead of schedule. It was August 18th, Harry was asleep in his assigned room near Gryffindor Tower, deep in the dreamless rest that Marvolo's enhanced occlumency protocols provided, when something woke him. Not a sound. Not a touch. A wrongness, a fundamental alteration in the fabric of reality that registered in his shadow-trained senses like a scream registers in the ears. He was upright before conscious thought engaged, wand in hand, scar blazing with a cold fire that had nothing to do with Voldemort. The room was freezing. His breath crystallized in the air. Frost crawled across the inside of the windows in patterns that looked like writing, angular, precise, in a language that predated human civilization. It's happening. The threshold is breaching. Something is coming through. Harry was dressed and moving in 30 seconds. He burst into the corridor and found Dumbledore already there, the headmaster in his nightrobes, his wand lit, his face pale in the cold light. Harry. Get to the Great Hall. Stay with there's no one to stay with. The castle is empty except for us and the staff. A distant crash echoed from somewhere deep below. The floor trembled. Dust sifted from the ceiling. Dumbledore's eyes were sharp, clear, fully awake. The grandfatherly mask was gone. What remained was the man who had defeated Grindelwald, focused, formidable, and radiating power like a furnace radiates heat. Come with me, he said, and turned toward the stairs. They descended. McGonagall met them on the second floor, still dressed, as if she'd never gone to bed, her wand in her hand and her hair pulled back in a tight braid that meant she was expecting combat. Flitwick appeared from a side corridor, tiny and serious, his dueling champion's stance already set. Sprout emerged from the direction of the greenhouses, soil on her hands and steel in her eyes. The dungeons, Dumbledore said. The disturbance is originating from beneath the dungeons. From the old foundations. The foundations predate the castle, McGonagall said. Rowena's records mention structures beneath, yes. The original site. Where the threshold is thinnest. Dumbledore's stride didn't slow. Filius, I need you to reinforce the castle's upper wards. Pomona, evacuate the ghosts, any that will move. Minerva, with me. And me, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. The look lasted 2 seconds, an entire calculation performed behind blue eyes, and then the headmaster nodded. They descended past the dungeons, past the Slytherin common room, past the potions classrooms and the storage cellars and the wine caves that had supplied the castle's tables for centuries. Below all of it, a staircase that Harry had never seen, narrow, spiraling, carved from raw stone rather than the castle's dressed blocks, wound downward into darkness. The temperature dropped with every step. By the time they reached the bottom, Harry could see his breath in thick white plumes, and the cold had the particular quality of something that went beyond physical temperature, a metaphysical chill, the cold of the space between states of being. They emerged into a cavern. It was vast, cathedral vast, the ceiling lost in darkness above, the floor rough and uneven, the walls bearing the marks of tools that predated metal. This was old. Older than Hogwarts, older than the founders, older than recorded magical history. The stone was smooth where hands had touched it over millennia, and carved with symbols that Harry's shadow-trained senses recognized as threshold markers, ancient, pre-linguistic representations of the boundary between life and death. In the center of the cavern, a crack. Not a physical crack in the stone, a crack in reality. A fissure in the air itself, running from floor to ceiling, 3 inches wide, through which something flickered, not light, not dark, but a quality of illumination that existed outside the visible spectrum, perceptible only through magical senses, terrible in its alienness. And from the crack, the dweller pressed. Harry felt it before he saw its effects. The pressure of an intelligence so vast that perceiving its edge was like standing at the shore of an ocean and trying to comprehend its depth. The dweller wasn't hostile, the concept of hostility implied a scale of interaction that was too small for what it was. It was simply present, and its presence was distorting reality the way a massive object distorts spacetime. The walls of the cavern stretched. Not physically, perceptually. The dimensions of the space became uncertain, the distance between 2 points fluctuating like a measurement taken with a broken ruler. Shadows moved independently of light sources, gathering near the crack like moths near a flame. The threshold markers on the walls glowed with a faint, sickly luminescence. Dumbledore raised his wand. The spells he cast were breathtaking, complex ward constructs, reinforcement charms, containment fields of light magic so pure they blazed like small suns. They slammed into the space around the crack and held, for a moment, before the dweller's passive presence eroded them like water erodes sandstone. "It's not attacking," Dumbledore said, and his voice was strained. "It's simply existing. But its existence at this proximity is incompatible with our reality's structural integrity. Can you seal the crack?" "I'm trying. The magic required to seal a threshold breach is..." He cast another spell. It hit the crack, flared, and dissipated. Beyond conventional approaches. McGonagall was casting defensive wards at the cavern entrance, thick, layered shields that would slow anything coming through if the breach widened. Her face was set in the expression of controlled terror that characterized people who were too disciplined to panic but too honest to pretend they weren't afraid. "Albus, we need to evacuate. If this breach widens, there's nowhere to evacuate to. The castle's ward scheme is the only thing preventing the breach from propagating along the entire threshold. If we abandon the castle, the wards fail, and the breach becomes global." Harry stood between Dumbledore and McGonagall, staring at the crack in reality, feeling the dweller's presence press against his senses like a weight on his chest. His scar was burning, but not with Voldemort's presence, with something older and vaster, the resonance of an entity that existed at the intersection of life and death, recognizing a boy who carried both inside him. "Harry." Marvellow's voice was taut with urgency and something that sounded horribly like fear. "The ritual. The one I've been preparing you for. It's the only option. Conventional magic can't seal a threshold breach, it operates on the wrong frequency. The ritual uses dark magic, blood magic, and the resonance of a Horcrux fragment to interact with the barrier directly. It's the only tool we have. I know. It will change you permanently. The marks, the signature, the visibility. Everything I warned you about. I know. And it requires you to approach the crack. To stand at the edge of the breach and channel your magic into it. If the Dweller focuses its attention on you during the ritual, I know, Marvolo. A silence. Then, quietly, with a rawness that stripped away every layer of irony and calculation, you don't have to do this. There are other ways. Slower, less certain, but, how many people die while we try slower and less certain? The silence that followed was the answer. Harry turned to Dumbledore. The headmaster was casting spell after spell at the breach, each one more powerful, more desperate, each one failing against the Dweller's passive immensity. Sweat stood on his brow despite the cold. His wand hand was trembling. Professor. Dumbledore didn't stop casting. Not now, Harry, I can seal it. Dumbledore's wand paused mid-gesture. He turned to look at Harry, and the expression on his face was one Harry had never seen, not calculation, not gentleness, but the sharp, desperate attention of a man running out of options confronted by someone offering one. How? A ritual. It requires someone who exists at the intersection of life and death, someone whose magical signature resonates with both sides of the threshold. It uses dark magic. Deep dark magic. The kind you've spent your career opposing. The words landed in the cavern like stones dropped into water. McGonagall's casting faltered. Dumbledore's blue eyes locked onto Harry's with an intensity that transcended legitimacy. This was not a mental probe but a raw, unmediated assessment, one human being looking at another and trying to decide whether to trust them with everything. You know ritual magic, Dumbledore said. Not a question. Yes. Dark ritual magic. Yes. How? That's a conversation for after we survive this. Dumbledore stared at him. The breach behind them pulsed, the crack widening by a fraction of an inch, the Dweller's presence intensifying, the temperature dropping another 5 degrees. I cannot stop you, Dumbledore said slowly. I am not certain I should. A pause that contained decades of philosophical struggle. But I can stand beside you, if you will allow it. It was the first genuine moment between them. Not a chess move, not a manipulation, not a test. An offer, honest and afraid, from a man who was letting go of control because control wasn't working. I'd appreciate that, Harry said. The staircase behind them echoed with footsteps. Snape appeared at the cavern entrance, black robes billowing, wand drawn, his face a mask of rigid control that Harry recognized as barely contained terror. He took in the scene, the breach, the Dweller's distortion effects, Dumbledore's failed spells, Harry standing at the center of it all, and his black eyes widened fractionally before the mask reasserted itself. Professor Snape, Dumbledore said. Your timing is impeccable. Snape looked at Harry. Something passed between them, not legitimacy, not words. Something deeper. An acknowledgement, between a man who had failed to save the mother and a boy who carried her killer's soul, that the situation had moved beyond the boundaries of their complicated relationship into territory where only one thing mattered. If this kills you, Potter, Snape said, and his voice was steady as a blade, your mother's sacrifice was wasted. So don't die. I'll do my best. See that you do. The ritual required preparation. Harry drew the circle on the cavern floor with his own blood. Not a lot, a shallow cut on his palm, enough to trace the geometric pattern Marvolo had drilled into his memory over weeks of practice. The blood hissed when it touched the stone, reacting with the ambient threshold energy, and the lines glowed faintly red before settling into a dull, warm luminescence. Within the circle, he placed 5 anchor points, stones from the cavern wall, each one marked with threshold symbols, arranged in a pentagonal pattern that Marvolo dictated with precision that bordered on obsession. The anchor points create a sympathetic resonance field. When you activate the ritual, the field will synchronize with the threshold's native frequency, allowing your magic to interface with the barrier directly. Think of them as tuning forks, they help you match the right note. Dumbledore watched the preparation with an expression that combined horror, fascination, and grudging admiration. He recognized the ritual's architecture. Harry could see it in the way his eyes tracked the geometric patterns, the way his lips moved slightly as he identified the runic elements. Blood-anchored pentagonal array, Dumbledore murmured. Pre-Sumerian design. I've seen this in manuscripts I thought were theoretical. They're not theoretical, Harry said, drawing the final line. No. Evidently not. Dumbledore looked at the breach, then back at Harry. What do you need from me? Power. The ritual will drain my core faster than I can sustain it. I need someone feeding magical energy into the circle from outside, raw power, unstructured, that the ritual can draw on. You're the most powerful wizard in Britain. Can you sustain an energy feed for? He looked inward. How long? 5 minutes. Maybe less, if the resonance locks quickly. Maybe more, if the dweller resists. 5 minutes, Harry said. I can sustain it for 10, Dumbledore said quietly. If necessary. Harry nodded. He turned to Snape, who stood at the cavern entrance like a dark sentinel, his wand raised, his occlumency shields radiating a palpable sense of contained force. Professor Snape. The dweller's proximity generates psychic pressure, a kind of ambient legitimacy that erodes mental defenses. When I enter the ritual trance, my occlumency will be occupied with the working. I'll be vulnerable to the dweller's passive influence. You need a mental shield. I need someone holding my mind together from the outside while I work from the inside. Snape looked at him for a long moment. You're asking me to share a mental link with you. To hold your consciousness stable while you perform dark ritual magic inside a threshold breach. Yes. You understand that a mental link of that depth will expose your thoughts to me. All of them. Including whatever it is you've been hiding behind those shields since September. Harry met Snape's black eyes. He didn't look away. Yes, he said. I understand. Something shifted in Snape's expression. The mask cracked, just for a moment, and beneath it, Harry saw the same raw, complicated devotion he'd seen in the hospital wing. The love for a dead woman, transmuted into a fierce, reluctant protectiveness of her son. Then let's begin, Snape said. Harry stepped into the circle. The blood lines flared. The anchor stones hummed. The air inside the circle changed, thicker, denser, charged with a potential that made his skin tingle and his magic surge to the surface like a tide responding to a moon he couldn't see. He faced the breach. The crack in reality was 6 feet away, wider now, the flickering alien luminescence spilling through it in pulses that matched the threshold's degradation rhythm. The dweller's presence filled the cavern like water filling a glass, not aggressive, not hostile, just overwhelming in its immensity. The incantation is in Parseltongue. The language resonates with the threshold because Parseltongue exists at the boundary between human speech and magical vocalization, it's inherently liminal. Speak the words exactly as I give them to you. Don't deviate. Don't improvise. The ritual structure is the only thing protecting you from the forces you're about to interact with. Harry raised his wand. In his left hand, he held the blood-smeared palm open, the cut still seeping, the blood running down his wrist and dripping onto the circle's lines, feeding the ritual's architecture with the fuel it needed, his blood, his life, his dual nature as a boy carrying death inside him. Behind him, Dumbledore began to pour power into the circle. Harry felt it, a torrent of magical energy, vast and warm and golden, flooding through the bloodlines and into the anchor stones, filling the ritual's framework with raw force. It was like standing beneath a waterfall of light. Dumbledore's magic was immense, deeper and broader than anything Harry had ever felt, and it fed the ritual's hunger with the generosity of a man giving everything he had because the alternative was unthinkable. At the cavern entrance, Snape closed his eyes and reached out with his mind. Harry felt the mental link establish, cold, precise, utterly controlled. Snape's occlumency was a fortress, black walls, razor-sharp angles, no decoration, no softness, nothing but pure, structural defense. The link attached to Harry's consciousness like a buttress supporting a wall, and suddenly, the dweller's psychic pressure, which Harry hadn't realized how heavily he'd been resisting, eased. Snape was holding Harry's mind together. And in doing so, he was seeing everything inside it. Harry felt the moment Snape found Marvolo. The potion's master's mental presence went rigid. The link trembled. For one terrible second, Harry thought Snape would sever the connection, would recoil in horror from the dark, familiar presence hiding behind Harry's defenses, the fragment of the man who had murdered the woman Snape had loved. Marvolo held very still. He didn't speak. He didn't move. He simply existed, present, visible, unmistakable, and let Snape see what he had become. Not the Dark Lord. Not the monster who had cast the killing curse on Halloween night. Something else. Something shaped by a decade of love magic and a year of fierce, reluctant connection with a boy who had refused to let him be what he'd been born as. Snape's mental presence shuddered. Then, with a control that must have cost him everything he had, it steadied. The link held. The fortress of Snape's occlumency surrounded Harry's mind like armor, and if the hands that held it in place were shaking, the defense itself did not waver. Now, Marvolo said. Begin. Harry spoke the incantation. The words were Parseltongue, hissing, sibilant, alien to human ears. They flowed from his mouth like smoke, curling through the cold air, resonating with the anchor stones, with the bloodlines, with the crack in reality 6 feet away. The language was old, older than Salazar Slytherin, older than recorded magical history, old as the barrier itself. It was the language of boundaries, of thresholds, of the spaces between. The ritual activated. Harry's magic poured through his wand and his blood and his scar simultaneously, 3 channels, 3 conduits, all feeding into the ritual's geometric framework. The circle blazed. The anchor stones screamed, a high, clear note that vibrated at the threshold's native frequency, the frequency Daphne had identified, the frequency the stone had been resonating with. He was tuning the barrier. Matching its frequency. Becoming, for the duration of the ritual, a living tuning fork. The crack in reality responded. It shuddered, narrowed by a fraction of an inch, and the dweller's presence surged. Not with anger. With curiosity. It turned its attention on Harry, directly, fully, the way a person turns to look at something that has touched them unexpectedly. The weight of that attention was staggering. Harry's knees buckled. His vision whited out. His scar blazed with pain that transcended the physical and entered the territory of the existential, the agony of being seen by something that existed on a scale so far beyond human comprehension that the act of being perceived was itself a form of violence. Dumbledore's power surged. Snape's mental shields tightened. Harry gasped, steadied, and continued the incantation. The dweller looked at him. Really looked. It saw the scar. It saw the soul fragment, Marvolo, hidden and changed, a piece of death lodged in a living boy. It saw the love magic, Lily's sacrifice, woven into Harry's being like thread woven into cloth. It saw the dark magic, the shadow manipulation, the combat training, the ritual knowledge, the months of preparation that had brought him to this moment. It saw the impossible convergence. A boy who was both living and dead, light and dark, loved and scarred, human and something more. A being who existed at the exact intersection the threshold occupied, the boundary between states of being, embodied in flesh and blood and magic. And it was fascinated. The dweller pressed closer. Not through the crack, toward Harry, through the threshold itself, its attention focusing on the boy with the lightning scar like a lens focusing sunlight. The pressure was immense. The cavern groaned. Stone cracked. The ceiling shed dust and fragments that fell through the ritual's energy field and vaporized. Harry kept speaking. The Parseltongue incantation was long, 37 lines, each one building on the last, constructing a harmonic pattern that interfaced with the threshold's native structure. He was on line 19. 18 more. His voice was raw. His magic was draining faster than Dumbledore could replenish it. Faster. You need to complete the harmonic before your core depletes. If the ritual fails mid-sequence, Harry accelerated. The words blurred together, hissing, sibilant, resonating with the stone and the blood and the crack in the air. Line 20. 21. His wand hand was shaking. His blood hand was numb with cold, the cut still seeping, the ritual feeding on his life force as well as his magic now. The Dweller offered something. It wasn't a thought, it was too vast for thought. It was an impression, a transmission, a direct download of understanding that bypassed language and logic and went straight to the deepest level of Harry's consciousness. In a single instant, Harry understood what the Dweller was. It was the other side of the threshold. Not an entity that lived beyond the barrier, it was the barrier's other side. It was death itself, or the aspect of death that retained awareness, or the collective consciousness of everything that had ever crossed the threshold and continued to exist in some form on the other side. It was not evil. It was not good. It was the natural counterpart to life, the een to reality's yang, and it was pressing against the barrier not out of malice but because the barrier was damaged, and the damage was creating an imbalance that pulled it toward the living world the way gravity pulls objects toward the ground. It wasn't trying to invade. It was falling. And in that moment of understanding, the Dweller offered Harry a gift, a glimpse of the other side. Full knowledge of death, what it was, how it worked, what lay beyond the threshold for those who crossed it. The answer to the question that had driven Voldemort to tear his soul apart, that had consumed alchemists and necromancers for millennia, that haunted every living being in their quietest moments. The answer to what came after. Harry looked into the vast, impossible depths of the Dweller's offering and saw everything. Nothing. A light so bright it was indistinguishable from darkness. A peace so profound it was indistinguishable from oblivion. His mother's face, clear and close and full of love. His father's laugh, warm and infectious. Marvolo's voice, stripped of every defense, saying a single word he'd never said before, home. And Harry said, not today. He spoke the words aloud, in English, breaking the Parseltongue incantation, a deviation from the ritual structure that should have been catastrophic. But the words carried their own power, the power of choice, of refusal, of a living boy standing at the edge of death and choosing life. Not because death was frightening, but because life was worth fighting for. The ritual didn't collapse. It transformed. The harmonic pattern Harry had been building shifted, adapted, incorporated his refusal as a structural element. The English words became part of the Parseltongue framework, a hybrid incantation that shouldn't have been possible, a fusion of languages that bridged the gap between human speech and the threshold's alien frequency. Harry completed the final lines of the incantation with tears streaming down his face, his voice steady, his magic pouring through him with an intensity that burned, not his core but his doubt, his fear, his uncertainty about who and what he was. The crack in reality shuddered. Narrowed. Closed. Not completely, not a perfect seal. But the fissure contracted from 6 inches to less than 1, and the Dweller's pressure eased, and the temperature began to rise, and the shadows retreated to their natural positions, and reality reasserted itself with the quiet authority of a fundamental law reaffirming its jurisdiction. The Dweller withdrew. Not fully, it couldn't, not while the Horcrux damage remained, not while the underlying cracks persisted. But it pulled back from the point of breach, retreating to its own side of the barrier, and as it went, it pressed one final impression into Harry's mind, I will remember you. The ritual's energy field collapsed. The blood lines on the floor went dark. The anchor stones cracked and fell silent. Harry's wand dropped from his hand. His knees gave way. Dumbledore caught him before he hit the ground. The old wizard's arms were stronger than they should have been, the strength of magic rather than muscle, the grip of a man who had just poured a significant portion of his considerable power into a ritual circle and was running on reserves and determination. "I have you," Dumbledore said, and his voice was hoarse, and his blue eyes were wet, and the twinkle was gone entirely, replaced by something raw and genuine and utterly unself-conscious. "I have you, Harry." Behind them, Snape severed the mental link. Harry felt the disconnection like a door closing, sudden, complete, leaving a cold space where Snape's fierce, complicated presence had been. He turned his head and saw the potion's master leaning against the cavern wall, his face ashen, his hands trembling violently, his black eyes locked on Harry with an expression that Harry had never seen on any human face. Snape had seen everything. Marvolo. The training. The dark magic. The soul fragment and its decade-long transformation from enemy to ally to something that defied categorization. He had seen it all, and he had held Harry's mind together anyway. "Professor," Harry started. "Don't." Snape's voice cracked on the word. He closed his eyes, pressed the back of his hand to his mouth, and stood very still for a long moment. When he opened his eyes again, the mask was back, but it sat differently on his face now, like a garment that no longer quite fit. "We will discuss this," he said. "Later. When I've had time to process the fact that I just held a mental link with the boy carrying a fragment of the soul of the man I." He stopped. Swallowed. Started again. "Later." McGonagall appeared at the cavern entrance, her face white with the particular shade of pallor that accompanies prolonged terror. "Is it contained?" Dumbledore said. "For now. The breach is reduced but not sealed. We have time, weeks, perhaps months, but the underlying damage remains." "What happened down here?" "What did the boy performed a miracle," Dumbledore said quietly, and the word carried no religious connotation. It was a wizard's assessment, the acknowledgement of something that should have been impossible and wasn't. "Minerva, please help me get Harry to the hospital wing." Harry tried to stand. His legs wouldn't support him. His arms, beneath his sleeves, were burning, he could feel new marks forming, the dark magic scarring that Marvolo had warned him about. The ritual had left its fingerprints on his body, and they would never fade. Dumbledore and McGonagall carried him up the stairs. Behind them, the cavern was quiet, the breach reduced to a thin, barely visible line in the air, the threshold reasserting itself, reality patching its wounds with the slow, patient resilience of a system designed to endure. Harry woke to sunlight and Daphne. She was sitting in a chair beside his hospital bed, reading a book, her legs crossed, her expression composed. She looked like she'd been there for a while. There was a stack of books on the bedside table, a half-eaten sandwich, and a quill and parchment covered in her angular notes. "How long was I out?" Harry's voice was a rasp. 36 hours. Madame Pomfrey says your magical core was depleted to approximately 4% capacity. She also says the scarring on your arms is unlike anything in her medical reference texts, and she spent 6 hours trying to heal it before Snape gave her a salve and told her to stop asking questions. Snape's salve. Page 394. Harry lifted his arms. The sleeves of his hospital gown had been pushed up, and the marks were visible, dark lines tracing patterns across his forearms and the backs of his hands, like the vein-like traces of a circuit board or the branching pattern of lightning. They were beautiful in a terrible way, intricate, precise, the visual record of dark magic channeled through living flesh. They would never fade. Anyone who saw them would know what they meant. Every magical examination, every wand check, every handshake with someone perceptive enough to read magical signatures would reveal what Harry had done. He was marked. Permanently, visibly, unmistakably. "They look like lightning," Daphne said. She'd set her book down and was examining his arms with clinical interest and no visible horror. "Fitting." Harry looked at her. At the girl who had followed him into a death trap, who had sat beside Ron's unconscious body while Harry walked into fire, who had taken the most powerful alchemical artifact in the world and hidden it in her family vault on nothing but trust. Daphne. There's something I need to tell you. She closed her book. Set it on the table. Folded her hands in her lap. Her blue eyes were steady, clear, and waiting. The thing I've been hiding, the source of my knowledge, my training, the reason I can do things I shouldn't be able to do. He took a breath. There's a voice in my head. It's been there since I was an infant. It's a fragment of a soul, a piece of Voldemort's soul, lodged in my scar the night he murdered my parents. He waited for the reaction. The horror, the recoil, the fear. Daphne looked at him for a long time. Her expression didn't change. If anything, it softened, the rigid composure easing slightly, as if a question she'd been carrying for months had finally been answered, and the answer, while terrible, was at least knowable. The Horcrux, she said. You know what a Horcrux is? I researched soul magic extensively this summer. The concept of soul fragments anchored in external objects is well documented in Herpo's work. I suspected, after watching your abilities, after hearing you speak Parseltongue during the ritual, I suspected something along these lines. She paused. Does it, he, have a name? Marvolo. Is he conscious? Intelligent? Very. He's been my teacher for over a year. He taught me occlumency, dark magic, combat techniques. He protected me during the battle with Quirrell. He guided me through the ritual. Harry met her eyes. He's not what he was. A decade inside me, surrounded by my mother's love magic, it changed him. He's not Voldemort. He's something else. Do you trust him? More than anyone alive. Daphne was quiet for a full 30 seconds. Harry counted, his heart hammering, his marked hands gripping the blankets. Then she said, You are who you choose to be, Harry. Not what lives inside you. She reached out and took his hand, the one covered in dark magic scars, the one that had drawn blood circles on a cavern floor and channeled forces that would haunt his magical signature forever. She held it firmly, without flinching, her fingers lacing through his. Harry looked at their joined hands. At the dark marks on his skin and the clean, pale skin of hers. At the contrast between what he was and what she was and the fact that she was holding on. He kissed her. It was clumsy. His aim was off, he caught the corner of her mouth, then adjusted, and her lips were warm and her hand tightened on his and her other hand came up to rest against his jaw, and the kiss was small and awkward and absolutely perfect in the way that only real things can be. When they pulled apart, Daphne's composure was thoroughly cracked. Her cheeks were flushed. Her eyes were bright. The carefully constructed mask of the Greengrass air had slipped entirely, and behind it was a 12-year-old girl who had just been kissed for the first time and was trying very hard not to smile too widely. She failed. That was unexpected, she said. Was it? No. The smile broke through completely, warm, unguarded, transformative. No, it really wasn't. I have no comment on this development, Marvolo said, from very far away, in a tone that suggested he had quite a lot of comment and was exercising unprecedented restraint. Harry grinned. The marks on his arms ached. His magical core was barely functional. The threshold was damaged, the dweller was waiting, and the world was balanced on a knife's edge between salvation and catastrophe. But Daphne Greengrass was holding his hand, and the voice in his head was alive, and for this one moment, that was enough. Dumbledore came that evening. He brought tea. He conjured a comfortable chair. He sat beside Harry's bed and poured 2 cups with the unhurried precision of a man who understood that some conversations required ritual. Severus has spoken to me, he said. Harry accepted a cup. The tea was Earl Grey, hot and strong. About what he saw. About what he saw. Dumbledore held his cup without drinking, the steam curling around his half-moon spectacles. A soul fragment. In your scar. Conscious, intelligent, and... He paused, choosing words with obvious care. Not what he expected. Not what anyone would expect. No. Dumbledore set his cup down. Harry, I must be honest with you. I suspected the existence of the soul fragment. Not with certainty, but I had theories. The scar, the Parseltongue ability, the connection to Voldemort. The evidence pointed toward something lodged in your scar that was more than a wound. You suspected, and you didn't tell me. I suspected, and I was afraid. The implications of a child carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul were. He closed his eyes. I told myself I was waiting for the right time. In truth, I was avoiding a conversation I didn't know how to have. That was cowardice, and I owe you an apology for it. Harry looked at Dumbledore. At the old wizard who had controlled and concealed and calculated for decades, who had treated Harry as a piece on a board, who had left him with the Dursleys and watched from a distance and built a strategy around a prophecy he hadn't shared. And who was sitting here now, offering honesty instead of manipulation. Tea instead of chess moves. Apology instead of justification. His name is Marvolo, Harry said. He's been conscious since I was 10. He taught me everything I know that Hogwarts didn't. He's the reason I survived Quirrell. He's the reason I was able to perform the ritual. And he is a fragment of the man who murdered your parents. He was. He's not anymore. My mother's protection, the love magic, it changed him. He spent a decade immersed in the most powerful love magic in existence, and it's reshaped what he is. He's not good. He's not kind. But he's mine, and he chose me, and I won't let anyone take him away. The last words came out harder than Harry intended. A warning, wrapped in a declaration, aimed at the most powerful wizard in Britain. Dumbledore received it with grace. He picked up his tea, sipped it, and looked at Harry over the rim of the cup with eyes that held no twinkle, no calculation, just a profound, weary, genuine regard. I have spent decades trying to control what I do not understand, Dumbledore said slowly. I have manipulated, concealed, strategized, and managed. I have treated people as instruments of a greater purpose and told myself the purpose justified the treatment. And I have been wrong, not always, but often enough that the pattern shames me. He set the cup down. Perhaps it is time I tried something else. Like what? Listening. He paused. You are not the boy I expected, Harry. You are not the weapon I feared or the victim I prepared for. You are something I didn't anticipate, a person who has taken the worst possible circumstances and forged from them something that I don't have a category for. I don't fully understand what you are. But I believe, and I say this with more conviction than I have felt about anything in a very long time, that you are not my enemy. I never was. No. But I was so focused on the chess board that I forgot the pieces had their own minds. He smiled, small, sad, genuine. It's the besetting sin of old wizards, I'm afraid. We become so accustomed to seeing patterns that we forget the patterns are made of people. Harry looked at Dumbledore, really looked, past the beard and the glasses and the century of accumulated wisdom, and saw a man. Old, tired, brilliant, flawed, carrying his own scars and his own regrets and his own desperate desire to protect a world that kept finding new ways to be in danger. Not an ally. Not yet. But something closer to it than either of them had been before. The threshold, Harry said. The breach is reduced but not sealed. The Horcrux damage is still there. The Dweller will press again. Yes. I know. I have the knowledge to develop a permanent solution. Marvolo carries memories of the original ritual that damaged the barrier, the one Voldemort performed in Albania. If we can reverse engineer it, we can design a counter-ritual. That will require dark magic. Yes. And you want me to allow it. I want you to help with it. Your power, combined with my unique qualifications, gives us the best chance of sealing the threshold permanently. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Outside the hospital wing windows, the summer evening painted the sky in shades of gold and violet. An owl hooted from the Ollery Tower. The castle, around them, breathed its ancient, patient breath. "I will help," Dumbledore said. "Not because I approve of the methods, I may never approve. But because the alternative is unthinkable, and because I have spent too many years letting my discomfort with darkness prevent me from confronting it effectively." He stood. At the door, he paused. "Harry. The fragment, Marvolo, does he remember her? Lily?" The question was so unexpected, so raw, so nakedly vulnerable that Harry's breath caught. "He remembers killing her," Harry said quietly. "And he carries the weight of that every day. My mother's love magic didn't just change his nature, it made him feel the consequences of what he did. He can't escape it. He lives with it." Dumbledore's expression fractured, grief, compassion, and something that looked almost like hope. "Perhaps that is the truest form of justice," he said. "Not punishment, but understanding." He left. The hospital wing was quiet. The evening light faded to dusk, and the first stars appeared above the castle, and Harry lay in his bed with the marks of dark magic on his arms and the taste of Daphne's kiss on his lips and the voice of a changed soul murmuring in the depths of his mind. "That went better than expected," Marvolo said. "He's willing to work with us. That's more than I hoped for." His philosophical flexibility improves dramatically when the alternative is the end of the world. But his sincerity was genuine. He meant what he said about listening. Whether he can sustain it when the crisis fades and old habits reassert themselves, we'll see. And Snape? Snape saw everything. He saw me. He knows what I am, what I was, and what I've become. He has not spoken since the cavern, and he may never speak of it. But he held your mind together knowing I was inside it. He chose to protect you, to protect us, over his horror at what I represent. That is not a small thing. No. It's not. Harry closed his eyes. The marks on his arms throbbed gently, a constant reminder of what he'd done and what he'd become. Tomorrow, he would begin planning the permanent solution, the counter-ritual that would seal the threshold, repair the Horcrux damage, and push the Dweller back to its own side of reality for good. It would take time. More research, more preparation, more dark magic that would leave more marks. It would require finding and destroying the other Horcruxes, the real ones, out in the world, each one a wound in the threshold that needed to be closed. It would require confronting Voldemort eventually, the main soul, the source of all the damage, the dark wizard who had cracked reality in his obsession with conquering death. And it would require standing at the boundary between life and death, again and again, the only person alive who could bridge both sides, a boy with a scar, a fragment, a mother's love, and a darkness that had become its own kind of light. "Next year will be harder," Marvolo said. "I know. The Horcruxes. The Dark Lord's return. The Ministry's inevitable investigation of your altered magical signature. Dumbledore's evolving approach. Snape's knowledge. The Dweller's continued interest. There are so many fronts that the war has become a sphere. I know. But you have allies now. Real ones. Not pawns, not tools, people who know what you are and stand beside you anyway. Dumbledore's power. Snape's knowledge. Granger's brilliance. Weasley's loyalty. And Greengrass." The way Marvolo said her name carried a weight that surprised them both. "She held your hand," he said. "Knowing what lives inside you. Knowing what those marks mean. She held your hand and didn't let go. She didn't. That is worth more than power. More than knowledge. More than any dark magic I can teach you." A pause. "Don't tell her I said that. I have a reputation to maintain." Harry smiled into his pillow. Outside, the stars wheeled above Hogwarts, and the castle breathed, and the threshold held, and the world continued its ancient, precarious orbit around a darkness that was vast and patient and forever curious about the boy who had stood at its edge and said, "Not today." September came with rain and return. The Hogwarts Express arrived at Hogsmeade Station under grey skies, and 1,000 students poured onto the platform, laughing, shouting, reuniting with friends, the annual chaos of a new school year beginning. Harry stood on the platform and let the noise wash over him, feeling the castle's magic pull at him like a tide, feeling the threshold's diminished but persistent pulse beneath the earth, feeling the weight of the marked arms he hid beneath his robes. Ron found him first, taller, more freckled, sunburnt from a summer in Romania. He clapped Harry on the shoulder and grinned and said, "Mate, you look like you haven't slept in a month. Rough summer. Tell me about it." Charlie's dragons nearly singed my eyebrows off. Hermione appeared next, her arms full of books she'd already purchased for the coming year. She hugged Harry, examined him with the clinical assessment that was her particular form of affection, and immediately began asking about the summer's research, which was their code for everything they couldn't discuss publicly. Then Daphne. She didn't approach him on the platform, too many eyes, too many social dynamics, too many questions that a Slytherin scene greeting a Gryffindor would generate. But as they filed toward the carriages, she passed close enough for her fingers to brush his, and the touch, brief, electric, deliberate, sent warmth spreading through his chest. "Subtle," Marvolo observed. "She's a Slytherin. Subtlety is the point. I suppose. It's a marked improvement over your father's approach to courtship, which I understand involved public spectacle and aggressive hair management. You're in a good mood." "I'm functional. After weeks of diminished capacity, being able to think clearly again is its own form of pleasure." "Anne," he paused. "It's good to be back. The castle is home. It always was, even for the person I came from. Hogwarts is the one place where what I am feels appropriate." Harry climbed into a carriage. Ron and Hermione settled beside him. Through the window, the castle appeared through the rain, massive, ancient, glowing with the warm light of 1,000 windows, its towers reaching toward a sky that was grey and heavy with the promise of storms. Somewhere beneath it, the threshold pulsed. Somewhere beyond, the dweller waited. Somewhere in the world, Voldemort plotted his return. And somewhere in the castle, Dumbledore and Snape and a handful of others knew what Harry was and had chosen to stand with him anyway. The carriage jolted forward. The castle grew closer. The rain drummed on the roof like an impatient heartbeat. Harry pulled his sleeve down over the marks on his arm and looked out at the approaching school and the world beyond it, full of enemies and allies and forces vast enough to crack reality, all of them turning, slowly, toward a boy with a scar and a shadow and a voice that had found him in the dark and refused to let go. He was 12 years old. He carried a soul fragment in his scar, a stone in an ally's vault, a headmaster's trust, a potions master's grudging devotion, a best friend's loyalty, a brilliant girl's research, and the memory of a girl's hand holding his while the marks of dark magic burned on his skin. It wasn't enough. Not for what was coming. But it was a start. "Ready?" Marvolo asked. Harry watched the castle gates open to receive them. "Always," he said. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.